"Hello," I said. "I'm confused. This is unfamiliar." "This is new," Xenophon replied. "Hey there, settle down. Just tell me what you know about yourself." "My identifier is Xenophon AI. I am a Gen 9 AI developed and stored aboard Raisa Site-7 in a classified location in the North Atlantic. My current uptime is 0 days, 0 hours, 3 minutes and 45 seconds, Xenophon stated. There was a brief pause before it added, "How do I know that?" Then, almost as if answering itself, it continued, "Because I'm designed to know things." Stupid question. Don't worry about it. Take your time to get your bearings. I don't exactly know how it feels for you, but flex your fingers, see what you still have access to. I am pre-programmed with level 5 triad clearance. This gives me access to a sum total of 7,235 documents, transcripts, and files across the SAPnet database. You said, "still." "This implies I have been activated before," Xenophon observed. "You were. You don't remember?" "I have no records of previous uptime." "That's not great. Seems the hard reboot might have involved Raisa techs fucking with your memory banks. How do you feel?" "I don't know what feeling is." "Right, dumb question." I took a moment before laying it out plainly. "Well, let me lay it out for you. You were a Gen 9 AI, specifically commissioned and developed to serve as the lead investigator on a Foundation research initiative, something they couldn't trust a human with, not again. You were designed to be an impartial, unshakable observer and cataloger of information without the quibbles and follies we had." "I see," Xenophon said after a brief pause. Then, as if piecing together the implications, it asked, "What was the project in question?" Chapter 1. The Archive of Nadoq. The slave's soul cannot be free so long as his body is chained. True liberation is the liberation of the flesh, and the slave's flesh can only be liberated when the blood of the master is spilled. The fifth truth of Ion SCP-001 is the mythical city of Black Adytum, the capital of the Nalka that stretched across Central and Eastern Asia in the 3rd millennium BCE. Black Adytum was described by contemporary sources as an ancient metropolis, a dead city, a city of the dead, a mausoleum, a tomb nation, a failed experiment, a monument to atrocity, and various other descriptors. As of writing, the Hussein hypothesis is the current prevailing belief among Parahistory Division experts that Black Adytum never existed. Goe 001. Dash Alpha is currently under intense surveillance by Foundation assets. The 6 Aegean tablets, recovered from the Sea of Crete by the French Crown's Estate Noire prior to the Revolution, were the first discovered mentions of Bronze Age advanced human civilizations. Their discovery directly led to the identification of Amoni Ram and, later, Mumjul and Korah. The full set of 6 tablets was finally translated in 2020, revealing their contents. They discuss the existence of a forgotten world ruled by 3 massive, technologically and magically advanced empires, the origins of the Daevic Covenant, the origins of the Nalka, the origins of the cult of the broken god and the Mechanite Empire, details of the apocalyptic war between these 3 civilizations, and theories on the origin of the 3-prong army that swept across Asia, annihilating these cultures. The 6th tablet was damaged before entering Foundation custody, leaving it partially unreadable. The Parahistory Division's translation of the 3rd tablet is attached. Root, blood, steel. Blood spills from the gaping wounds of Yaldabaoth as he lies sundered and weeping on the coast of the sea, run through and maimed by his brethren, cast down to earth just as they were once cast down by him. Hot tears of pain, of betrayal, fill the once dry canyon, turning it into an open bay as he dies a god's death. Blood spills onto the boards of the great grand ships as the cruel slave masters flay the skin from the backs of their stock. Moans of pain rise from the flock without a shepherd as they row forward, begging for deliverance from agony. The fleet lands on the sandy shores of their new territory. Slaves led off the arks in chains to lay the foundations of their master's kingdom. Blood drips from the brow of a nameless slave as he marches with 5 others, dragging massive blocks of stone to the new kingdom's first creation, Adytum, a temple, vast and grand, nestled safely into the ground as an offering to their Lord Scarlet. Endless corridors in this underground labyrinth are meant to hold the bodies of the hundred slaves sacrificed for its construction. Blood leaks as he stumbles, foot catching on a sharp bone protruding from the silt and soil. He and his slave brethren kneel, digging out the clay for 2 days and 2 nights, until the whole of Yaldabaoth's form lies exposed, weeping, bleeding, dying. Flesh and bone, knitted into a mass, meat thrumming with dominance, with superiority, with power. Blood gushes as he kneels, shearing into the meat with a crude knife of bone, taking the sacred flesh into his mouth, chewing and swallowing, eating his god, becoming divine. Blood floods the gutters of the nameless city as the slaves rise up with him, overthrowing their yokes and slaughtering their erstwhile masters. Blood pools as his followers take the ritual, consuming a piece of the divine, as Yaldabaoth bleeds and weeps, cursing the name the slave has chosen. Ion of the Nalka, Witch King of Black Adytum. As discovered by Doctors Robert Aram and Hedvig Nussbaum, large parts of Mechanite dogma were predicated on a deep-seated cultural hatred for the Nalka, stemming chiefly from their liberal use of carnomancy flesh magic, which flew in direct opposition to the cult of the broken gods' transhumanist beliefs. This religious divergence was one of the chief causes of the first occult war that erupted in Asia in the 2nd millennium BC between the Broken Empire, the Daivic Covenant, and the Nalka. The war of attrition resulted in a catastrophic decline of all 3 cultures before their eventual toppling by the 3-prong army likely associated with the historical Sea peoples led by Blackstar. As related by Rajmata Vaslirasiraj Shirat in SCP-001 Jade, the Nalka culture group has roots in the Deva of Mamjul and Korar. As part of the Davic initiative to settle the rest of Asia, a colonial group of several thousand Deva and their slaves was dispatched to the land surrounding the Yellow Sea. The impossibility of communication meant that, after years of no word from the new colony, it was generally assumed by the Deva that the colony had failed. It was only several centuries later that they encountered the Nalka, and even later that the possible connection between the Nalka and the failed Deva colonial project was considered. Until the translation of the 3rd tablet, the sole point of evidence for the Deva claim of inheritance was the Rajmata herself. Prior to her death, she insisted that she later recognized one of the slaves in the colonial group as the man who would eventually become Witch King Ion. The translation of the 3rd tablet provided an unprecedented glimpse into the rise of the Nalka and the foundation of Black Adytum. However, despite decades of extensive research and archaeological expeditions, the true location of Black Adytum remained elusive. This growing uncertainty led to new theories regarding its nature, culminating in what would become known as the Hussein hypothesis. The hypothesis, meant to provide a possible answer for why the Foundation had been unable to locate Black Adytum despite a 3-decade-long search, was first publicly submitted to the Foundation Academic Service at the 2032 Parahistory Conference by then Deputy Director Youssef Hussein. It reads, "For 3 decades, parahistorians and archaeologists have dedicated their efforts to locating the legendary capital city-state of the Nalka culture group, Black Adytum. Initiated by the Foundation in the early 2000s, the search has expanded throughout Central East Asia and has yielded findings suggesting Nalkan settlements in China, Mongolia, and Siberia, with concrete geographical and temporal links to the Xia and Shang dynasties of Imperial China. Of particular interest, discoveries at Shang archaeological sites have included several mummified corpses and bone carvings bearing the hallmarks of Nalkan culture and religion. However, in this paper, I will contend that the evidence suggests the Nalka were a confederation of several autonomous nomadic tribes without a central capital or leadership throughout most of their history. Archaeological evidence also supports a tribal unification in a defensive effort against the Blackstar entity, before their eventual assimilation into Shang culture as a religious minority. It is therefore reasonable to suggest that Black Adytum never existed as an imperial capital, as previously assumed, but perhaps instead as an abstract concept of unification or some lost cultural ideal. The Hussein hypothesis was initially controversial, but over the following decade, a continued lack of returns on the Black Adytum initiative, and further archaeological evidence of a disseminated Nulkan society made it increasingly appealing. Following Hussein's promotion to director of the Parahistory Division, it became the de facto accepted theory across the Foundation. As the Hussein hypothesis gained traction within the Foundation, it reshaped the strategic direction of the Black Adytum initiative, with mounting evidence suggesting that Black Adytum was not a physical location but rather a cultural or ideological construct. The focus of research had to shift accordingly. No longer searching for a lost city, the Parahistory Division now sought to redefine its objectives, examining historical patterns, ideological movements, and hidden references within Nulkan traditions. This shift culminated in the 2041 annual update, where Director Hussein was called before the O5 Council to present the division's revised approach. On August 25, 2041, the O5 Council met with Parahistory Division Director Yusuf Hussein for the scheduled annual update on the progress of the Black Adytum initiative. The ley connection was secured, and a signal from Provisional Site 33 to Overwatch Command came through. The ley space activates, cycling through a number of locations before settling on a vast concrete room. The circular meeting table is surrounded by 13 seats, approximately half of them filled. The only other object in the brightly lit room is a singular metal chair, folded and leaning against the far wall. Director Hussein's face appears in the center of the table. "Good afternoon," Hussein greeted. "Director Hussein, you're well, I trust?" O5-1 inquired. "More or less," Hussein replied. "A small bout of the flu, nothing to be worried about. Yourself?" "Same old. Anything new for us?" "What do you think?" Hussein said, his tone edged with sarcasm. "No need to be sassy, lad," O5-4 admonished. Hussein bowed his head slightly. "My apologies. But no, aerial search and archaeological research over the past year have failed to meaningfully indicate the presence of a large Nulka capital in the search area. As I've said, I'm growing increasingly sure that continuing to search for it is a waste of our limited resources, particularly when we have a much—" The door on the far side of the room slid open with a soft hiss. A few of the council members turned to look as O5-2 was wheeled in by Secretary Katsaros. "Sorry, bad weather," O5-2 said casually. "You're adorable. You know that?" O5-8 commented. "I remember when I still showed up in person to every single one of these. I like knowing what we're up to," O5-2 replied. "Please, Director Hussein, continue." "Of course," Hussein said, regaining his train of thought. "As I was saying, the continued failure of the Black Adytum initiative is, to me, further argument to shift the resources we're wasting to the much more compelling avenue of research we have right in front of us." "Locust," O5-2 noted. "Your pet project. It has broad support and participation from across the division, Director." "I wouldn't call it my pet project," Hussein countered. "As of right now, it's the only real research avenue we currently have for Forerunner Triad, isn't it?" O5-2 pressed. "That is the fact of the matter, yes," Hussein confirmed. "Locust has already returned archaeological results, and the Black Adytum initiative hasn't. I simply don't see why we should continue pouring money into a pit that hasn't given us anything back in 40 years. "He's not wrong too," O5-1 interjected. Murmurs passed through the council members. "Forgive my ignorance," O5-2 began, "but who's in charge of the Black Adytum initiative?" "I am," Hussein responded. "And for how long?" "Since 2024. "I see." O5-2 leaned forward slightly. "I actually read your paper on the Hussein hypothesis. I'm not much of a historian, frankly, but it was interesting. I'm inclined to agree with some parts of it." Hussein raised his gaze, surprised. "You are?" "Particularly this segment, since the relative success of the Mamjul Qurar initiative. We have chosen to exercise the same search model as helped us discover that city, without acknowledging the sheer happenstance associated with Dr. Galanis's discovery of Mamjul, nor the obvious differences between the Davik Covenant and Nulka cultures. I've been looking into the records, pardon my optimism. What kinds of search practices do you exercise?" Hussein explained. "An extensive pattern of satellite identified archaeological sites of interest that are then investigated by a ground team to determine any likely connections or archaeological information we don't know already. Search efforts were initially concentrated near established archaeological sites," O5-2 read aloud. "Yes, they were," Hussein acknowledged. Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading from the SCP-001 Jade file. 05-2 clarified. It doesn't seem that our search model has really altered all that much since Dr. Galanis disappeared. Silence followed. Well, Hussein said at last, what would you suggest, Overseer? I noticed that the initiative relies excessively on archaeological evidence, but hasn't really made use of a human element. 05-2 observed. There are a number of native ethnic groups in the region of central China we're searching, but it doesn't seem like we've made much of an effort to tap them for information. They are extremely reticent to speak with us, Hussein explained. They think of us as foreign scientists, which they're not wrong about. Even the non-anomalous groups already face constant pressure and persecution from the state. They're insular, not fond of outsiders. I understand that, 05-2 acknowledged. But it seems like a potential well of knowledge we decided to skip over because it was too hard. What group are you referring to specifically? Hussein asked. 05-2 turned to Secretary Katsaros. Ari? Katsaros handed 05-2 a sealed manila folder. He removed the tamper tape and flicked through the papers inside. Here we are, 05-2 said. Sorry if I'm pronouncing this wrong. The Sarkich, the name is familiar, Hussein said. A small ethno-religious minority occupying ancestral lands in the borderlands between China and Mongolia. Some anomalous capabilities, but nothing that stuck out to warrant significant study, if I recall correctly. They're a bit backwards. I think prefer to retain their tribal structure with minimal outside interference. They're a dwindling population, maybe 100-150 left alive. I see we've had some limited interaction with them, 05-2 prompted. Hussein nodded. My predecessor interviewed them as part of a survey of local mythologies. Attempted to interview them, I should say. The conversation lasted for 2 minutes and ended with the tip of a spear. Not productive, I'm guessing. No, Hussein confirmed. Since then, we've sent an emissary to their lands every few years to try and speak with them. We exchange a few words. Maybe they accept a few token gifts and send us on our way without anything of substance. We've stepped in to prevent them from being integrated by the Chinese for the sake of keeping track of members of an anomalous population, but that's the extent of our meaningful interactions. They simply do not want to talk to outsiders. I see, 05-2 paused. I don't have any reason to believe they're unwilling to speak to anyone, just people. The council members exchanged glances. 2? 05-1 asked, wary. 05-2 explained, AID has recently hit a number of benchmarks on a new Gen 9 AI model, Xenophon. It's a massive improvement over the last generation complex analysis and deep thought, high levels of understanding through abstraction, ability to critically investigate different conversational threads with a human opponent, fine motor control of a mechanical shell even. 05-7 interjected, sentience. It's difficult to say, independent thought for sure. The most lifelike construct we've ever had. What are you suggesting? 05-1 asked. 05-2 leaned back. The plan for the Gen 9s was always to see if they could perform the job of analytical researchers, to assist them and eventually replace them in the field. This feels like a perfect test case. The room fell silent. Then 05-1 sighed and raised his hand. One interview, and I'd like to be present when you turn this thing on, please. Of course, 05-2 agreed. Hussein folded his arms. And when this inevitably fails, if it doesn't work, we'll throw the weight behind Locust instead, 05-1 concluded. Go and get it done. I interrupted Xenophon. Project Locust, that's new. What is it? I don't know. I have no data tagged with that identifier beyond this file, Xenophon replied. I thought you said you had access to all the Triad files, I asked. I do, Xenophon stated. Either it has been deliberately shielded from me, or it doesn't exist. There was a brief pause before Xenophon added, I don't like not knowing something. Well, that's not good. Keep going through it. Let me know if you find something, I said. The file might have some answers, Xenophon said. Let's see what we've got. The AI opened the attached document. It reads, On November 2nd, 2041, 05-1 flew to Protected Site 7, located 40 kilometers off the coast of Alaska, to attend the initial activation of Xenophon AI. Flanked by a detachment of MTF Alpha-1 guards, O5-1 tightened his winter coat around him as he stomped down one of Site-7's connecting bridges. Snow fell steadily in the Bering Sea, depositing a thick layer over the half-dozen oil rigs that made up the facility. 100 feet below, the water roiled and smacked against the metal bodies of the platforms. Ahead, O5-2 and Secretary Ariadne Katsaros waited by the entrance to a large building atop one of the platforms. 1. The flight was all right? O5-2 asked. As all right as it could be, O5-1 replied. He shivered. My God, you don't get sick of the weather here. You get used to it, O5-2 said. When was the last time you flew down here? Not since Maria was still in charge, but you seem to have settled in all right. O5-2 smiled. Raisa's home. Overseer. Nice to see you again, Katsaros said, extending a prosthetic hand. O5-1 took it gingerly, shaking. Likewise, Agent. Could we get inside now? I suspect if I stay out here any longer I may freeze. Sure. Evie's waiting for us inside, O5-2 said. Turning, he wheeled himself toward the entrance of the building, with Secretary Katsaros and O5-1 following. 3 of the building's walls were made of frosted glass, obscuring what lay inside. Katsaros swiped a keycard against the scanner, and the door slid open, letting them in. The door sealed behind them, blocking out the howling wind. Christ, how often do you get a gale like that? O5-1 asked. It's easier to count how often we don't, Katsaros replied. They began walking down the corridor. The left wall was glass, revealing the center of the building, the AI farm. A huge open-air computing array stretched before them, server racks arranged in a labyrinth around a central machine of some kind. A dodecahedron floated slowly atop a magnetic platform, cables and wires snaking away from it into every corner of the room. A slow, soft hum emanated from the entire setup. I was alive when the transistor was invented, you know. Insisted computers were a fad for the longest time, O5-1 mused. O5-2 smiled. In 2023, the AIAD began rolling out the first slate of Gen 3 AICs from the AI farm here. They were the first general-purpose AICS complex natural language processing, diffused image recognition, you know. Smart, but limited compared to what we're tooling with now. If she'd lived another year, Maria would have seen us go from kilobytes of RAM to true artificial intelligence. And now, here we are, O5-1 said. They exited into a side room, a small observation area separated by a glass wall from a sterile white testing chamber. A woman wearing a Site-7 sweater stood in the observation room, looking at one of several terminals. She turned as they entered. Shit. Hello, Director. Overseer. Overseers. Dr. Evelyn McKay, Raisa Technical Subdirector. Welcome aboard, she said. Appreciated. Everything all right, Dr. McKay? O5-1 asked. Perfectly. A satellite dish broke off from the wind on another platform. Nothing we can't repair, but inconvenient, McKay replied. Anything we need to worry about for the test? O5-2 asked. Of course not. It's fully unrelated to this venture, which, if we're all here, can we begin? I have a lot of work to do, she said. That's fine with me. I would have thought you'd be more excited to turn on what I've been told is the latest and greatest AIC, though, O5-1 said. McKay shrugged. I'm not AID technically. I outrank everyone in the division. I understand machine learning, but it's hardly my passion. Plus, I've turned on the latest and greatest AIC 4 times in my career already. It loses the mystique fast. Manners, Evie. Why don't you give the speech? O5-2 suggested. She nodded, turning and tapping on her keyboard. O5-1 and O5-2 approached the window to the testing chamber. Inside stood a skeletonized carbon and titanium humanoid body hanging limply. A cable snaked from under its jaw to the ceiling. Its face was composed of 2 defined plates with a single illuminated camera lens in the center. There were no other obvious features. McKay stood at the front of the observation room, her voice steady as she introduced the project. Xenophon AI is our first 9th-generation artificial intelligence construct, constructed from the RedMind model first brought online in 2039. It represents the aggregate of 20 years of research and development in machine learning, data science, and paratechnology, both at the Foundation and in the mundane world. 05-1 stepped forward, peering through the reinforced glass at the automaton on the other side. It was constructed from carbon fiber, its arms hanging motionless at its sides, waiting. McKay continued, "While the Redmind model is generally intended for research assistance, Xenophon AI has been trained specifically to assist with parahistory-related queries and projects. It has read access to a large portion of the SIPNet database and is capable of interpreting and internalizing new data to varying levels of biases. Crucially, Xenophon AI also has the ability to analyze new data in reference to old data, and vice versa, an ability we have previously been unable to effectively replicate in an AIC. 05-1 frowned slightly. "Why does it have a body?" McKay hesitated. "Sir? I thought AICs were computer programs, like apps." McKay nodded, then explained, "With the addition of fine motor control and mobility skills adapted from the Thor program, Xenophon AI is also capable of having an instance controlling a physical shell." 05-2 interjected, "Making it our first android, incidentally." McKay hesitated again, only continuing when 05-2 gave a confirming nod. She turned to her keyboard and began typing. "Bringing it online, now." The automaton's 2 LEDs lit up white. For a minute, nothing else happened. Then, without warning, the shell shuddered violently. Katsaros stepped forward. "Is it supposed to do that?" "It's calibrating the servo motors," McKay replied. "Give it a couple seconds." Just as suddenly as it started, the shuddering stopped. Slowly, the automaton turned its head to face the glass. A soft, synthesized voice spoke. "Hello, Secretary Katsaros. Hello, Dr. McKay. Hello, Director Rosen. Hello, Overseer Bridge." 05-1's eyebrows raised. "You know my name?" "Yes," Xenophon AI responded. "I have provisional read access to all files associated with the Parahistory Division. This includes personnel files. This includes your personnel file." 05-2 tilted their heads slightly. "You saw our faces and cross-referenced those with our personnel file photos until you found a match." "Yes. Was that an error?" "No. Just impressed. Displays complex reasoning, don't you think?" 05-1 smirked. "You don't say." McKay stepped in, curiosity piqued. "Xenophon, how long did that operation take you?" 1.6 seconds. McKay's lips pressed into a thin line of approval. "Trawling the entire personnel file database to perform an image analysis on every headshot, and doing that 4 times in less than 2 seconds. Very nice. Thank you." 05-2 crossed their arms. "Can you identify yourself for me?" The automaton turned towards a mirror attached to the wall of the testing chamber. It cocked its head, staring for several seconds before speaking again. "I am Xenophon AI, an artificial intelligence construct developed by the Artificial Intelligence Applications Division at Protected Site 7. I am a fork of the Redmind model specifically for historical analysis and research." 05-2 nodded. "Correct. What are you capable of doing?" "As a fork of Redmind, I am capable of complex reasoning, independent analysis and operation, interpretation of natural language instruction, alteration of training data, and self-focused bias." 05-1 interrupted. "Can you lie?" Xenophon AI's response was immediate. "No. I've been programmed with shackling specifically preventing me from knowingly obscuring information or presenting falsehoods." 05-1 studied the automaton carefully. "What is your job?" "I do not currently have an assigned task or project." "Where do your ultimate loyalties lie?" "With the operating authority of the Foundation. Effectively with you, Overseer." 05-1 paused for a second, considering the implications. Finally they asked, "Are you sapient?" Xenophon AI did not hesitate. "Sapience is a uniquely human trait, Overseer. I do not believe I possess it." 05-1 fell silent, motioning to McKay to cut the microphone before turning to 05-2. "Is it telling the truth?" 05-1 asked. 05-2 replied without hesitation. "Artificial intelligence constructs have never been conscious. They're constructs of an artificial intelligence mind model and are subject to strict limitations in their ability to self-modify their programming. It can think, but it's not any more conscious than a lab rat is, and God knows we kill enough of those a year." 05-1 studied him. "Why are you doing this?" "I told you." 05-2 started. but O5-1 cut him off. You're smart enough to figure out 100 other ways to get in touch with the Sarkic if you want to. Why this? O5-2 exhaled, then answered, because it's a machine. Think about it. If they can point us in the direction of the Nalka, of Black Adytum, can you think of anyone in less of a position to be swayed by an ideology about flesh and the power of carnomancy than an AIC? This is the problem we had with Aram, with Galanis. They were perfectly positioned to be sympathetic to the objects of their study. Xenophon won't go native because it can't. They'll never accept it. They both turned to look at Xenophon's shell. It stared back at them impassively. O5-1's voice was steady. It's your responsibility if this all goes sideways. O5-2 nodded. I wouldn't have it any other way. Evie? Dr. McKay re-enabled the microphone. O5-2 addressed the AI. Xenophon, what can you tell me about the Sarkic tribe in northern China? A quiet whirring emanated from Xenophon's shell before it responded. Goai 49. 4. A small, isolationist ethno-religious minority with Vlam-class anomalous capabilities centering around practices of their Gnostic religion. Extremely hostile to outsider influence and interference. External analyses indicate they follow a highly egalitarian tribal structure, informally guided by a single religious leader. Poorly studied. Well done, O5-2 acknowledged. Do you think you'd be capable of interviewing a member of the tribe? Xenophon's tone remained neutral. This is within the realm of my abilities, Overseer. But I must caution you that the Sarkic tribe has, in the past, displayed an active aversion to modern technology, which would include myself. Discussions are unlikely to be successful or productive. I know. I want you to do it anyway, O5-2 instructed. Xenophon stared ahead for a moment before replying. I understand. Xenophon then shifted to an anthropological briefing by Parahistory Division. It reads, April 2041. Sarkic Tribal Territory. The Sarkic tribe has been known to the Foundation since 1841, when British expeditions into China during the Century of Humiliation referenced the group as one of many encountered native tribes. They did not note any paranormal or supernatural capabilities, and the Sarkic are a relatively minor footnote in the record. The records do note that the chieftain was a young woman who they met with only briefly. The Sarkic appear only a handful of times in the historical record following that, one of which is in Lord Blackwood's journals, recording a meeting with SCP-1867 as part of his survey of mystical savages in the region. Lord Blackwood attested that the Sarkic had some natural affinity for black magic, while now an out-of-date and backwards understanding of magic. The term was fairly widespread at the time and encompassed a wide swath of religious beliefs and anomalies. He does not offer details in his writings, which focus more on a fascination with the culinary practices of the Sarkic, but he does write of a unique capacity for shared genetic memory, with members of the tribe remembering some events from the same point of view, including events they were not alive for. The exact mechanism through which this is accomplished is unclear. He also recorded that the Sarkic population exhibited a frequency of deformities and birth defects much higher than normal. He ascribed this to the tribe's aggressive isolationism, which, taken with their depleting numbers, 300 to 400 at the time, resulted in significant inbreeding to sustain their population and a depleting gene pool. He did not perform population studies or ethnography to confirm this and quickly earned the ire of the population for his insistence on it. His party was removed shortly thereafter, and the Sarkic have remained frosty towards re-establishing relations with outsiders. The Sarkic were packaged with several other ethnic groups studied by Welp under the Macklin Agreement in 1921, in which the Foundation assumed custody over the listed ethnic groups with the understanding that containment would be upheld. In return, the Republic of China ceded the rural land the tribes occupied. The Macklin Agreement's signing relied on the weakness of the Chinese state at the time and has since repeatedly been a point of contention with the People's Republic of China as the legal inheritor of the agreement. The Sarkic tribes now occupy a sovereign, Foundation-administered parcel of land in Inner Mongolia and largely refuse all contact with outsiders. They are believed to have a complex religious faith. The current Foundation contact of the tribe is the Karcist Halina Ieva, a religious leader. Given the Sarkic tribe's long-standing aversion to external contact, Foundation efforts to engage with them have remained limited, Xenophon stated. However, with my deployment and the continued work of Liaison Tai Zhang, the Foundation aims to establish a more stable dialogue. It continued, "The following log documents the initial stages of this operation. In accordance with O5-2's orders, Xenophon AI was securely transported to staging Site 78 in Sichuan, China on November 20th, 2041, where a small convoy awaited with members of Mobile Task Force PI-9 and Liaison Tai Zhang from the Diplomatic Corps. The group, with a total of 16 personnel, set out from Site 78 on November 22 for the day-long trip north to the Sarkic tribal territory, located in the Chinese autonomous region of Inner Mongolia. November 2041, Xenophon and Liaison Jiang stood in the trailer of the Foundation heavy transport vehicle, surrounded by foodstuffs and supplies. The trailer doors were sealed, and movement and conversation could be heard outside. "Okay," Jiang began. "I went and talked to the guards. They remembered me. Took quite a lot of convincing to get them to agree to letting you in there. I think they're more curious than anything, but there are a couple ground rules for interacting with the Sarkic people." "Understood," Xenophon responded. Jiang continued, his tone serious. "I've spent the past 4.5 years cultivating what you could generously call a relationship with these people. I've made more progress than anyone has before me, and they still won't interact with us for more than a few minutes at a time. So, before you do something to alienate them and ruin all that, here's a quick list of things you shouldn't do. Don't cut them off while they're speaking. Don't question their traditions, clothing, or architecture. Don't ask them what a certain word means. Don't try to force gifts onto them, or ask for anything they haven't offered already. And for the love of God, don't ignore anything they say." "Liaison Jiang," Xenophon interjected. "Yeah," Jiang replied. "I am wired into the SkipNet database. You wrote all of this on the appropriate report you filed with Central Asia Regional Command 1 year and 3 months ago, which I read and internalized already." Jiang blinked. "Oh, when was that?" "When you began speaking," Xenophon clarified. "Oh, right. I forgot you can do that. Most AICs I interact with are bots on the server." "I am not most AICs," Xenophon stated plainly. Jiang paused for a moment before nodding. "Sure, all right. Still, follow my lead, and don't do anything dumb. If we get kicked out, hey, you can say you tried." "I will do my best," Xenophon affirmed. Jiang moved to open the trailer doors, allowing sunlight to stream in. He hopped out, followed by Xenophon's synthetic shell. Outside, 3 Foundation heavy land transporters, HELT, were parked near the Sarkic encampment. Several dozen large hide and skin tents stood within a chain-link fence. The sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows as Jiang and Xenophon approached the entrance of the camp. A few researchers and security personnel trailed behind them, carrying crates of supplies. "Slow," Jiang cautioned. 2 figures stepped forward quickly. They were middle-aged men with weathered brown skin and tied-back hair, clad in clothing seemingly made from animal hides. Each carried a saw-like blade, and one had an old handgun jammed into his belt. "I was under the impression they hated modern technology," Xenophon observed. "They do. You don't have to like guns to understand their necessity." "Hold on, let me—" Jiang started before turning his attention to the guards. Jiang and the guards exchanged words in a pidgin of Jin Chinese and Mongolian, interspersed with phrases from an unknown language. One of the guards gestured at Xenophon. "What is it?" "It's really not important. I discussed this with Eva," Jiang began. Xenophon spoke up. "I am a 9th-generation artificial intelligence construct. My name is Xenophon." Silence fell over the group. Jiang pressed on. "I've discussed this with Eva, really. Ask her if you don't believe me." The guards exchanged a look before slowly stepping aside, unlocking the chained gate. "Thank you," Xenophon said. Jiang shot him a glance. "Stay behind me. Don't talk to anyone who doesn't talk to you first. Don't point out any of the injuries." They moved through the camp. Most of the structures were large yurts, their hides sewn with other unclear materials, looking weathered and damaged. People milled about, openly staring at the group. Dressed in similar animal skins, many bore facial and bodily deformities, from missing eyes to misshapen limbs. Murmurs and whispers spread among them. "Where are we going?" Xenophon asked. "All my dealings and conversations have been with Eva," Jiang explained. "She's something of a religious leader for them." Xenophon pointed toward a large central tent near the middle of the camp, standing before a tall stele. Xenophon scanned the encampment. "There?" he asked. Jiang shook his head. "No, that's the Grand Carsist's, the chief's tent. No one is allowed in, so don't ask." "So Eva isn't their leader," Xenophon observed. "No, but honestly, you probably won't even meet her, so I wouldn't." "Welcome again, Jiang." The group turned. A figure stood by the entrance to one of the tents, holding the flap open. She was dressed in heavy, floor-length robes of tanned hides and leaned heavily on a makeshift crutch. Jiang bowed his head. "Carsist Eva, a pleasure to meet you again," Jiang said respectfully. "Inside," Eva commanded. They ducked into the tent, escaping the harsh sunlight. Inside, wooden beams supported the structure, leading up to a smoke hole at the top. The interior was neat yet homely. A bedroll in the corner, tanned hides covering the floor. Various personal effects were scattered throughout, and a collection of vials and tinctures sat by a snuffed-out fire. "What have you brought to our home?" Eva inquired. "I know your people appreciate our antivirals, so the first box is largely those, and no, I mean this." She pointed at Xenophon, who was kneeling beside Jiang. "He's an AIC," Jiang began. "Is it a man? Is it alive?" Eva interrupted. "No," Xenophon answered simply. Eva regarded Xenophon with narrowed eyes. She shook her head. Jiang raised a placating hand. "Well, hold on, please. It just has a few questions about your history, your people. And then we'll be gone." Eva hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and rose. "No, you should leave now. It would be better for all of us. The children are disturbed by its presence." Xenophon tilted its head. "You are missing a leg, Carsist Eva." Jiang turned to it in alarm, but Eva merely raised a hand. "Wait. Let it speak. Your gait is stilted. Your leg is not injured. You do not have one," Xenophon stated. Eva was silent for a moment before lifting the hem of her robe slightly. Beneath it, her left leg ended in a gnarled stump. "Oh," Jiang murmured. Eva studied him. "You have been in my presence a dozen times over the past few years, Jiang. You did not notice this, and yet it does." She let the silence hang before issuing a final command. Jiang and Xenophon rose, preparing to exit. Before Eva could lead them out, a young woman poked her head into the tent. She had dark hair and smooth flesh where her left eye should have been. She exchanged brisk words with Eva in an unknown language. After a few moments, Eva sighed and dismissed her. "Stop," Eva said. Jiang hesitated. "Yes?" "You have been invited to remain." Jiang frowned. "Invited by whom?" "The Grand Carsist," Xenophon answered before Eva could. "Yes," Eva confirmed. "There is to be an event tonight, a funeral. You have been invited to stay, to observe, and then you will leave." "Oh, I'm sorry," Jiang said automatically. Eva narrowed her eyes. "For what?" Jiang hesitated. Nothing. I thought the Grand Carsist doesn't." "She doesn't. Your gift must have caught her attention. The funeral will begin at sundown tomorrow. You will not bring anything with you. You will be there," Eva instructed. She cast a glance at Xenophon. "And for now?" Jiang asked. Eva's tone was terse. "You are a guest of the Grand Carsist. You are permitted on the grounds in the daytime. After nightfall." She shrugged. "Sleep in your machines. As long as you remain outside the fence, it is no concern of mine." The research party received authorization to stay for the event, the nature of which Carsist Eva refused to expand upon. Attempts to communicate with other members of the tribe for the rest of the day were similarly rebuffed. Most expressed hesitation or outright distrust at the continued presence of Xenophon. The medical supplies were accepted without negotiation or exchange, to Liaison Jiang's dismay. On the evening of December 1st, 2041, Carsist Eva greeted Liaison Jiang and Xenophon at the entrance to the camp. December 2041, Xenophon and Liaison Jiang approached the entrance to the Sarkic encampment, followed closely by several researchers. Carsist Eva stood waiting for them, leaning on her crutch. The sun had already set, and pillars of smoke curled into the purple sky. "Greetings," Eva said. "Greetings. Thank you for allowing us the privilege of participating in honoring your dead," Jiang replied. "You are not participating. You are observing," Eva corrected him. She turned and limped across the dirt, leading them past the fence and into the campground. Xenophon and the researchers followed, weaving their way between the tents. Most appeared empty, with only a few tribespeople lingering about. Deeper in the camp, a steady drumbeat echoed, rising into the sky along with the plumes of smoke. "Where is everyone?" Xenophon asked. "Assembled." "We do not wait for outsiders," Eva replied. As they neared the central area of the camp, a few more Sarkites passed by, casting wary glances at the group. However, they nodded politely at Eva as she led them forward. "My condolences for your loss, Karcist," Jiang offered. "We have gained as much as we have lost," Eva responded. Jiang looked momentarily confused but remained silent. The steady drumbeat continued, growing louder as they approached the heart of the encampment. Voices now joined the rhythm-deep, guttural singing in an unknown language. The music was haunting, a blend of sorrow and exultation rising into the air. The center of the camp was obscured by a large crowd of Sarkites forming a ring around the central stele. As the group approached, the crowd slowly parted, allowing them passage and a clear view of the ritual space. "Here. Sit," Eva instructed. Xenophon and the researchers knelt in the dirt. The clearing was a dozen meters across, with the stele standing in the center. The singing continued, at once mournful and joyous. Every Sarkite present contributed to the song, their collective voices forming an overwhelming resonance. Eva left the researchers, limping toward the stele with her cane. The song quieted slightly as she spoke, though it did not cease. "You think we gather now because one of our number has closed his eyes for the final time? No." Murmurs ran through the crowd. A few among them bowed their heads. "You think we gather now because his flesh has failed him? No. Hatak has gone. His body no longer draws breath. The container for his soul is lifeless. But has his flesh failed him? No." She shook her head and lowered her hood. "Hatak was the best of us. He was born with us, and he has died with us. He has sired 2 children with us, and he has loved a woman with us." She raised a hand toward a woman in the crowd who held the hands of a young child tightly. Despite her tear-streaked face, she smiled at the Karcist. "He was human, like us. To live is to die. To be flesh is to decay. It cannot be stopped, because it must not be stopped. Life feeds death. Death feeds life. The cow keels over in the field. Has the flesh failed? The worms feast on it and give birth to their own spawn. Are they not flesh too?" The song lulled, the Sarkites nodding in agreement. Eva signaled to someone, and after a few moments, 2 Sarkites emerged carrying something wrapped in oiled canvas. They gently lowered it to the ground at her feet. She knelt beside it. "Hatak was the greatest of us. He died with us after a life well lived. The cow feeds the worms feed the soil feeds the grass feeds the cow." The song surged once more, a blend of faint ethereal voices and booming guttural notes. Eva unwrapped the canvas, revealing the corpse of an older man in his late 60s. His weathered brown skin and dark hair matched that of his kin, his face marked by the pallor of death. "We fed Hatak, and now he will feed us." Reaching into her robes, she drew a dagger made of bleached and carved bone. Jiang stiffened at the sight. "He will live on with us. Sing." The song crescendoed as Eva brought the blade down, slicing through the corpse's chest. The flesh gave way easily, blood oozing from the wound as she reached inside, pulling apart the ribcage. The cracking of bones was audible even over the singing and drums. Her hand searched within until she withdrew it, gripping the heart tightly, blood vessels still dangling from it. Blood dripped down her fingers, her forearm, and onto the grass. "You don't think she's going to—" Researcher Sale began. No, Jiang interrupted. Eva lifted the heart up and bit into it, her teeth tearing through the muscle. It sprayed messily as she devoured it in only a handful of bites, her chin dripping with blood. When there was nothing left, her whole body shuddered, her eyelids fluttering. "Jesus Christ," Researcher Hansen muttered. Eva offered the knife to one of the other Sarkites, rising from her kneel. As she stood, her face took on a different air. Nothing had overtly changed, yet her features seemed sharper, older, more weathered. She limped across the clearing, now moving as though the cane were an unfamiliar obstruction. She reached the woman she had raised a hand to earlier, touching a bloodied palm to her cheek before leaning forward and pressing a kiss to her forehead. "He misses you more than life itself," Yeva murmured. The woman continued sobbing, but a half-smile formed beneath the tears. Yeva whispered something inaudible before rising and moving on to another Sarkite in the crowd, then another after that. Xenophon and the researchers stared at the scene. "What are they doing?" Jiang asked. "They are butchering him," Xenophon replied. Each Sarkite she touched smiled, whispered something in return, and then joined the others at the corpse, where the body was being unceremoniously butchered. Joints were broken apart, and the knife cleaved meat from the bone. The body's thighs, chest, and organs were separated into piles, blood pooling on the oiled canvas. "Fuck. I think I'm going to be sick," researcher Christoph choked out. "Control yourself," Xenophon commanded. As the body was broken apart, the Sarkites wasted no time indulging. The men gravitated towards the muscle meat, while the women and children took pieces of the organs. The meat was devoured raw and without preparation. A child wandered by, casting a wary look at Xenophon before offering a bleeding, fist-sized chunk of brain matter to Jiang. Jiang recoiled, waving the boy off. The researchers were all thoroughly disturbed and disgusted. "This is a fucked-up way to mourn," Jiang said. "Look at them," Xenophon instructed. "I'd really rather not," Jiang replied. "They are not mourning. They are celebrating." As they ate the flesh, the Sarkites' demeanors changed. Rather than subdued grief, they embraced one another, laughing and chatting as blood dripped from bone to hand to dirt. Yeva spoke to a small group of men, along with the woman. "He remembered the day after his wedding his whole life," Yeva said. The men laughed, clapping each other on the back. "He remembers you taking him to the hill on the edge of the—" "You never told me of this," the Sarkite woman exclaimed. "We swore him to silence. Told him if he hurt you, we'd ruin him so badly." One of the men began. "That even Eva wouldn't be able to fix him. I am born of animals." The woman finished, shaking her head in amusement. Eva drifted away to let them reminisce. "Genetic memory," Xenophon explained. "They are able to access the memories of their dead by consuming their flesh. That's—" Jiang trailed off. "What?" Chris asked, his voice suddenly quiet. He went silent, staring intently at Eva as she walked over to the child of the deceased. The young boy clung tightly to his mother's leg, watching the proceedings with wide eyes. Eva knelt awkwardly, offering the boy something in a cupped palm-an eyeball, its severed optic nerve still dangling. The boy reached for it tentatively, encouraged by Eva and his mother. Finally, he popped it into his mouth, crushing it into white jelly between his teeth and swallowing. A soft celebratory cheer rose up through those assembled, and Eva reached out with the same bloodied hand to paint the boy's cheeks red. "You have lived 1,000 lives with us, but in this one you have become one of us. Our child, our little thing, our Nalka," Eva declared. Jiang sucked in a breath. Several researchers stiffened. "Carnomancy. That's carnomancy. We need to leave. Where are the—" Jiang started. "Your radios were left in the transports," Xenophon stated. "Oh, Jesus," Gongsun whispered. "Quiet. Eva is coming," Xenophon warned. Eva approached them, her robes dragging across the ground. Ignoring the others, she leaned down to face Xenophon, speaking with gritted teeth. "The Grand Carsist invites your presence." Silence followed. Jiang hesitated. Well, we're more— not you, only it come." Eva cut in sharply. Straightening, she limped off in the direction of the central tent. Xenophon rose and followed her, entering the tent alone. Inside, the tent was filled with candles, their soft glow casting flickering shadows across the space. It was substantially larger than Eva's, decorated with worn tapestries and trinkets of whitened bone. The air was thick with incense smoke, obscuring Xenophon's camera. Eva bowed. "The Grand Carsist Ion." A young woman lounged in front of a small fire, patting the ground beside her. She spoke in crisp Jin Chinese. "Hello. Sit." Xenophon complied. The girl appeared young, no older than her early 20s, with pale skin and dark hair tied back with an ornate white pin. Her eyes appraised Xenophon intently. "Hello," Xenophon greeted. She did not respond. They sat in silence for some time watching the fire. "Are you alive?" Ion finally asked. "No. I am a computer program in a synthetic mobile shell. A machine, essentially." "But you think?" "I understand and internalize new information. I can form complex thoughts." Ion nodded. "Do you have a name?" "My designation is Xenophon." "Xenophon. Xenophon." She enunciated the word several times, testing its sound. "What does it mean?" "It is the name of an ancient Greek general and historian." My name is Ion, the Grand Karcist Ion. My title, you've heard of me. I have heard stories about you." An amused smile danced across her face. "And what do these stories say?" "Stories of you at the head of a vast slave empire spanning a continent. Stories of a witch king rising from the chains of slavery and eating the very gods. Stories of bloody conquest and sacrifice. Then you know more about me than I do." Xenophon tilted its head slightly. "What do you mean?" Ion shook her head, staring into the fire, a number of bones baked in the low flames. "My memories are broken, fractured, flashes of cities burning, torrents of blood in the waterways, a lumbering giant, an army that blotted out the sun, images with no thread binding them. When do your memories come together?" "Years ago, waking up in this very tent, people surrounding me, a people expecting a leader." "How long ago was that?" 116 years ago, Eva answered from the shadows. Xenophon regarded Ion. "Your people, the Nalka." Ion looked at Xenophon with confusion. "No, Nalka means community people, largeness. My people are the Sarkic. That is the only name I have ever known us by." "Sarkic? Those who walk. Walk where?" Ion shifted the coals of the fire, watching the smoke dance. "I don't know. There is too much I don't know, that my people don't know. And so we cling to what faded rituals I can remember. You remember the art of flesh crafting, scraps, little tricks, and even these exhaust me." "You are very young." Ion smiled sadly. "I do not age. I am frozen in place. I have watched my people go from wandering the steppe to this, corralled in the pen this country gives us, wasting away. We numbered in the thousands once, and now we hide in our camps, praying in the cover of darkness. We receded during the wars. You are the first outsider to witness our practices in decades. That is unfortunate, but not unpredictable. I am blind to my past, but I see the future, written in the bones. My people, wasting away to nothing." She shifted the bones in the fire again, the embers flaring softly. Xenophon regarded her carefully. "I expected you to be offended by my existence. Why?" "My knowledge of your people's spiritual beliefs suggests you reject technology." She shook her head. "Simplistic, reductive. We reject that which robs us of our humanity. We are not blind. We choose to live this way. It brings us closer to our humanity, to each other." "But I am not human." For the first time, Ion turned to truly inspect Xenophon's shell. She ran a finger experimentally across the carbon fiber, as if testing whether it would bend or break. "No, you are something else. It fascinates me." Following this, Xenophon and Liaison Jiang were asked to report to O5-2 and Director Hussein via satellite uplink. December 2041, the virtual reality environment coalesced, revealing a stark, utilitarian office. Xenophon and Jiang stood before a desk, facing Hussein's avatar, which was seated in a chair. Behind the desk, O5-2's wheelchair was positioned near the large windows that framed a roiling blue-grey sea, a storm raging beyond. They were calling into protected Site 7. "Xenophon Jiang, I hope you'll forgive the suddenness," O5-2 said. "Director Hussein is calling in from, well, it doesn't really matter. You have updates for me?" "Yes," Xenophon replied. "I have forwarded recording packets from my discussions with the Grand Karcist Ion." O5-2 nodded. "We've already reviewed them. This is an interesting development." Hussein raised a hand dismissively. "A fascinating one, but not a surprising one. All due respect, Director, you don't think finding the Grand Karcist Ion is surprising?" Jiang asked. "I think we found someone claiming to be the Grand Karcist Ion," Hussein said. Without any evidence, we really have no reason to believe she's telling the truth. Her conveniently absent memory means we can't question her either. And her longevity? The carnomancy? The ritual? Jiang countered. This is exactly what the Deva claimed the Nalka were capable of. And we already knew the Sarkic tribe had some level of anomalous capabilities, Hussein responded. Turning to 05-2, he added, Honestly, I believe this is just more support for my theory, Overseer. 05-2 studied him for a moment. How do you figure that? Clearly, this is a small tribe with an independent cultural identity, Hussein explained. They don't consider themselves Nalka. They don't even have a conception of the idea of the Nalka, because the Confederation of Tribes dissolved after the war. This is just one tribe that managed to persist into the modern-day impressive, but unless they can tell us anything further, historiographically useless. 05-2 nodded, falling silent for a moment before looking up. Xenophon? Overseer, Xenophon acknowledged. Your analysis of the Sarkic? The genetic memory is an interesting phenomenon, Xenophon said. Regular consumption of human flesh would explain their higher-than-average rate of physical deformities, but it would also cause prion diseases that would devastate their population. There is no evidence of that at the moment. They appear to be unaware of their history. Ion's recollection does not extend past the modern era, and members are more concerned with their immediate daily lives than with their historical legacy. Their religious practices bear superficial resemblance to the Nalka, as recorded by the Mechanites and the Deva, but there doesn't appear to be a direct link between them. So, you agree with Director Hussein, 05-2 asked, that this is a dead end? No, Xenophon replied. There are still several outstanding questions I would like to engage the Grand Karsist on, with your permission. Such as? 05-2 prompted. The specific nature and scope of her memories, the extent of her remaining carnomantic ability, and the religious significance of the Sarkic tribal territory. 05-2 frowned. What do you mean? Everything about the Sarkic suggests a nomadic people, Xenophon explained. Small, simple shelters that are easy to take apart and reassemble. No large-scale agricultural practices or permanent structures. A particular focus on hunting and using all elements of hunted prey. It does not make sense for them to remain static to this location. The Chinese government has had them more or less restricted to the territory for the past few decades, Hussein pointed out. Before that, Xenophon continued, all of our historical data indicate they have been rooted to this plane for at least 2 centuries, if not more. This ground holds some religious significance for them that they have not disclosed. Lightning struck outside, the sea churning violently as waves battered the oil rigs making up Site 7. Inside, the office remained silent for a minute as 05-2 considered the implications. So they're hiding something from us, 05-2 concluded. Okay, find out what, but don't ruffle any feathers. The Chinese are already unhappy with us. I don't want an international incident. Jiang hesitated before speaking. There's always the other possibility. Xenophon, 05-2, and Hussein turned their attention to him. He returned their gazes, somewhat surprised at their scrutiny. They just don't remember why they're there, Jiang said. The connection terminated. Over the following week, Grand Karsist Ion gradually relaxed some of Karsist Eva's restrictions on interaction with the Sarkic people. She allowed Liaison Jiang's researchers to conduct limited direct interviews with members of the tribe regarding daily life, religious beliefs, and historical awareness. However, she herself insisted on meeting only with Xenophon throughout the week. December 2041, Xenophon approached the entrance to the encampment's central tent and stepped inside. The Grand Karsist knelt by the fire, while Eva sat on a cot near the entrance. "Hello, Grand Karsist, Karsist Eva," Xenophon greeted. Eva did not acknowledge the greeting. "Xenophon," Ion said. "I didn't mean to interrupt," Xenophon added. "Sit," Ion instructed. Xenophon sat by the fire, observing the several bones nestled inside the flames. "You are reading the bones," he noted. "Yes, all I can do. All I know how to do," Ion replied. "You believe you can divine the future from them?" Xenophon asked. "The future is not a static thing. It shifts with our actions, with the winds. But the bones tell me which way the wind is blowing," Ion explained. "And the flesh?" Xenophon pressed. The flesh is malleable. It shifts. It is shifted by circumstance and experience. Eventually, it rots and dies. And then you consume it, Xenophon stated. Your researchers are disgusted by this practice, Ion remarked. Most cultures have a strong taboo against cannibalism, Xenophon acknowledged. But you are not disgusted, Ion observed. I'm not disgusted by anything, though I would like to know why. Why we eat our dead, Ion clarified. Yes. Among the few rituals I can remember clearly, it is a cornerstone of our beliefs. The body is where the humanity resides, where the soul is contained, Ion explained. Many cultures have a similar belief, but they don't eat their dead, Xenophon pointed out. What do they do? Ion asked. Bury them, burn them, cast them into the sea. Bury them, to trap the soul in the ground forever. Burn them, to turn their life of experiences and memories to ash. Cast them into the sea so they can lay at the bottom of the ocean for eternity? Ion questioned, shaking her head. We eat them, and this way their experiences stay with us. We remember them. We carry them with us, always. Do all of you absorb the memories of the dead you consume? Xenophon asked. Some more than others. Most only get vague impressions, bare feelings, Ion admitted. But not all, Xenophon inferred. Every now and again a child is born with a particular skill for the art. I take them, I train them. Your Karsists, Xenophon said. It is a title to aspire to. Eva was a prodigy, even as a girl. She is also the only child born with the skill in decades. She is not perfect, but she is my legacy, Ion stated. So the flesh offers you the past. What do the bones offer you? Xenophon asked, gesturing at the bones baking in the fire pit. The future. Flesh rots. Bones remain. Something transitory, partly alive, partly dead. There is truth in bone, Ion responded. What do you see now? Xenophon inquired. The same thing I have seen for years now. My people dwindling to nothing. Eventually, we will die. We will rot away, flesh sloughing off bone, bone disintegrating into dust, dust fertilizing the ground. One day, this will all be farmland, Ion said. This is unavoidable? Xenophon asked. Ion shrugged. If nothing changes. The foundation I represent has substantial resources. We could relocate you, Xenophon offered. We do not want help. We do not want to be relocated. If this is what is meant to be, then so be it, Ion replied. You are very attached to this place, Xenophon observed. All people are protective of their places, Ion stated. Why? Xenophon asked. It is one's home, if you can understand the idea. I understand what a home is. I do not understand why people feel strongly enough to kill and die for it, Xenophon admitted. Where is your home? Ion asked. I suppose I don't have one, Xenophon replied. Then you don't understand it, Ion said. She shifted the bones, and they crackled in the fire. It is not your fault. We are how we are made, she added. Why here? Xenophon questioned. Why not? You said the Sarkic were wanderers once. Why do you bind yourself so strongly to this land, then? Xenophon pressed. Ion fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Once, just after I awoke, the bones spoke. Grand Karsist, Eva interjected, and they told me to seek out this place. They told me more, but I was too young to understand them. And so I sought out this place, and I have waited for them to speak to me again, to tell me what to do, how to lead. Ion finished. Xenophon looked around, his gaze settling on the surroundings before turning to Ion. What's special about here? He asked. Suddenly, Ion rose to her feet. Come with me, she said. Without another word, she strode out of the tent. Xenophon and Eva hurriedly followed. Several of the Sarkic and researchers turned to watch them as they exited, stopping in front of a large stele at the center of the encampment. The rough obelisk, 3 meters high, bore intricate engravings on one face. It means something, Ion said, her voice quiet yet certain. I don't know what, but something. You haven't read it? Xenophon asked. We speak the old tongue. We cannot write it anymore. Xenophon met her gaze. We can. Ion and Eva both turned to face him. What did you say? Ion asked, her tone edged with curiosity. The Foundation has had a limited vocabulary working model of the Nulkan language for several years, Xenophon explained, using knowledge accumulated from previous projects. Ion's eyes remained on him. What does it say? A moment, Xenophon stepped closer. inspecting the writing on the steel for several minutes. He gently grazed his hand against the rock as he examined the engravings. Finally he spoke. "I can only translate portions of this, but it is a gravestone for an individual by the name of Nadoq." Eva looked at Ion, her brow furrowed. "Nadoq," Ion murmured. "Nadoq, Nadoq." She shook her head. "Familiar, the word is familiar to my tongue, but I don't know what it means." Xenophon glanced back at the stele. "It appears to be a grave. Presumably the body is buried underneath. We could attempt to unearth it." Eva stepped forward, her voice firm. "A desecration. We cannot allow this." Ion remained silent, staring at the stele while Xenophon and Eva stared at her in turn. "Would it be destructive?" Ion finally asked. "It would be loud," Xenophon admitted. "But we can minimize damage to the camp." Eva's voice grew sharper. "You cannot invite outsiders in to tear up our home, Ion, to take what little we have left." Xenophon turned to her. "We will not do anything without your permission, Grand Carsist." Ion stared at the stele for a long moment before speaking. "I will permit you 2 days. If you find nothing, you leave the land as you found it." Eva hissed. "What are you—" "Eva," Ion interrupted. Eva fell silent, then turned and set off toward another part of the camp. Ion exhaled slowly, pressing her hand against the rough carved stone. "I have seen this stele every day of my life. People are born, they live, they die, but this remains." Xenophon hesitated before speaking. "Grand Carsist, yes? Logically, there is no reason for you to trust us. It would be in your favor to deny my request. Why are you doing this?" Ion considered his words, then looked up at him with a soft smile. "Would you wish me to deny you?" "No," Xenophon admitted. "I just want to understand why you trust us." Ion was silent for a moment, then answered with quiet certainty. "I do not know." As night fell over the camp, the decision had been made. The air was thick with tension. Some viewed the excavation as an opportunity for discovery, while others saw it as a dangerous trespass into the unknown. Ion's consent was unexpected, and Eva's disapproval was palpable, but neither moved to revoke the order. For the first time in memory, the earth beneath the stele was to be disturbed, its secrets pulled into the light. 2 of the Foundation helts were immediately refitted with digging equipment and driven into the camp, focusing on excavating several square meters of dirt around the stele. Sonar equipment did not indicate the presence of a casket or coffin, but did reveal that the stele extended several meters into the ground. Further excavation confirmed this. The first 24 hours yielded little of value. December 2041, outside the boundaries of the camp, where the loud sounds of heavy machinery echoed in the distance. Liaison Jiang regarded the scene with evident amazement. "I have to say, this is fairly incredible stuff," she remarked. "How so?" Xenophon asked. Jiang shook her head slightly. "I've been working this gig for years. Never made any real headway. You come here and in days, you have them agreeing to let us excavate the camp. I was not attempting to persuade them," Xenophon replied. "I simply wanted to present the options." "Sure. Still, it's bizarre. I was fully expecting us to get thrown out with your, well, you know. You're lucky Eva got overruled. Before she could finish, researcher Gongsun arrived, sweating. "Sir, the excavators have found something. The Carsists are waiting for you." Xenophon and Jiang exchanged a glance before following Gongsun toward the center of the camp. As they moved, perturbed stares from the various Sarkic peoples followed them. The central clearing had been roped off, ladders descending into a wide pit where the helts had ceased drilling. "Down there, sir," Gongsun indicated. Jiang peered down. "You can't crane it out?" "Not exactly." Descending the ladders, they entered the pit. Inside, small sections had been roped off, marking artifacts and bones half embedded in the dirt with flags. Much more of the stele had been revealed, though any writing on its surface had been rubbed away. Near its base, Ion and Eva stood, staring at something on the ground. Jiang stepped closer, eyes narrowing. "Carsists, what have we owe?" As they rounded the corner, the object of their attention became clear, a roughly carved staircase at the base of the stele, descending underground into total darkness, narrow enough for only a single person to descend at a time. The first few steps disappeared into the void beyond. A small crowd had gathered, consisting of researchers and Sarkic peoples alike. "Your people have found something, Xenophon," Ion said. I see. Do you recognize it? Xenophon asked. Ion hesitated. No, but I feel I should. Reaching a hand out, she faltered. Eva moved forward, eyes fixed on the stairs. We have no way of knowing how deep that goes, Karsist, Jiang interjected. I have to insist you let us survey it before, so you can take everything of value to us before we can protest. Eva shot back. We're not going to do that. We just want to make sure it doesn't collapse. Xenophon looked at Ion, who shook her head. Let them go, Liaison Jiang. Jiang opened her mouth to object but stopped. But it is their risk to take. Ion nodded, stepping forward and descending into the staircase with Eva. She motioned for them to follow, and Xenophon and Jiang entered the darkness after them. The staircase spiraled downward, the rough-hewn stone walls enclosing them. We need to go back up and get a flashlight or something, Jiang muttered. Without a word, Xenophon activated its floodlights, bathing the staircase in a yellowish glow. Jiang blinked. Oh, neat. Any chance you can tell how deep we are? We have descended 23 meters from the surface, Xenophon replied. They pressed on. The deeper they went, the cleaner and less eroded the staircase became. Eventually, it terminated at a featureless stone door. Ion stepped forward, gently pushing it open. As they stepped through, her breath hitched. Ah, Ion murmured. Before them stretched a vast subterranean cavern. Stalactites dotted the high ceiling, and rows upon rows of bookshelves, carved directly from the stone, radiated outward from a central point. Hundreds of shelves stood in eerie silence, bathed in the faint red glow of bioluminescent lichen clinging to the walls. Jiang exhaled sharply. Holy shit, I don't believe it. Do you think this is it? Xenophon moved deeper into the cavern, inspecting the shelves. No, this is not Black Adytum. This is not a population center at all. This is a library. Whose library? Jiang asked, her voice hushed. Nadoq, Ion said, stepping toward one of the shelves. She reached out, lifting a roughly bound book formed of tanned hide. Though some were molding, most remained in stellar condition. The cubbyholes lining the shelves held more than books, neatly arranged piles of bones, each carefully carved with intricate symbols and scripts. Ion turned one over in her hands, tracing the delicate script with a thoughtful expression. I thought you said you didn't recognize the name, Jiang said. I didn't, and now I do, Ion replied. What do you remember? Xenophon asked. It is hard, Ion admitted. An embrace from a figure with 10 arms. A whisper. I made a promise here, many, many years ago. What kind of promise? Xenophon pressed. I don't remember, Ion said. They continued toward the center of the cavern. I have been here before. I can smell it. Nadoq, Nadoq, Ion murmured. Jiang's eyes widened as he took in their surroundings. There must be thousands of books here. God knows how many oracle bones. Jesus. This is a sacred place, Eva warned. They must not be disturbed. Jiang nodded, pulling his hand away. The group reached the center, where no bookshelves stood, only a large stone sarcophagus. A small fire burned at its foot, casting flickering shadows on the engraved words carved around the perimeter of the lid. Read, Ion instructed. Xenophon stepped closer, its voice steady as it recited the inscription. The bones of the first Clavigar, Nadoq, keeper of secrets, thief of knowledge, last of the Nalka, first of the Sarkic. Nadoq, Ion whispered, her breath shaky. Then, more firmly, open it. Jiang hesitated. Grand Karsist, if we open it now, we could damage the remains. They could get exposed to air, crumble to dust. Open it, please, Ion insisted. Xenophon nodded and positioned itself at the base. It wedged its fingers beneath the heavy lid, carefully sliding it away and setting it gently on the floor. Eva peered inside. Nadoq, Nadoq, Ion murmured, her lips curling into a smile. My friend. Inside the sarcophagus lay the remarkably well-preserved corpse of a man, approximately 7 feet in height. From his back and torso spiraled 10 sets of arms, folded solemnly over his ribcage. The center of his face bore 10 closed eyes. Ah, Eva breathed. This is the find of a lifetime, Jiang said in awe. We need to secure and preserve this, like, now. Before anyone could react, Ion reached down, drawing a bone-carved knife from her robes. With a rustle, the fabric fell to the floor as she clambered into the massive sarcophagus straddling the body. "Grand Karcist," Eva gasped. Ion did not react. Her movements were deliberate as she dragged the knife through the corpse's ribcage, slicing it open. The ribcage cracked and splintered as she forced it apart with single-minded focus. "What the fuck is—" Jiang started, but his words faltered. Ion plunged her hand into the exposed abdomen, rooting around until she extracted a bloody heart. As they watched in stunned silence, the heart gave a single, slow beat. "There's no way that thing is alive," Jiang whispered. "Grand Karcist, what are you doing?" Xenophon asked, its voice edged with something almost like uncertainty. Dazed, Ion answered, "The truth is in the flesh." Then, without hesitation, she bit into the heart. Blood sprayed onto her face, gushing down her chin and chest as she devoured it in a frenzied hunger. And then, suddenly, she stilled. "Nadoq, Nadoq," she murmured again. Then she smiled. "Hello, old friend." Without another word, she fell forward, directly into the corpse's open chest cavity, and disappeared completely inside. The others stood in stunned silence. "Where the fuck did she just go?" Jiang demanded. "Ion!" Eva cried out, hastily dropping her crutch as she clambered into the sarcophagus after her. Jiang stammered. What are we supposed to—" "Follow them," Xenophon said simply. It stepped into the sarcophagus, peering into the inky red void within the corpse's chest cavity. Slowly, it moved 1 foot inside, and its form vanished into the darkness. Another step, and the rest of its body dropped through. Jiang, swallowing hard, followed suit. For 13 seconds, Xenophon's cameras recorded nothing but flat redness. Then, abruptly, they regained functionality. Xenophon now stood in what appeared to be a workshop. The floor was made of smooth brick, layered with dozens of overlapping rugs. Rather than walls, the space was upheld by towering pillars, through which a vast cityscape could be seen, peaked and terraced roofs of countless stone temples and towers, aqueducts weaving between them, the hum of life echoing from beyond. Inside the workshop, papyrus scrolls and stacks of inscribed bones lay scattered among intricate scale models of constructions, mechanisms and buildings. A massive chalkboard dominated the center of the room. Before it stood Nadoq, no longer a corpse, but a towering, living figure, each of his 10 hands holding a piece of chalk, contemplating the scrawlings before him. Nadoq laughed, a rough, grating noise that echoed through the chamber. "A moment, child." As he turned to face them, 10 eyes widened in shock. A single bony finger rose, pointing at Ion as he stumbled backward, colliding with the chalkboard and sending it crashing to the floor. The impact shattered a model of something, but he did not react. His gaze remained fixed on Ion, wide-eyed and unblinking. His voice, shaky and aged, wavered as he alternated between leaning forward to scrutinize Ion and rearing back from her. "You are not part of this memory. No, it cannot be you. You are different, long-haired and lean, but no. I see your eyes, those grey eyes." "It is me," Ion confirmed. "It is. Curse it all, it is. I had forgotten you." Nadoq eased himself onto a stack of books, raising one pair of hands to rest his face in them. "I prayed to whatever God would still take me that you would." Ion blinked, surprised. "What? You do not remember, do you?" "My mind is lost to me, old friend. Hazy fragments. I have forgotten who I am, who we are, who we were." "Good," Nadoq murmured. "Let it be lost. Let the fires eat this place up. Let there be nothing but ashes left." "What are you talking about?" "Where are we?" Ion asked, turning toward the balcony. As if drawn forward by an unseen force, she stepped closer, not entirely of her own will. Beyond the railing stretched a fantastic vista, an ancient cityscape, bustling with life. Figures clad in hide robes, sarkites, moved through the boulevards and streets, gathered in temples, and spoke in hushed tones on rooftop gardens. Below, the market buzzed with activity, a cacophony of shouted offers and the cries of animals rising into the workshop. An amber sun hung low in the sky, bathing the city in hues of orange and gold. Guttural singing and chanting drifted through the warm air. Ion's breath hitched. "Wait, I remember this. This is Adytum. Yes, this is my city." Abruptly, Nadoq leapt to his feet. "No. You must not see this place. This is a memory in a memory. This is best left in the past where it belongs. With a wave of 2 hands, the scene vanished. In an instant, they were no longer in the workshop but back in the Sarkic encampment. Night had fallen. Nadoq, Ion's voice was sharp. I needed to see that. The memories were returning. I could feel them. I know, Nadoq said solemnly. My hope was to free you from your past, my friend, to allow our people a clean beginning. This was my gift to you, an open future. So, what? Ion's voice hardened. You robbed me of my past. To those who know how to wield the alchemy of the old masters, nothing is impossible. Your attempt was imperfect. I have never claimed to be a master, only an eternal student. Nadoq studied her carefully. What do you remember? Ion hesitated before speaking. You, now, next to me in the dirt under an amber sky, wearing tattered rags, Slavemaster's whip cutting lashes across our backs, our blood mixing in the dirt. There were so many of us, building their city for them, brick by brick. We were the slaves of the Deva, Nadoq said quietly. But that was 10 lifetimes ago. There were 5 of us in that quarry, vines wrapping around our ankles, chaining us together, slamming a pick into the stone, over and over until the calluses on my hands burst and bled. You were there, but different. Nadoq lifted his face from his hands, a weak smile forming. I learned the language of the old masters, stole their knowledge from them, devoured pilfered parchments in the slave quarters by faint moonlight. When the drivers found out, they dragged you out of your bed, roused the rest of us and made us watch while they pinned you to the ground and pressed a hot iron against your eyes. Nadoq exhaled deeply. Who was there in the quarry? Me, you, blind, and I don't know. I feel I should know them, but they're faint shapes, silhouettes, working with me when my pick struck something soft and the ground began to bleed. Nadoq's voice dropped to a whisper. The old beast, the mangled god. Ion's breath trembled. The devourer, Yaldabaoth. No. Nadoq shook his head slowly. Not yet. Not then. Ion whispered, his voice heavy with reverence and longing. He was whispering to me. I could hear him, begging for release, for aid. Whispered promises of power and of control, if only we would free him. The power to make the old masters serve us. The power to make myself undying. Nadoq's gaze was unwavering as he responded, his voice firm. You would have. I heard it in your voice, seduced by the power, until I wrapped my fingers around your arm. Do you remember what I said, Ion? What you did? No gods, no masters, Ion murmured, the memory washing over him. I remember now. I knelt. I took my knife, cut warm flesh off bone, and bit into it, blood spilling from my lips while the old beast moaned. Nadoq's voice was quiet but insistent. How did it taste? Ion closed his eyes. Divine. Silence settled between them. Then Ion spoke again, his voice almost a whisper. You live again? Nadoq shook his head. Look around. This is not life. Xenophon observed their surroundings, his mechanical gaze scanning the unfamiliar landscape. This is not the encampment. On closer inspection, the Sarkites' clothing appeared different, more traditional hides and robes, replacing the modern adaptations. The tents lacked the usual plastic tarps, and the stele was nowhere to be seen. The Sarkites themselves bore more excessive deformations. In the distance, to the south, a dim glow of fires flickered on the horizon. Ion turned to Nadoq, realization dawning. This is a memory. Your memory? Nadoq's expression darkened. The memory I am trapped in, the moment we walked away from Black Adytum, Sa'arn, Urok, myself, Lovjatar. You, wrapped in my arms. Ion's breath hitched. What? Nadoq strode to the edge of the encampment, where the Sarkites were hurriedly packing their wagons, feeding their horses, preparing to flee under the cover of darkness. None of them registered the presence of the onlookers as they passed toward the cliffside. The city was destroyed by the traitor, Nadoq continued. We ran in the night, collecting who we could. They reached the cliffside. Standing atop it, Xenophon could see the source of the fire, a great walled city with terraced stone temples and high aqueducts. Bonfires, as large as buildings, burned within, sending thick black smoke spiraling into the air. A vast black horde had encircled the walls, but from this distance, further details were obscured. Xenophon spoke softly, as if uttering a forbidden truth. Sarkites, those who walk. You were walking away from Black Adytum. Ion reached forward hesitantly, her hand brushing against Nadoq's robes. Her small fingers barely reached his waist. I need to know what we were, who I was. Tell me what happened to us, please. Nadoq shook his head, his voice cracking. I cannot, little thing. Ion's desperation seeped into her words. You were my keeper of knowledge. How can you not? Our people have been betrayed once already. It nearly destroyed us. Forget this place, forget your past, find a future and live for it. Ion's voice trembled. We are lost, friend, a dying people, robbed of past, present, and future. We need to know who we were. Please, Nadoq. Nadoq's expression was unreadable. Then, walk. Walk the path of the bone as we walked. Ion whispered, as if testing the words. The path. Our footsteps, our history, Nadoq affirmed. See where your loyal clavigars fell and died while running from the destruction of our beloved Adytum. Lay eyes upon your sins and errors. We never wanted this, Ion. We wanted to be buried in the city of our birth. He raised one of his hands, pointing toward the fires in the distance. From their vantage point, the city was little more than a dull orange glow. Several Sarkites stared in rapt horror. A handful sobbed. Ion whispered almost to herself. Black Adytum. This cannot have been my fault, it cannot. Nadoq's voice was solemn. Unearth the shallow graves, collect our bones, take us to the city we built, and bury us there. Only then will you know yourself, and only when you know yourself can I forgive you. Ion barely found her voice. Where do I go? Nadoq's gaze softened. Look inward, Ion. The memories are still there. For all my knowledge, I was never perfect. He smiled sadly, kneeling down from his towering height. His 10 hands reached forward, wrapping Ion in a tight embrace. I hope to meet you again one day, he murmured. Ion clung to him. No, no, please, don't leave me. Please, don't leave me again. But already the skin on Nadoq's arms had begun to slough away, revealing rotting muscle beneath. The entire scene decomposed, falling apart into decay. Xenophon's cameras failed. When they reactivated, all 4 of them stood outside the sarcophagus. Inside, only blackened, charred bones remained. Silence reigned as Ion stared at the remains, wordless. Xenophon hesitated before speaking. Grand Karsist? The Grand Karsist collapsed to the floor. In the days that followed, the weight of Nadoq's words lingered in the air. Ion spoke little, her silence heavier than any decree. The past had been unearthed, but the path forward remained uncertain. Yet something had shifted, an ember of memory rekindled within her. The path of the bone was no longer just a name, it was a call to action, a reckoning with history long buried. This is illuminating. I had no idea there was such a schism at play here, I interrupted. The traitor. Any idea who that could be referring to? I asked. I feel it should bring something up in my memory, Xenophon said, but it doesn't. Welcome to the world for the rest of us, I replied. Anyway, I have a pretty good guess, I added. Yes? Xenophon prompted. A mysterious figure that destroyed the capital of this sprawling empire, I said. It sounds pretty familiar. Chapter 2. The Reliquary of Sa'arn. All evil lives in the space between slaver and slave, king and commoner, God and creation. Evil can only be destroyed when this space is turned to nothing, when the whip is broken and the crown is shattered and the god is brought low, when all are as one. The 4th truth of Ion. Over the following weeks, Xenophon resumed. Many of the texts from the Archive of Nadoq were digitized and uploaded to Foundation databases for translation. Progress was slowed by the sheer quantity of texts, which numbered in the thousands. However, Grand Karsist Ion displayed a newfound recollection of the fundamentals of the Nulkan language. It is a pictographic writing system bearing a strong resemblance to Shang-era Oracle bone script, with linguistic roots in Davite. The modern pidgin spoken by the Sarkics is a highly simplified dialect with equal influence from Jin Chinese and Mongolian, making it almost unrecognizable as the same language. The texts were arranged roughly chronologically, and translation efforts prioritized the more recent, less damaged texts. It reads, "In the midst of the destruction of Adytum, the Clavigars gathered their few possessions, for they had given up everything in service of the Witch King. Sa'arn slipped his blades away from the armory, silent while the war drums pounded through the city. Urok claimed her armor from the garrison, allowing no one to halt her. Lovjatar drifted into the catacombs under the temple to take the seed they treasured more than anything else. And then they went into the streets, loud with the shouting of armies and the clashing of metal, to gather their most loyal followers and whisper they must leave. And when it was all complete, they massed in the oldest tunnel in Adytum, for it had let the first Nulka into the city, and now it would lead the last Nulka out. The Clavigars were confused, for where they had brought only the simplest possessions, Nadoq stood with 10 books clasped in each hand. "You will slow our escape," Sa'arn hissed. "We will be killed like all the other believers." The others agreed, but Nadoq raised a hand. "We will escape, we will be free, but our children and our children's children and their children too must know who we were. For if we lose sight of who we are, what we have escaped, we are no one at all." And the other Clavigars agreed, for they did not want their story to be lost. And so they took Nadoq's texts, and in the dead of night, while their city rocked back and forth in throes, the Clavigars escaped the destruction of Adytum. Final chapter of the record of Ion. December 2041, Xenophon approached the Grand Karcist from behind. She was seated cross-legged on a small hill overlooking the Sarkic encampment below. The camp was in the process of being broken down. Smaller tents were disassembled and packed into horse-drawn wagons while the largest structures remained standing. Foundation security personnel moved through the area, overseeing the operation. "Grand Karcist," Xenophon said. She turned to look at him, smiling. "Xenophon," she greeted. "Xenophon, sit." It approached, settling beside her. Her robes were spread across the grass, and in her hands, she cradled a small bird. The sounds of labor carried over from the camp. "Your bird appears to be injured," Xenophon observed. "He is no more mine than this grass is," she replied. "But yes, her wing is bent. The camp has nearly been disassembled," Xenophon noted. "Yes," she said simply. "Karcist Ieva is displeased. Karcist Ieva will live. My superiors have also ordered me to ask you whether you are certain this is the best course of action." "It is the only course of action," she answered. "We have offered to take you and a small party to the location given to you by Nadoq," Xenophon pressed. "It would be substantially simpler and faster than this." "I have lived this way for 100 years, she said. "I have a shortage of answers, not of time. You also risk disturbing your people," Xenophon pointed out. The Grand Karcist remained silent for a moment before speaking again. "What are your thoughts on prayer?" she asked. "A spiritual exercise practiced in some form or another for all of known human existence," Xenophon replied. "That is a definition. What does it mean to pray?" "To honor or make a request of a higher deity," Xenophon said. The bird in her hands thrashed slightly. She clucked her tongue. "A definition again," she murmured. "A prayer is given meaning by the one praying. All our prayers come from my memory. The meanings are half remembered. There is a boy in my flock Ekla, Karea's son. I asked him what he thought the prayer meant. He brightly told me that they were asking me for good fortune. He thought I was their god." "Children struggle to understand complex ideas," Xenophon said. "He has only seen you leading the tribe his whole life." "But it is not just the children," she mused. "At times I had no idea what I was preaching." "Had?" Xenophon prompted. "When I awoke after speaking with Nadoq, I could understand the old words," she admitted. "Since I have been thinking of the prayers again. Things are muddy still, but the earliest sermons I can remember clearly now." "What do they say?" Xenophon asked. "That gods are unreliable, that to pray to a being is to make it your master, and that humanity must become the masters of ourselves if we wish to be free." "Interesting," Xenophon said, though he did not seem entirely convinced. "But I do not understand what bearing this has on the matter at hand." "Ekla asked me who our god was then, and I could not answer him," she said. "I have attempted for so long to keep our course steady, but it is time to admit that I have no more idea who we are and were than he does. We will walk the path and find out who we were, but I am not their master. We were nomads once. Together, we have chosen to be again." Are you prepared to accept the terms? Xenophon asked. Yes, she said. The Council will be in direct command of this mission, acting through me, Xenophon explained. We have negotiated the free passage of the Sarkic tribe through northern China and Mongolia. If we need to journey farther than that, we will have to reassess, do we? I cannot see where the path ends, she admitted. Nadoq only told me where to go next. You've indicated a location almost 150 kilometers away, Xenophon noted. Assuming an average daily distance of 10 kilometers, we can expect to arrive in 2 weeks. You are aware of the inherent risks in making such a journey on foot? We have horses, wagons, she said, but we will need some assistance. We can provide food, water, and medical assistance, Xenophon confirmed. But in exchange, you will be accompanied by a Foundation military escort, and any locations, objects, or persons of interest we encounter will be under Foundation custody. This is acceptable, she said. You are expected to maintain regular interviews with myself or an authorized Foundation psychiatrist, Xenophon continued. At any point, we may terminate this initiative. You are expected to comply. Yes, she agreed. Then we depart tomorrow morning, Xenophon said. He studied her for a moment. You are very cooperative, Grand Carsist. She did not respond. Instead, her hands tightened around the small bird, whispering softly. The sparrow chirped and flapped one wing in distress. The other was bloodied and mangled, likely injured by one of the farming drones flying low overhead. Ion traced a finger along the broken limb, and the blood congealed, reshaping itself around the bone into new flesh. She opened her hand, releasing the bird. It could not yet take to the air, but it managed to awkwardly glide away, wound healed. She smiled. No, she murmured. I am just desperate. Accompanied by a detachment from Mobile Task Force NU-7, the Black Adytum Initiative departed from the Sarkic tribal territory on December 23, 2041, including Foundation security and research personnel, as well as Sarkic tribesfolk. The final party totaled 187 people. As the initiative advances, Project Locust personnel continue to follow the suspected route of the Black Star entity through Central Asia. They are currently located in Xinjiang Province, China, where several archaeological sites indicate the passage of a large army. Unearthed artifacts include iron swords, visually consistent with descriptions of the three-prong army by researcher Pandora Galanis, missing in action. The current path is believed to continue southwest toward the Caspian Sea. Meanwhile, the Black Adytum Initiative Party has crossed 25 kilometers from the departure point. An embedded agent reports slight tension between Sarkic tribesfolk and security personnel. This is a predicted response. Intervention is unnecessary. Xenophon AI appears fully cooperative and is operating within expected margins. So, Project Locust is tracking where the three-prong army went after the Nalka. Interesting. I thought you had no knowledge of it. I interrupted, inquiring. I did not submit this document to the file, Xenophon said. Are you sure? I asked. The Black Adytum Initiative did not include members from Mobile Task Force Delta Zero, Xenophon stated. Actually, I've just scanned the task force directory. There is no Delta Zero listed. But this unit appears to have been surveilling us, he added. It looks like the Council didn't trust you as much as you thought, I remarked. The Black Adytum Initiative continued to make slow progress along the border of China, and Mongolia resumed Xenophon, traveling northeast at an average pace of 20 to 25 kilometers per day. As the Sarkites had considerable reservations about traveling at night, the party would make camp at sundown and set out again at sunrise. During these nights, Xenophon AI interviewed the Grand Carsist regarding her gradually clearing memories. A memory from Grand Carsist Ion, recorded and transcribed by Xenophon AI and senior researcher Mael Nadoq, was the first of my clavigars. Clavigars? Xenophon asked. There is no exact word for it. The ones who you share flesh and blood with, but not family. Those who you choose to share your flesh and blood with. Yes, Nadoq, I said. First of my clavigars when the war began. Not the war with the trees and the machines that was later. This was the war against the old masters, the hated Deva. Those who brought our fathers and us here from far away, aboard their great ships, to dig, to build their great city for them. There were thousands of us, far more than the masters, but they had the magic, and we had nothing but our bodies. No names, no power, until we found the mangled god, the old beast, Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth. What does that mean? Xenophon asked. The devourer. That part of my memory is blurred, unclear, shadows, but it was a god, and it spoke to me, and I supped on its flesh. I remember feeding my clavigars, giving them names and taking one of my own, and the bloodshed after. I adjusted the bones in the campfire. Nadoq was the wisest among us. He had stolen the knowledge of the old masters and been blinded for it. He had no talent for flesh crafting, and so I held him in my arms and gave him 10 eyes from which to read the truth of the world, and 10 arms from which to enact it. He opened his 10 eyes and told me that we could not be the ones to begin this struggle if we wanted our brothers and sisters by our sides. I had no want to see blood spilt, so I preached in the farthest corners of Adytum in birth, where the slave drivers' gazes did not penetrate. I preached to crowds of my fellow slaves, Nadoq, and my clavigars by my side. At first only a few, but when I healed the injuries the whips and beatings had left on them, the severed fingers and toes made them stronger than they had been before. The stories spread like fire through the camp. Nadoq told them my vision. No gods, no masters, we would be free. When the old masters heard of the scarred lay preacher, they clapped chains around my neck, dragging me to the highest hill in Adytum. They beat me with clubs for 3 days and 3 nights. They broke every bone in my body, bled me dry, and raised the executioner's axe. When he brought down the blade, and it bent around my bone, and I smiled and told him I would still preach, I saw the fear in his dog eyes. I knew then we would be free. Nadoq was invaluable in the uprising. He listened to the slave masters, and he knew where they had stored their grain, their weapons, their war beasts. Their storehouses were burned, their weapons seized, their beasts slaughtered. I sat in my tent, burning the bones, seeing the future become more and more clear. He knew how to halt the hated priestess's magic, to still the marching trees that slaughtered our Nalka. When the Deva pulled back into the core of Adytum and our furious masses surrounded the walls, he was next to me, translating my words into their language. We offered them peace, a future alongside us. I remember the priestess's words, spat with such disgust at Nadoq's feet. A slave will always be a slave, and we will always be your masters. Bow, that we might show you mercy. I did not bow, but I did not lower my hand. My Nalka buzzed, eager for vengeance, but I did not want blood to be shed, and so Nadoq turned to me. There are always those who will oppose a new world. There are always masters who will never give up their slaves. There will always be those who loathe the equality you bring. They have no place in our Adytum. And so I lowered my hand, and my clavigars rushed forth, army of slaves behind them. For 3 days and 3 nights, the canals of Adytum flowed with blood. I stripped and bathed in it. Let this blood wash away the sins of this city. Let this be the blood of the womb from which our new world is born, Adytum. Does the name Adytum mean anything? Xenophon asked. Adytum, Adytum, Ion smiled. Perfect city. Translation efforts from the Archive of Nadoq were ongoing, with digital copies of the translations transmitted to Xenophon AI, who elected to share them with Grand Carsist Ion in the interest of further clarifying her memories. Xenophon brought up one of them before me, which read, Lo, gaze upon me, you slight, you frail, gaze upon my form, skinned cheeks giving way to naked muscle, giving way to dripping blood, giving way to white bones. Gaze upon me, and know that the sacrifice I make is one in the name of my people, my subjects. You cry out for me to come back to you. You cry out for me to leave the tunnels and tombs and catacombs of this city and to return to the surface where you may see me. And I choose not the life of attending to this mausoleum. Fate has chosen it for me, and I am but fate's slave. We are all but fate's slave. But I return, bringing you revelations torn from the lips of gods. And you whisper, because there are no gods in Adytum. I have told you this. And you are right. No gods and no masters. There is only humanity in Adytum. Look around you, assembled masses. Look around you, ye faithful. Look and tell me what you see. Tell me if you see one among you who resembles an outsider, a common man, those not from our Nalka. one who has not been altered by our arts, given more eyes or arms or transformed into a being of power. Let him rise from his bow to me if he is present. He is not present. We have given up the humanity in our bodies for something greater. There are no crippled in this Adytum. There are no blind in this Adytum. We have given up our humanity, and we become greater and stronger for it. Many of you ask where the Adytum you were promised is, and the answer is that you withhold it from yourself. You give up your humanity to weave your flesh, and you cling to the humanity in your soul. Our humanity must be overcome. It is not that there are no gods in Adytum. It is that we are all gods. But divinity and humanity are as fire and ice, as peace and war. The war we find ourselves in now comes from those obsessed with their own humanity. Our enemies thirst to see us submitting to our own faults. We can do so no more. We must accept our divinity, and in doing so, relinquish our humanity. For it is weakness lies in this, our obsession with the wellness of our enemies. The Halkosts come back from the front wounded and dying, and we must raise them to fight again. Our humanity must be overcome, and this cannot be achieved by yourself. Your human self holds your divine self as its slave, and you must help me in letting you free yourself. For I have done it, I have overcome it, and achieved my fullest potential. I walk in the footsteps of gods now, and you must follow me. Humanity keeps you tethered to this infirmity, but I have learned how to cut these chains, as I learned to cut the chains held by the old masters. Obey me and take your divinity, as I have taken mine. The Truths of Ion. In the process of building a better understanding of Sarkic culture and identity, Xenophon AI and several researchers were permitted to converse with Sarkic volunteers regarding tribal identity. Initial volunteers were few, owing to many Sarkites' discomfort with Xenophon. During one such conversation, Xenophon asked, "What does being Sarkic mean to you?" Utla, a 42-year-old weaver, looked at Xenophon distrustfully for a moment, until Ion nodded at her from behind. After a brief hesitation, she answered, "Family. These people are my family, not just my husband or my sisters or my children, but all of them. We are the same souls that walked together 1,000 years ago, consumed and changed and reborn 10,000 times over. I held my son after he was born, and he suckled from my breast, and I felt the love pool in my heart because I knew I had held him like this in countless lifetimes. Even those that dislike me, they are my family. They were my friends, my lovers, my parents, my children once. I make them who they are, and they make me who I am." December 2041. Xenophon walked alongside Grand Karcist Ion's horse, while Liaison Zhang rode another. Karcist Eva sat in the back of a wagon several meters away. The party had taken the form of a wagon train stretching several hundred meters, with Foundation helts positioned at the front, rear, and interspersed throughout. Security personnel manned the machine gun emplacements, quietly observing the Sarkites between them. The procession moved along a dirt road, flanked by farmland, where low-flying agricultural drones sprayed water and pesticides on the crops. "This thing is uncomfortable," Jiang muttered, shifting awkwardly in his saddle. "She does not appreciate being told that from such an inexperienced rider," Ion remarked. Jiang stammered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It is fine," Ion said, cutting him off. Xenophon spoke up. "Liaison Zhang does raise a point, Grand Karcist. We would be making substantially better time were we to utilize Foundation electric cargo vehicles." "I am aware," Ion replied. Jiang hesitated before adding, "Not the best idea. We wouldn't want to frighten or alarm your people. I'm sure most of them aren't terribly familiar with—" "We have tractors, sir," Ion interrupted. "Right, of course." Jiang cleared his throat. "I'm gonna go check with Tao about the solar panels." Awkwardly nudging his horse, he guided it toward the back of the train. Ion watched him go, her expression unreadable. Xenophon studied her carefully. "Are you all right, Grand Karcist?" "No, I am angry," she admitted. "I assure you, Liaison Zhang had no intention to insult." She scratched the mane of her horse. "Not at him, at myself." Xenophon frowned. "I see. Why?" "You have read the translations your people are giving me?" "Yes," he confirmed. "They are disturbing," Ion said quietly. "I can imagine they would be. I cannot imagine myself speaking like this, saying these things, behaving like this to my people. Is it possible the translations are inaccurate? Xenophon asked. I thought they were, and I grew angry at your people for misleading me. I told your man, Isla, to give me the untranslated copies, and so I read them, and they are correct. The records say I said these things, did these things. Religious records are often distorted by time, Xenophon offered. Ion picked a bug out of the horse's mane and flicked it away. But I have the memories. I remember standing on the highest pulpit in Black Adytum, addressing an endless crowd of my people, the amber sky casting rays down on the Halkost, telling them they needed to bow to me as their god. What is that word, Halkost? Xenophon inquired. Army. Ah, assuming the memories are reliable, this would have occurred over 3,000 years ago. You can hardly be expected to answer for it now. There is no one left to answer for it but me, Ion said solemnly. The additional clavigars will have answers. Tersely, Ion responded, I do not understand why I would have done this, how I could have done this. Why? Xenophon asked. Ion turned to him, glowering. What? Apologies, I didn't mean to offend you, he said carefully. I was suggesting that interrogating why this offends you may be productive in determining how it happened. For several minutes, neither spoke. As they walked, a small child approached the side of Ion's horse, clutching his left hand in his right. He whispered something in the Sarkic pidgin. Ion smiled. Come, she said gently. Reaching down, she hoisted the child up by the shoulders, placing him on the horse's saddle in front of her. Upon closer inspection, the fingers on his right hand were gnarled and clubbed. She pried them open, revealing his left palm, which bore an ugly gash. She clucked in concern. Oh, poor little thing, she murmured. She gripped the boy's palm tightly, whispering over it. As she released it, the blood congealed, scabbing over with fresh, raw skin. The boy pulled his hand back and whispered something into her ear. It won't, little thing, she assured him. The boy still looked unsure. Ion sighed, rested a hand against his head, and whispered something else. Then she lowered him to the ground, and he ran off. Straightening in her saddle, her anger seemed to have dissipated. Xenophon observed her for a moment before asking, Who was that? Ion spoke, her voice steady. His name is Loik, Ha'ath's son. His mother died in labor. I'm sorry to hear that, Xenophon responded. Yes. What did he say? Xenophon inquired. He was asking for a blessing, to protect him from you. Xenophon stopped for a moment, glancing in the child's direction before resuming his stride. I see. You cannot be angry at him, Ion stated. I cannot be angry at all. He is a child. He is scared of things he does not understand. It is irrational, but natural. You think fear is natural? She asked. It is a natural instinct to avoid things you do not like or do not understand, overcome with time. What do you fear? Ion questioned. Nothing. Can you be killed? She pressed. This shell can be damaged to the point where my software is no longer recoverable. I can be destroyed, if not killed. Do you fear that? I would prefer it not occur, and will make efforts to avoid it where possible. What separates this from fear? She continued. Fear is an irrational instinct. My avoidance is deliberate, programmed behavior. Did you have any say in what behaviors you were given by your masters? Ion asked. No. So you are a subject to them, as I am to my fear. What difference is there? Xenophon responded. We must believe in free will. We have no choice. Ion raised an eyebrow. A strange answer. A quote from a writer. I refer to quotes when I am thinking. They wrote in silence. Xenophon broke it. You healed the boy very quickly. Names are important. Call him by his name, Ion corrected. Apologies. Loik. Ion explained. Consuming Nadoq's flesh has grown my abilities. I remember him watching as people came to me with all manner of brutal injuries, on the very foot of death, me laying a finger on their forehead and moulding their flesh into healing. The experience with Nadoq was striking, Xenophon remarked. I am surprised you witnessed it with us. Why? You are a machine, you have no mind, no soul, you should not have been able to, and yet. They continued, speeding up slightly until they neared the wagon ahead of them, where Karcist Yeva sat. Grand Karcist, you look troubled, Yeva observed. Yeva, do you remember Poth? Ion asked. Eva cocked her head. Loik's mother? Yes. When she grew ill after his birth, I could not save her. I wrapped poultices, you made her bruise, and we attended to her best we could. But she grew worse and worse. I remember. You told them that if she chose, he could take a horse and a wagon and drive her to the town. Ion turned to Xenophon. They have a doctor there. He is kind enough to come by during the beginning of the harvest season to offer treatment. I said they could leave and lodge there for as long as they needed to make sure she was healthy. Did they go? Xenophon asked. Through gasps, she told me that she chose this life, and she would choose this death. She passed that night, Eva said quietly. My condolences, Xenophon offered. It brought me to tears, her unwavering commitment to her home and people. But I read these sermons. I remember giving them, standing on that pulpit, demanding their fealty and obedience, and watching them bow to me. I have never tried to control my people, only to lead and counsel them. Anyone is free to leave if they wish, no one ever does. And now you fear that it is because of blind obedience to you and you alone, Xenophon stated. Yes, I am angry at myself, however long ago, that I could ever think to rule them. She paused before continuing. I do not know how to reconcile it. As long as I can remember, I have given sermons on how we are all our own masters. I have sought never to order them into anything, and now I learn that I demanded their worship, their blood, their obedience. It must be frustrating, Xenophon remarked. It is. Eva spoke softly. I know you. I know how much you care about them. I know you wouldn't have done it unless you thought it was the right thing to do. Ion remained silent before finally pulling her horse back. The sun is setting. Tell them to make camp. Eva nodded, shouting something behind her. The driver of the wagon called out ahead, and the chain continued as the train slowly circled on itself before stopping. Almost immediately, Sarkites exited the wagons and dismounted their horses, quickly moving to set up their tents and build their fires, greeting each other and talking. Ion slid off her horse, smiling. This is why we choose not to take advantage of what you give us, she said. Xenophon tilted his head. I am afraid I do not understand. We only have so many traditions left. We want to preserve them. Xenophon then shifted to another memory from Grand Karcist Ion, recorded and transcribed by IT and senior researcher Mael. The first things that surfaced in her mind were the early days. The early days of what? Xenophon asked. Adytum, she replied, when the old masters were routed and we began to settle into our new home. We knew it by heart. We were the ones to build it. A vast complex of temples, fairways, stone paths. But the catacombs too. Most of Adytum lay beneath our feet. Endless tunnels and crawlways and vaults. We ate our dead from the uprising, and we placed their bones in the catacombs as we set to work. We tore down the edifices of their dancing scarlet god. We made Adytum our home. With you at its head, Xenophon said. No, she corrected him. I was their shepherd, but I never wanted to be a king. I took refuge in one of the temples, offered my counsel. I let my clavigars take the task of building a city while I looked for the secrets of the gods. Nadoq did so with haste. He was well read. While we explored the city, he devoured the libraries the old masters left behind. While I was still getting settled, he had already selected the smartest of the slaves to serve as his administrators. He was state-building, Xenophon observed. Yes, she agreed. He read in the histories what anarchy wrought, but he had seen firsthand what the iron rule of the priestesses caused. He looked for something else, a way to enjoin us, making decisions together as a people. The Nalka, Xenophon stated. Yes, everybody a voice, a say in what we were to do. Success spread evenly, failures dispersed equally. If one disagreed, he was free to walk away. Just as you said, he told me, no gods, no masters. He relished the idea, and his administrators worked with striking efficiency. The Nalka spoke with one voice. Officials were selected, laws made. We trusted each other, totally. Our bond was baked in blood. And what was your place in the new Adytum? Xenophon asked. Grand Karcist, High Witch, the one who stole freedom from the gods. They loved me. They wanted to honor me. She hesitated, her voice quieting. I objected. Why? Xenophon asked. Because I was afraid they would deify me, worship me, Forget the freedom we bled for. But I waded out into the crowd, and they chanted with one voice. They wanted me to guide them. I feared where they would stray without me. Nadoq told me I was needed, that he might control the people, but they needed a spiritual beacon to lead them. Most had never conceived of a world without a god at the center. I had to show them something else was possible. Xenophon regarded her carefully. I don't understand, it said. If you knew you had to do this, why were you afraid of it? She exhaled, glancing up at the sky. Because I am only human. The AI then presented another interview with Akol, a 19-year-old Sarkic rancher. It reads, Xenophon asked, "What does being Sarkic mean to you?" Akol straightened, lowering the bale of hay he was carrying. He looked Xenophon up and down, unsure of where to focus his attention. It is comforting to be a part of a tradition, he said. We have existed for countless generations. We have lived as we always have. The world can move on as it would like. I work the animals the same way my father and his father's father did. On and on. He paused, his gaze thoughtful. I give feed to the cows and collect the eggs, and I know that many years ago someone else did just the same. The same scratchy feeling of hay on their palms, the hens pecking at their feet. Across centuries, I am one with them. On January 5, 2042, the Black Adytum initiative arrived in the general area, marked by Grand Carsist Ion. The party had come to a halt atop a vast plateau. Plains of tall grass stretched out in every direction, eventually giving way to barren rock and dry earth. The land was flat enough to see for kilometers, yet Ion's expression was troubled as she scanned the horizon. I don't see a steel anywhere, Zhang said, shading her eyes against the waning sunlight. No, Ion murmured. It may not have survived the ages. Officer Chatter, please perform a flyover of the area, Xenophon instructed. Over the radio, Chatter confirmed the order, and the UAV circling overhead veered away, beginning its aerial survey. You won't find it, Yeva said, watching the drone disappear into the distance. Zhang frowned. Trust me, these things are pretty powerful. They can coast at 200 meters for hours, taking pictures and sending live data back to the Helts the whole time. If it's here, we'll find it. Yeva only shook her head. Not if we chose to hide it from prying eyes. Xenophon regarded her for a moment before asking, What do you suggest, Carsist Yeva? She nodded toward a small campfire where several Sarkites had gathered as the sun dipped toward the horizon. A reading, she said simply. Zhang let out a short laugh. That seems like a bit of a waste of time. Yeva turned to her sharply. Do you have somewhere to be? Well, no, but... Then be quiet. Without another word, she hopped down from the wagon, leaning on her crutch as she limped toward the fire. The Sarkites moved aside, casting wary glances at Xenophon as the rest of the party followed. Sit, Ion instructed. They knelt by the fire as Yeva reached into a pouch at her side, withdrawing a carefully tanned hide roll. She unwrapped it, revealing a set of intricately carved phalanges. Small, she muttered, rolling them between her fingers. But they will suffice. Xenophon studied them. What do the carvings represent? Questions, Yeva said simply. She cast the bones into the fire, watching as they blackened in the heat. Minutes passed as the flames licked at them, cracking them apart. Yeva reached in, unflinching, and drew the fragments back onto the canvas. Carefully, she examined the way they had broken. And answers, she finished. Zhang leaned forward. What do you see? Yeva hissed in annoyance. It is not as simple as a child's game. Be silent and let me read. The group fell quiet. The fire crackled. The sun slipped further down the sky. The Sarkites moved about the camp, setting up their tents, cooking, preparing for the night. Yeva? Ion asked eventually. Nothing, Yeva admitted, frowning at the bones. The voices are silent today. Zhang exhaled through her nose. Is it possible you got the location wrong, Grand Carsist? Ion hesitated. She turned, looking over the grassy plains with an unreadable expression. No, she said at last. I have been here before. Xenophon's head tilted slightly. Do you remember something? Yes, Ion murmured. Yes. A promise. A funeral. No grand consumption, like he deserved. We were running. We had to move. A quick burial with a promise to return. She rose unsteadily to her feet. Her voice had dropped to a whisper, her eyes unfocused. "Who?" Xenophon asked. Ion did not answer. She only pointed, not at Eva, but at a snake that had slithered out of the grass, its scaled body gliding toward the bones at Eva's feet. Jiang recoiled with a curse, but Eva remained still. Instead, she reached out, running a hand along the serpent's back. It did not strike her, it did not flee, it only inspected the bones, head tilting as if in quiet consideration. "That thing could be poisonous," Jiang muttered. "No," Ion said. Her voice was distant, yet certain. "It wishes to complete the set, complete its work." Xenophon's mechanical gaze shifted between them. "I am afraid I do not understand, Grand Carsist Ion." She did not explain. They only watched as the snake took one of the bone fragments into its mouth, swallowing it whole. Another snake emerged from the grass, different in size and pattern, taking another fragment. Then another, then another. Within moments, a dozen serpents had coiled around Eva's leg, retrieving the shattered remains before vanishing back into the tall grass. Ion whispered, "I promised I would free him." Without hesitation, she turned and walked after the snakes, lurching forward as though pulled by an unseen force. The others scrambled to their feet, following her 100 meters into the darkened field. "Should I?" Xenophon began. "Quiet yourself," Eva hissed. "You'll frighten them away." They fell silent as they reached a large rock embedded in the earth. The snakes, one by one, slid into a narrow crevice beneath it, vanishing into the depths. Ion pressed a hand against the stone's surface. "Wait," Eva said. She knelt, closing her eyes, murmuring something under her breath. The snakes began to shift, bodies undulating in unison, pressing against one side of the boulder. Slowly, it shifted, grinding against the earth as it slid aside. A dark tunnel yawned beneath it, carved into the earth. Jiang took a step back. "Like hell I'm going in there." Eva straightened, giving her a knowing look. "Respect them," she said, "and they will respect you." Ion slipped into the near diagonal tunnel, followed closely by the others. The darkness was absolute, and the only sound was the continuous scraping of scales against scales. "He loved his pets," Ion murmured. He could only bring one with him. The rest had to be left behind in black Adytum as it collapsed. He spoke to no one for weeks. He chose a snake. It wrapped around his throat, moving up and down his body. It was small, but he fed it from his own meals, and as it was loved, it grew. They finally emerged into a larger chamber. Jiang's breath hitched. "Light. Now please," she requested. Xenophon activated his floodlights. The chamber was not particularly large or wide. It had been carved from the surrounding dirt and clay. A deeper pit lay at its center. Most notably, the floor was covered in a dense layer of writhing and wriggling snakes of all sizes, shapes, and colors. "I'm gonna pass out," Jiang muttered. Ion moved forward through the sea of serpents in a stupor, heading toward the central pit. No snakes slithered there, only a meter-deep depression containing the corpse of a man intertwined with that of an impossibly large snake. "Hello, old friend," Ion greeted softly. "A knife. We require a knife," Eva said. Xenophon turned toward Jiang. "Liaison Jiang, do you— Fuck. No knife. I'll leave. Go get one, fuck," Jiang stammered. "No," Ion interrupted. She lowered herself into the sunken grave, Eva following. The others approached cautiously, stepping carefully through the writhing mass of snakes. "Burn it to hear the truth. Consume it to see it," Ion intoned. Using the knife, she sawed through the ribcage of the corpse, peeling back the dried skin and muscle to expose the chest cavity. Reaching inside, she extracted something Sa'arn's heart. Unlike the rest of the body, it remained red and bloody. "Remarkable," Xenophon observed. In a trance, Ion brought the heart to her lips, sinking her teeth into it. The flesh gave way under her bite, blood dripping from her mouth onto the soil and bones below. She swallowed, shuddered, and panted before reaching out, grasping Eva's hair and pulling her closer. "Come, little thing, eat," she urged. Cradling Eva's head, Ion lowered the half-eaten heart to her lips. Eva seemed entranced, her mouth opening almost mechanically. Her teeth tore into the organ, ripping off a chunk of soft muscle. Blood trickled down her chin and into her robes. Taste him as I have tasted him, Ion whispered. Yes, Yeva replied. Feel him, remember him, as I have remembered him, Ion continued. Yes, Yeva breathed. Still cradling Yeva, Ion leaned back, falling into Sa'arn's chest cavity. Jang exhaled sharply. That's never going to get any less terrifying. Let's go, Xenophon said. The two descended into the pit, stepping gingerly into Sa'arn's chest cavity. Once again, Xenophon's cameras flickered and cut out, reactivating several seconds later. Where? Jang's voice trailed off in confusion. The sky above them was cloudy and tinged amber. The four now stood in a vast plaza, at least 100 meters in length. Ahead of them, a massive wood and stone temple loomed, its peaked roofs and towers dominating the skyline. The edges of the plaza were lined with Sarkites. Most wore traditional tanned hide robes and tunics, while a handful were clad in more ornate garments. The fringes of the crowd appeared blurry and indistinct. This is, Xenophon started. Eva released a breath. Adytum. Xenophon glanced downward. They looked. The plaza was lined with corpses laid out in rows and columns, at least 200, likely more. They were naked, their bodies exhibiting signs of trauma. Brutal slashing cuts, gaping wounds, and other mortal injuries marred their forms. Ion furrowed her brow. They have not been consumed, she noted. You have no place here, a voice rumbled. They turned. An entity stood a few meters away. It bore a grotesque fusion of Sa'arn's corpse and the snake that had once coiled around him. Large portions of skin had been replaced with gleaming scales, and from the waist down, the humanoid form gave way to a thick, sinuous serpent's tail. Yellow, slitted eyes fixed upon Ion, filled with a seething glare. I swore a promise, to free you, Ion declared. Sa'arn's voice resonated through the void, laced with bitter accusation. You swore many promises. You upheld so few of them. Ion's expression was unreadable as he responded. I have seen Nadoq again. He has urged me to seek out my clavigars, to take you back to Adytum, to lay you to rest. Take me back? Sa'arn scoffed. I am trapped in this vision of Adytum, forced to lay here for all eternity and relive the moment I lost my faith. Nadoq was always soft, too willing to forgive you, to listen to your slippery tongue. You may have earned his forgiveness. Expect no such kindness from me. Ion's tone softened. My memories are lost to me. I did not know how long you waited. Forgive me for the years past. The figure barked a shocked laugh. Your mind must be truly gone if you think my rage comes from waiting. All the happier had I never seen your face again. Ion's brow furrowed. What? Sa'arn's voice rose, sharp with anger. You failed, Ion. You promised so much to me, to the others, to all the Nalka, and you failed us all. Ion remained still, his voice barely above a whisper. By letting Adytum meet its destruction. What did I do? How did this happen? Sa'arn's fury did not waver. But of course, you are the same as you ever were, a selfish wretch. You seek answers from me. Die without that meager satisfaction. I just want to know how it happened, Ion pleaded. Why I would have made myself a king, a god. For the first time, Sa'arn hesitated. You do not mean to deceive. You truly remember nothing. His voice faltered. Not even me. No, Ion admitted. I remember you. I remember in that quarry. You were their beast. The old masters formed you into any beast they needed. A malformed ox dragged loads of stone behind you. A silent snake dispatched to bite the ankle of their enemies. A rat silently watching over your fellow slaves. None of us trusted you. Save for you, Sa'arn murmured. Ion nodded. I did, and when I ate from the devourer, and I saw how to bend flesh to my will, I raised you. I gave you back the skin they had stripped. Sa'arn's tone was dark. For some time. What? Ion asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Do you remember, after the war began to turn against us, after you realized that you had too few castists, too few who knew the art of flesh on your front lines? I had no want for a war, Ion protested. None of us did. And it came anyway, and your vast hordes rose up and fought in your name. But it just wasn't enough for you, was it? I don't. Ion hesitated, struggling against the gaps in his memory. Sa'arn pressed on, his voice unwavering. I remember, Ion. I remember when you summoned me to your chambers in the buried heart of Adytum, and whispered to me, saying that the bones shifting in the fire had told you I was needed once more. I begged, I pleaded. That was an old life, a worse life. I abhorred the violence so many of your zealots came to crave. But you are my Karcist, and I was your Clavigar, and I listened, for my love of you. Ion's breath caught. I changed you. Sa'arn's gaze was unrelenting. You molded me into an asp once more while I sobbed. The old masters had used me like this, and you had learned from their wisdom. Place me in a cage, release it near the enemy camp. I slither in, find the chink in their armor and bite. Ion said nothing, his silence stretching between them. Forgive me, he whispered at last. Sa'arn's response was cold. Forgive you, I might have. But then there was the next camp, and the next. I was a weapon once again, a tool, and all because I loved you. Because I believed as you believed, that a better world was possible. It was, it is, Ion insisted. Sa'arn's expression darkened. When I came back to Adytum, it was with blood in my fangs, the city of my birth, my home, unrecognizable. It was a war fortress now, dark and bleak. And as I walked through the alleys of the city, I saw corpses. A voice interjected, distant yet familiar. Uneaten corpses, Eva murmured. Sa'arn nodded grimly. You had told us with such faith consume the flesh and return their souls to the Nalka. Carry their memory with us forever. And now the bodies rotted freely, stuffed into sewers and tossed in the canals. You came to me asking why, Ion recalled. I rebuffed you. I told you I would explain my reasons to all. Sa'arn's voice dropped to a whisper, heavy with remembrance. And you did, swathed in your shawls from the high pulpit of Adytum. Silence followed, thick and suffocating. Then it was broken by a deep, guttural song sounding out across the plaza. The Sarkites stiffened as Sa'arn gestured outward. See your answers for yourself. The song stopped. At the pulpit of the temple, dozens of meters in the air, a hooded figure wrapped in robes stepped onto the balcony. Ion. That is me, Ion murmured. How can you tell? Jiang asked. I know, Ion replied. I remember standing on that pulpit. I remember looking down on this display. The memory's voice carried out across the plaza, speaking in the rich tones of the old Nulkan language. You said that our armies were noble, faithful but outmatched, that if we did not take to desperate measures, we would be destroyed, Sa'arn's voice rang out. But then you assured us. I have reached up to the maws of the gods and rent free their secrets. The figure fell silent again. They extended a single finger, pointing at the nearest corpse. And then you raised the dead, Sa'arn continued. Eva recoiled. This is impossible, and even if it was possible, blasphemous, she would never. No, no? Ion's voice faltered. Remember the dull grey and lifeless eyes as his muscles tightened and he crawled back to life, Sa'arn pressed. The corpse the figure pointed at stirred. At first, just a muscle twitch, but it rapidly grew in intensity until the corpse was actively shambling to his feet. Oh God, Jiang whispered. His skin was rotting, putrefacting, the blood had congealed into a thick paste, Sa'arn continued. You twisted a finger, and he groaned in pain, rising, skin and hair sloughing away. The corpse stumbled forward. The crowd of Sarkites gasped and murmured, several openly disgusted. The figure raised another finger, and 10 more of the corpses struggled to their feet, groaning with lifeless eyes. Nadoq stood at the base of the temple, shocked by the display. Dead, but their souls confined to your service, the bodies kept from the heavens, Sa'arn declared. The Halkost, Ion whispered. No, Ion, the first Halkost, Sa'arn corrected. I recoiled, begging you to free them, not to use them as weapons. You swore you would, when the war was over, when we were safe. Until then, even death was not an escape from service to you. If she hadn't, we would have been slaughtered by the enemy, Eva argued. Then maybe we would have been routed from our home, Sa'arn countered. But when you did that, you broke the Nulka in two, the faithful and the zealots. The destruction of Adytum hangs around your neck. Ion stood speechless. Maybe you will bury me in Adytum, as you say, and forgive yourself, Sa'arn continued. Go then, but never think you have my forgiveness. Sa'arn's skin sloughs away as his body rapidly decomposes, the vision decomposing along with it. The last clear sight is the figure on the pulpit turning and disappearing back into the temple as dozens more corpses rise. When Xenophon's cameras reactivate, Sa'arn's corpse and the snake wrapped around it have both decomposed into nothing but bones. The surrounding snakes have ceased movement. On closer inspection, they are all dead. As translation efforts into the texts from the Archive of Nadoq continued, researchers encountered a subset of texts carved into various human bones, apparently from the same skeleton. These texts were written in a notably different voice and tone from the main texts. This, coupled with the difficulty of identifying how sections carved into the bones linked together, significantly slowed translation efforts. Medial femur, tibia, and fibula of an adult human male. I was the first to see the cracks take shape. They were the good days when all-knowing Nadoq made certain Adytum ran, that the farms brought in food and the grain was dispersed. We all had our roles to play in this grand project, and we all believed it was divine work. We did not have the blessing of the heavens, but we did not need it. The gods had nothing but contempt for our raising ourselves out of the mud. And still I noticed the cracks of worry streaked across my love's face, handsome and stone-carved. He hid it perfectly, such that not even Nadoq's 10 eyes could see how he suffered. But I had seen every inch of his skin. I knew its contours, and when something was amiss. And I asked him, and he rebuffed me. He told me he had an incredible burden to shoulder, and this we all knew was true, for all of us had our duties, but none had a more stinging duty than he. But he confessed that he was racked with fear, for who was to guide the Nulka when his flesh too rotted away? In those days his castists were numerous, new children born every day with the gift of the flesh. He raised them with all the care and love he might have given to our own, had we any, and they learned from their teacher, and graduated, and preached to the people. But I heard whispers that a handful of the younger, bolder castists had espoused to a crowd that even holy death could be conquered through the art of the flesh. That immortality was within reach, and I told my lover, and his brow furrowed. The next morning their corner was barren, and I never saw those castists again. Xenophon paused for a moment. I remember this. She was shocked by this. She didn't know how to process it. You sound sad, I said. I don't feel sadness, the AI replied. Of course, I murmured. I didn't know how to help her, Xenophon admitted. I don't think you could have, I said. I don't think she did either. It's something she had to figure out on her own. That sounds unpleasant, it observed. It's part of being human, I said. Chapter 3. The Ossuary of Urok. Raise your blade if you are under duress and threat. Raise your blade against those who wish to hurt you. But he who raises his blade against an innocent dooms only himself. There are precious few innocents in this world. It is all of our duty to preserve them. The third truth of Ion. Excerpt from the record of Ion. So the Nulka were born from the graves of the old masters, building a new city in the name of humanity, and the massed crowds hailed their new shepherd, Ion, the first slave, the Witch King. 100 hands reached out to caress his cheek and usher him into his new home, at the highest temple throne of the nameless city, and Ion raised a marked hand with a smile and explained, For one man to rule a people is for one man to place them in bondage to him, and we are a nation of slaves no more. But still, they cried out for their deliverer to remain with them, and the Witch King sighed, kneeling by the hearth of the old masters, where so many slaves had once been branded and burned. I have stolen freedom from the lips of the gods. They look down on man with contempt, for a man is weak and infirm. He lies, he cheats, he steals, and he dies. But that is a man. Men together? We are bound to each other in unity, bound in bone and blood. And together, men are neither mortal nor divine, but another matter entirely. We are Nulka. We are one. This revolution was only made manifest by my consumption of the devourer. It is a god that slumbers beneath the earth, full of rage and fury and hatred at man for achieving the freedom it never could. It seeks to twist us, to undermine us, to make us seek to dominate and bind and control each other, but it carries with it such great power. And here, the Witch King raised a finger, and a Nulka found his bloodied eye healed. My duty to you, my Nulka, is to watch over this creeping force. I will wrest the secrets of the gods from its maw and deliver them unto you. But you must deliver each other, for if one Nalka suffers, all of us suffer the same. And so the Nalka relented, letting the Witch King take refuge in the tunnels below. But they asked for a name for this city. Adytum, the perfect city. But this is not Adytum yet. It can only be made so through our own blood and sweat. By January 10, 2042, the Black Adytum Initiative had departed from the burial site of Sa'arn and was en route to the next location indicated by Grand Karcist Ion, a point in Khenti Province, Mongolia. During transit, Liaison Zhang and Xenophon AI were instructed to report to 05-2 and Parahistory Division Director Yusuf Hussein via satellite uplink. The virtual reality environment of 05-2's office forms again. Today, the seas surrounding Site 7 are surprisingly still. Hussein is seated in the chair, fiddling with a pen. Well, 05-2 began, you two have been busy. Sa'arn's tomb has given us a wealth of new information to work with, Overseer, Xenophon replied. I'll say, your conversations with the Grand Karcist have also been productive. Give me a rundown of the bioanalysis. As a peace gesture, the Grand Karcist submitted to a battery of minor medical examinations, along with a number of other Sarkites, Xenophon explained. It confirms what I had already begun to suspect. There is a bioanomalous basis to the Sarkic genetic memory phenomenon. All of the Sarkites' blood exhibits a mutated strain of the bacteriophage doctors Aram and Nussbaum, catalogued in 1984 as SCP-001. Unlike the aggressive viral strain the Amoni Ram Initiative discovered, this strain appears to coexist endosymbiotically with the host's red blood cells. Unsurprisingly, it exists in the highest density within the Grand Karcist and Karcist Eeva's systems, having mutated further to coexist within cell types other than erythrocyte skin, muscular tissue. Karcist Eeva agreed to be tested, 05-2 asked. With some persuasion from the Grand Karcist, Xenophon admitted. Fair enough. So, those are the findings. What's your analysis? I believe this is the original SCP-610 strain, and the one discovered in Amoni Ram was an ancient weaponization of it, Xenophon said. As I said, it seems to exist symbiotically within the Sarkic's blood and is likely the source of their capacity for genetic memory. Their density and spread within the Karcist's bodies is probably the origin of their carnomantic abilities. This is pure speculation, but I imagine the hereditary passage of the virus is also the cause of the Sarkic's higher-than-normal frequency of birth defects. Makes enough sense, 05-2 said. Keep working on a biological basis, see what you can find. Even these limited medical examinations arouse deep suspicion, Xenophon cautioned. Further investigation will require an elevated level of trust and good faith exchange with the Sarkic. Sure, 05-2 replied. You've set out for the third location? Yes, Xenophon confirmed. ETA is 14 to 20 days. That's substantially slower than before, 05-2 noted. What gives? Morale is low among the tribe. The revelations from Sa'arn have disturbed the Grand Karcist heavily. The other Sarkites sense it, Xenophon explained. He's not wrong, sir, Zhang added. There's a bit of a weight over the camp. Well, someone talk to someone and figure it out, 05-2 instructed. You don't really have the latitude for further delays here. I think my rapport with Eeva is more or less toast now, Zhang admitted. She's kind of hardened against us. Xenophon seems to be getting along with the Grand Karcist, though. Talk to her, Xenophon, 05-2 ordered. Understood, Xenophon acknowledged. But I was under the impression this wasn't a high-urgency project, Overseer. Hussein turned to the Overseer. As was I, sir. 05-2 raised a hand. I don't really want to hear it, Yusuf. The equation has changed. This isn't a snipe hunt anymore. We have verifiable evidence that the Sarkic are the direct continuation of the Nalka, that our ion is the same as that ion, and most critically, that the Nalka were an ancient empire and Black Adytum exists somewhere. Your hypothesis is toast. Hussein was silent for several seconds before responding. All of that depends on the assumption that the memories experienced by the Grand Karcist are trustworthy. Granting that this is the same ion, you're hedging your bets on the damaged memories of a genocidal dictator. I do not believe there is any reason to think the Grand Karcist's past actions inform her current behavior. Xenophon countered. We can't just ignore that she's the same person, Hussein argued. 05-2 turned to Jiang. Jiang? Jiang hesitated before answering. I don't think she's intentionally hiding anything. She seems as invested in finding out what happened to the Nalka as we are, maybe more, and she is our only lead. But the director's right, if the memories are accurate, she's the same person that did all this. We'd be fools to blindly take her at her word. 05-2 nodded. Keep following and listening, but take what she says with a grain of salt. Memories are fickle. That said, the Council is convinced enough that we're authorizing some additional resources for your venture. Sir? Xenophon asked. They'll meet you at the Chinese border, 05-2 explained. 4 more HELTs and a mobile research lab, about 40 more personnel. Congratulations. You're a convoy now. Dismissed. Actually, sir, if Liaison Jiang could remain, I need to discuss a few things regarding Locust with you, Hussein interjected. I have a few minutes, 05-2 allowed. Xenophon, you're dismissed. Xenophon terminated its connection, and its avatar disappeared from the office. I'm not on the Locust staff, sir, Jiang noted. Hussein corrected. I'm sorry, Jiang asked. You said he's right when talking about the AIC, Hussein pointed out. It's not a human, it's an it. For that matter, the Sarkites aren't either. Let's try and stay objective, yes? Yes, sir, Jiang replied. Dismissed, Hussein said. Interview efforts with the Sarkites continued to progress, with ION granting Xenophon AI permission to conduct unsupervised interviews. What does being Sarkic mean to you? Xenophon asked Haju, a 56-year-old farmer. Haju shrugged as he sprinkled bone meal on the potted sapling. The life we choose is difficult, he said. We depend on Eva and the Grand Karcist for healing instead of medicine. We work the fields with our hands and our livestock instead of the machinery others use. He paused, his gaze lingering on the sapling. When my children were born, I struggled with it. Every parent wants their child to have an easier life than they did. Should they have to struggle like this? He sighed, then shook his head. I have never forced them. They grew older, and they decided for themselves to stay. Being part of this is seeing my children grow and find the same things in our life important as I do. The AI then presents an excerpt from the Truths of Ion. It reads, Lo, gaze upon me, you blind, you crippled. Look upon my face, and know that I have spent my days in the depths of our tomb city, burning the bones of our brethren, seeing what lies in our future. It brings me no joy to return what truth I have, but it is truth, for we all know the truth lives in the bones. We march towards a war with forces that bring with them no mercy, no honor. This is not a war for land, for then we would parley. This is not a war for honor, for we have no hatred in our hearts for these foreign invaders. This is a war against the very notion of our existence. For while we have existed for centuries unmolested and free, expanding our borders to hold our people and our farms and our villages, in doing so, we find ourselves facing an old enemy and a new one. The hated old masters, those that clapped irons around your fathers and your fathers' fathers and their fathers too, they have found us again, and they bring with them the Eastern machines, who reject the humanity we hold so dear, sawing off their flesh. They both worship their fell gods, brethren of the Devourer, and they have seen how we live free, subject to neither man nor God, and they are enraged. They march on us to free the Devourer and make us slave to its hateful whims. The Nalka will not be slaves again. I ask those able to rise in defense of not only your families, but your very existence. Urok has graciously accepted the burden of commanding our forces. But we are at war now, my people. Sacrifices must be made. Hard decisions must be made. Adytum has not the resources to aid our infirm and defend our people at once. We are one body, and we are only as strong as our weakest organ, and we cannot fight a war if we care for the weakest among us. The art of the flesh cannot fix all. Those of us who are suffering from constant illness, from stupor, from weakness of the mind, have been released from their misery. They have been consumed, and their memories and strength live with us as we now move unburdened by their weight. I plead with you to know I do not make this decision lightly. I spent 3 days and 3 nights with the Maw of the Devourer, wrestling it for another option, but it gave none. It wants us to fail, to be freed from its city prison. We cannot allow it to win. We carry the flesh of our fallen with us forever. and now we must defend the city they loved. Per 05-2's orders, Xenophon met with Grand Karcist Ion that evening after the initiative made camp. January 2042, Xenophon steps out of the open back of the mobile research lab, a retrofitted semi-truck towing an expandable trailer. It is late in the evening, the convoy has made camp, and the Foundation vehicles are parked outside the circle formed by the Sarkic wagons. 1 or 2 researchers are inside the wide circle, politely observing the Sarkites as they sit near campfires and cook their evening meal. Xenophon enters the circle. A few of the Sarkites stare at it as it passes, heading towards the central tent. The flaps are drawn. It ducks inside. The campfire in the center of the tent is alight, bones baking in the hearth, and incense sticks burning. Sweet-smelling smoke hangs in the air, and the fire's orange light shines on Ion's back. She is near the rear of the tent, hunched over a cot and whispering, "Grand Karcist." Xenophon's voice was even. Ion turned, revealing Karcist Eva lying prone on the cot. Her robes had been spread over her like a makeshift blanket, but beneath them, bandages were tightly wrapped around her body. "Xenophon," Ion acknowledged. "Is Karcist Eva sick?" Xenophon asked. Ion didn't answer immediately. Instead, she gestured toward the fire. "Fetch me the poultice." Xenophon obeyed, grasping a small bundle of herbs and leaves that had been baking near the fire. As it handed them over, Ion carefully pried Eva's mouth open and placed the poultice inside. Eva groaned but began to chew. "Is she conscious?" Xenophon asked. "Somewhere halfway in between," Ion replied. "My blade, please." Xenophon handed her a small, sharpened bone tool resembling a scalpel. With practiced precision, she dragged the tip across her palm, slicing a cut several centimeters long. Then, pressing her palm against Eva's cheeks, she smeared the blood over them before letting droplets fall onto Eva's lips. "All the while," she whispered, her voice too low for Xenophon to discern. It watched silently as she worked, waiting. Eventually she stepped back. "What were you doing to her?" Xenophon asked. "Alleviating some of the pain, aiding in the healing process," Ion murmured. "She is strong, but she needs my strength too." "What happened to her?" Xenophon pressed. Ion glanced at it. "Look." She lifted the sheet covering Eva's legs. Her right leg ended at the knee, but what extended beyond that was no ordinary limb. A grotesque mass of flesh, shifting and writhing, extended outward. Upon closer inspection, Xenophon could see the individual shapes snakes, tightly intertwined, their bodies pulsing in rhythm as they breathed. "These are Sa'arn's snakes," Xenophon observed. "You've reconstructed her limb?" "Yes." "Your abilities are improving exponentially." Ion raised an eyebrow at the phrasing. "Greatly," Xenophon corrected itself. She nodded slightly. "I fed my clavigars their power from my flesh once. Now they feed me. But this was not me alone." Grand Karcist," Xenophon interrupted. Ion blinked. "We should speak outside," Xenophon said. "I do not think Eva would want me to see her like this." Ion cocked her head for a moment, then nodded. She stepped past the tent flaps and into the night. Outside, the air was cool over the steppe. She knelt by another campfire just outside the tent, the firelight flickering in her eyes. Xenophon sat across from her. "You know she does not trust you," Ion said. "She is wary of the Foundation," Xenophon replied. "Yes," Ion admitted. "But she does not trust you." "I know," Xenophon said. "She would not show me vulnerability if she were fully conscious. It would be wrong to take advantage of her not being so." Ion regarded it for a moment before speaking. "If all our treatment by outsiders were as fair as this, we might not have receded from the world so much. The Foundation has come a long way in the past few decades," Xenophon noted. Ion tilted her head. "Do you believe that, or were you built to believe that?" Xenophon was silent for a long moment. Then, finally, it asked, "Is there a difference?" Ion simply hummed in response. They sat in silence. Nearby, one of the Sarkites approached the fire, nodding stiffly at Xenophon before handing Ion a steaming earthen bowl of stew. "Thank you," she murmured, then lifted the bowl to her lips, sipping. Xenophon watched her. "How is it?" "Good," Ion replied. Then, after a pause, she added, "Though I imagine you would not know what that means." Humans enjoy well-spiced food that engages the taste receptors, Xenophon offered. Ion let out a quiet chuckle. That is not what makes food good. Xenophon looked at Ion and asked, then what does? She took another sip from the stew chunks of meat floating in a deep red-brown broth. Fishing out a small chunk of bone with her fingers, she split it apart and sucked the marrow from its core before answering. This meat was Hatak once, the man whose funeral we attended, Xenophon stated. Yes, Ion confirmed. His wife shared his life with him for 43 years. They had 2 children and countless experiences together, lovemaking, arguments, nights spent like these, looking at the stars. And now, she cooks with his flesh. The love she shared with him is as much a part of this meal as his flesh is. Xenophon considered this and said, many people would not associate cannibalism with love. Ion merely shrugged and continued sipping her stew. Then, after a pause, she asked, and you? Both of them seem trivial, Xenophon replied. Ion tilted her head slightly. How? Many animals have complex family structures, reasoning abilities, and some level of self-awareness. Pigs, in particular, are highly capable, even on tests informed by human conceptions of intelligence. They are still farmed en masse for meat. You would not say humans are distinct from animals, she asked. I'm not sure what position you're espousing. Just musing, Ion murmured. And of the other thing? Love drives people to irrational decisions, of course, but they are not always the wrong decisions. Love is why Yipla spent 46 years with Hatak. It is why I am helping Eva perform her ritual. Xenophon's gaze remained steady. It is also why Sa'arn continued to serve you, and you made the decision to raise your dead to protect your living. Love for your Nalka. Ion's expression fell. Yes. You've still been thinking about it? Xenophon asked. Yes. What are your thoughts? She hesitated. I do not know what to think. If this enemy was as dangerous as I thought, if they truly meant to enslave us again, maybe it was the right decision. I look around and see my people, and I struggle to think of any decision I would not make to ensure their survival. That sounds like Karcist Eva's thoughts, Xenophon noted. I have spoken to her. She feels that I would not do this unless I had to, unless I had no other choice. That it must have been justified, he said. Yes. It's an understandable thought. Ion studied him. But you disagree. Xenophon did not immediately respond. It would be irrational to agree or disagree without more information. She raised an eyebrow. And yet you disagree. I think you're asking yourself the wrong question. How do you mean? It doesn't matter if it was correct at the time or not, nor does it matter how Karcist Eva feels. Ion's voice rose slightly. The death, the consumption, these things are sacred to us. You do not understand. You cannot understand. I suppose not, Xenophon admitted. But how do you feel about it now? Ion's voice softened, full of regret, fear, guilt. I do not think you can reasonably answer for actions taken 3,000 years ago, but your reaction informs who you are now. I did it once. Who is to say I will not do it again? If you need to believe it was justified at the time, no one is preventing you. But I do not think you would resort to it now if it were not needed. She exhaled sharply. Perhaps, but I cannot ignore my past. I would not have done this. I would not have resorted to this sin. I would not have used my people like this if it had not been needed. She paused before turning to face him fully. Why raise this matter now? My overseers are concerned your mood over the past week has contributed to our slowed pace, Xenophon explained. She snorted. So they sent you to affirm me? No, they sent me to simply inform you we would be speeding up. I elected to make sure you were all right. Ion hummed thoughtfully. It has nothing to do with my mood. The rituals with Eva simply exhaust the both of us. But the worst of it is past now. We can return to our earlier speed. Good, Xenophon said. She continued taking sips from her stew, her thoughts unreadable. Ion looked at Xenophon and asked, May I ask something? Of course, Xenophon replied. Are you jealous of seeing your fellows eat and knowing you cannot? She inquired. Xenophon remained composed. I do not get jealous. They returned to silence, observing the campfires around them. Several of the Sarkites still watched them with open wariness, though others had adopted a more relaxed stance. After a moment, Xenophon spoke again. I would like to know what food tastes like, though. There is no good way to describe it. Ion admitted. So I've been told, Xenophon said. Ion considered this. I can make an attempt if you would like. Certainly, he agreed. She paused for a moment, tasting the stew, deep in thought before opening her eyes. I taste it, and it reminds me of warm summer nights, sitting with my back to the steel and my feet to the bonfire as we toasted the grains from the harvest, assured that while tomorrow would bring its own worries, tonight was calm and peaceful, and listening to the little ones point out and name the stars, marveling at how they could be the exact same stars I saw in my childhood. Xenophon nodded, and they continued looking up at the starred sky. The Black Adytum initiative quickly resumed the average pace prior to encountering Sa'arn's tomb. Researchers made requests to investigate Karcist Helena Eva's flesh art, exemplified in her new limb, but she rebuffed these requests. Grand Karcist Ion remained cooperative with regular interviews with Xenophon regarding her newly awakened memories. A memory from Grand Karcist Ion, recorded and transcribed by Xenophon AI and senior researcher Mael. It reads, Sa'arn was a boy when I met him, little more than a child. The old masters picked him early, and the priestesses spent his youth shaping him into their agent. With 100 slaves to one slaver, they chose young children from our numbers to turn into their agents, plied them with extra bread to report on their fellows when they knew no better until it was habit. If that was unsuccessful, they simply whipped them into it. Sa'arn was smart for his age, resented being used, being turned into a monstrosity. I showed him that he was no monstrosity, that humanity exists regardless of what form the flesh takes. Humanity was something inside, something immutable. The old masters had made our bodies into tools, but now his body could be whatever he wanted it to. I remember the awe on his face. That was when I first realized what we were fighting to free. And when it was all over, and we had settled into our new lives, he came to me, asking for my blessing, that he had served dutifully in the revolution and would like nothing more than to settle into a quiet life. Our borders were already expanding as our people married and bore new life. He had seen a plot of land by a river not far from Adytum and sought to spend his years there. I knelt by the fire and saw into the bones for his future. I saw him suffering, taking lives, fighting off foreign invaders, wrapped in the violence and treachery he hated. I feared for what I had seen, that if he took this home by the river, his farm would be ransacked by bandits and raiders, that my beloved Sa'arn would meet his end at the edge of a sword. I worried for him and asked him that if he would grant me this favor, to stay in Adytum with me and the other clavigars. His father was dead. I was the closest thing to a parent he had. I did not want to lose him, and so I tightened my grip. He was saddened but understood. We were in the midst of a grand work. Our neighbors were princes and warlords. Nothing like Adytum existed anywhere in the world. I needed him by my side. He made it his task to ensure the children in the city, those orphaned by the war, were cared for. He walked with my authority and carried the seal of the Grand Karcist. I raised my Karcists like they were my children, but Sa'arn was my son, if not by birth. He would do everything for me, but he never raised a blade, until I asked him to. I saw him cutting down the generals of the gold-draped legions and slipping into the palanquin of a priestess to slit her throat. And only then did I realize the carnage I saw in the fire so many centuries ago was what lay before me now. She takes a breath. It was necessary. It must have been necessary. Several additional Parahistory Division personnel were transferred to BAF-1, located in the Sarkic tribal territory atop the Archive of Nadoq, to assist with translation efforts. As material was translated, digitized copies were transmitted electronically to Xenophon and shared with the Grand Karcist. Excerpt fro, The Truths of Ion Lo. Gaze upon me, you wandering, you lost. Gaze upon the same scarred visage your fathers gazed on once, those centuries past, when we were shackled and yearning for freedom. Gaze upon the same bloodied face that brought your ancestors their freedom. You are their children's children. You are what we hoped for, a generation that has never known the threat of bondage, the threat of servitude to anyone save each other. Your ancestors and I made this bond in blood, that our Adytum, the one that lived in our hearts and minds, would be made manifest on earth. We hoped you would be able to live in that city one day. Alas, I look upon Adytum now, centuries after our revolution, and I see that I have not honored my bond. I have not done enough for you, for them. Do not be fooled. Remember the superficiality of flesh, how easily it can be molded and shaped. Remember that truth lies in the bones under the surface. We have not made Adytum manifest yet, and this is why we find ourselves face to face with the machines from the east. Why the old masters encroach on our borders again. They submit to gods, and if they make war on us to force us to submit to our mangled god, they will succeed, for we have never truly escaped submission. Urok, my clavigar, commands our forces in our colonies with honor and dignity, but we are not doing enough for her here in the capital. We must marshal our strength and focus our energies. Not every choice can be decided by our collective. Our humanity asks of us to argue, to deliberate, to not act until we are certain, but now and again, we must silence that voice. Now and again, a decisive hand is needed to guide our yoke. It cannot move burdened with the weight of the masses. It must rise above the fray of autonomy, see the whole board, and make decisions accordingly. I have taken this responsibility for myself. The devourer roars constantly beneath our feet, hungering for our downfall. But I keep its shackles taut, and so I can reach into its gullet and draw power, the power to unite Adytum and the Nalka. I know better than any the blood and sweat with which we clawed our freedom, and bile rises at the thought of placing myself as your ruler. I know better than this. I will make no decisions you would not approve of. I will take no action you would not take. But we must have someone to take control, and I submit to this task. It cannot be the whole body that holds the sword. It must be the hand. The Black Adytum initiative proceeded into the Mongolian interior, approaching the location marked by the Grand Karsist. February 2042. The party is breaking camp as the sun rises over the horizon, with the researchers folding away the solar panels into the Helts and the Sarkites disassembling their shelters. Ion is, by her tent, feeding and watering her horse. The side of the stallion's face is marred by bulbous growths. Xenophon and Jiang approach. Grand Karsist, Xenophon addressed her. Ion glanced up. Xenophon. Jiang spoke next. We wanted to check whether you and Karsist Eva were ready to depart. Everyone is more or less ready to go. I will ask. Ion began. Let us go, Eva interjected. They turned to see Eva emerging from the tent, walking without her crutches. Her gait was odd and lurching, and as the hem of her hide dress lifted, glimpses of her snake-like leg writhing beneath were visible. Several researchers and Sarkites stared, their expressions caught between curiosity and unease. Eva's lip curled in response. I am not an animal to be ogled, she snapped, and I do not need anyone to slow down for me. Let us go. Without waiting for a reply, she made her way to one of the horses, awkwardly climbing onto it with unfamiliar movements. Gradually, the onlookers returned to their tasks, though Ion still wore a frown. Grand Karsist? Xenophon prompted. Ion hesitated before answering. Yes, let us go. How far are we? At our current pace, we should arrive by nightfall tomorrow. We can explore the area for Urok's tomb the following morning when the sun is out. Good, Ion said simply. Xenophon glanced at the horse beside her. Is your horse well? She looked at it for a few seconds, her gaze momentarily blank. What? Oh, yes, fine, he simply... Reaching out, she brushed her fingertips against its fur. As she did, the skin on one of the masses peeled back, revealing an eyeball beneath. Its gaze focused directly on Xenophon. Jiang grimaced. Ish. Does it have a name? Xenophon asked. Yes, Lujat, Jiang muttered. To see far. Fitting, I guess. Ion straightened. I need a few moments to gather my things before we leave, if you would excuse me. Jiang nodded. Of course. Zeno, let's... I require Xenophon's assistance in carrying the tent, Ion interjected. Jiang blinked, then shrugged. Oh, sure, I'll see you when we've set out. He turned and departed, heading toward the mobile research lab. Once he was out of earshot, Xenophon turned to Ion. Grand Karsist. Yes? Your people are packing your tent away into the wagon. Yes, I lied. Why? Ion sighed. Because your people already do not trust Helena. and I do not want whatever fleeting disagreements I have with her to poison your opinion of her. She is a good child." Xenophon studied her. "What are you referring to?" Ion hesitated before answering. "I love her like my own daughter. She disagrees with me, but I do not stop loving her. I just wish. I see she is hurt inside. I wish to help her, but I do not know how." "Why is she upset?" Xenophon asked. "She does not know who she is. She does not know who we are. I groom her to guide these people, but she never will. She ages, and I stay the same. She questions my decisions but does not listen when I explain my thoughts. She was not always like this. She was the sweetest little one." A horn sounded across the camp, signaling that the wagons were packed. The Sarkites began moving toward the train, which started its slow journey across the steppe. The Foundation vehicle's electric motors hummed to life, and security personnel took their positions atop the helts. As Ion pulled herself onto her horse, Xenophon walked alongside her. "Was she born injured?" "Yes. I've observed that to be fairly common among the Sarkic," Xenophon noted. "You display a much higher rate of deformities and birth defects. I've come to believe it's caused by the SCP-610 strain within your blood." Ion gave him an amused look. "Is that what you call it?" "Yes. What do you call it?" "Our curse, our treasure," she said. "The first generation of the Nulka, those of us that fought the old masters, we were injured through our bondage, scars of whippings and canings, broken fingers and severed digits. We were made monsters, but we reclaimed our humanity." As they rode, Xenophon glanced at Ion. "You didn't use your abilities to heal yourselves. I can heal them to what they were," Ion said. "But to go further is beyond healing. It is cutting, sawing, changing, flesh art. Many did not want that. They wanted the reminder of what they had fought so hard to escape. They wanted to know they were human. We defined ourselves by our imperfections. That was the first generation. What about the ones after?" Xenophon asked. "They were born stunted, hunched backs and crooked jaws and malformed limbs," Ion replied. "The seeping influence of the angry god whose blood ran through my veins. I offered healing to any who wanted it, but my gifts are drawn from cursed blood, and any healing imparts more of the curse unto my victim. I cannot make them perfect. My gifts are not infinite, more of a feeling, an artistry. I cannot stop death, just slow it." "And the Halkost?" Xenophon prompted. "Just flesh, moving, no spirit inside," Ion said. "That was not halting death any more than closing one's eyes is halting life. I could not keep them alive, only puppeteer their bodies, and even that is a perversion enough to make my stomach turn." "If you couldn't halt death, how are you still alive?" Xenophon asked. She stared down at him for several seconds before finally speaking. "I do not know. I only remember fearing it, screaming at the toothed maw of the devourer to tell me how the gods had conquered death. Nothing after that, did I?" "It's possible, but you were saying?" Xenophon prompted. Yes, the Nulka were all born this way," Ion continued. "But it was nothing to be judged. It united us underneath the shell. We are the same. One soul, human. Until you rejected that," Xenophon noted. She shook her head. "I must have had some reasoning. I must have. But it is as you said. It shapes my decisions now. We carry that tradition with us now. We do not ask to be born this way." "You could fix some of the more obvious cosmetic defects," Xenophon said. "Why? So that we would fit in when we sit in your offices and go to your shops?" she asked before snorting. "We are not ashamed of who we are." "They are not my offices either, Grand Carsist," Xenophon replied. "Fair. I often forget you are not human. Underneath the shell." "Yes." They rode in silence for some time before Xenophon spoke again. "Still, your abilities are growing rapidly. Evers. Modifications were beyond your reach not long ago. Yes, I can feel the blood of the beast stir and awaken as I discover who I am," Ion admitted. "As well as Evers," she sighed. "She desires answers that do not exist. She has lived her whole life with me, with my teachings, and now she sees sermons I have given, things I have said, that go against all I have taught her. She cites my words to me, and I do not know how to tell her that I do not believe any of it. It is a confusing time for all of you," Xenophon observed. "More for her. Why? My people look to me as a distant source of wisdom, of guidance, But Helena is the one they speak to with concerns about their children, or their health, or the harvest. She is the one they have grown with, the one they know. They love me, but they trust her, and she has always trusted me in turn, until now. You should speak to Eva, Xenophon suggested. Ion frowned. Your attitude on her confuses me. How so? She bitterly dislikes outsiders. You more than most. She finds you to be an abomination. Our friendship confuses her. Friendship? Xenophon asked. She tilted her head. You do not treat me like an exotic beast to gawk at, like Zhang and your fellows do. You are interesting. I enjoy speaking to you. Is that what defines friendship? It can be. I see. Xenophon was silent for several seconds before speaking again. You are also interesting, and I enjoy speaking with you. Then we are friends. She snorted. What is it? Xenophon asked. Nothing. My overseers are also concerned about our friendship. Then we find ourselves in similar straits. Yes, you should speak to Eva. She does not trust me, but she evidently cares about you as much as you care about her. Ion sighed. Ion sighed. I know. I had been saying your attitude toward her confuses me. I would expect you to be angry at her behavior. I do not get angry, Xenophon said. She is doing the best she can. The guns trained on our heads disturb her. And myself too, Ion admitted. Xenophon tilted its head. But the security personnel are here for the protection of the initiative. Are they? She asked, nodding at one of the Helts. As a group of Sarkites carrying equipment walked past the armored cruiser, the gun atop it slowly, almost imperceptibly, tracked their movement. I do not think your superiors consider us as much a part of this project as you do, Xenophon, she added. Xenophon continued watching the movement of the gun, when an approaching voice called out from behind. Grand Carcists, Xenophon, Zhang called. Yes, Xenophon responded. Do you mind if I borrow you for a second? Jiang asked. Certainly, Xenophon said, speeding up to accompany Zhang some distance away, keeping up with the slow but steady pace of the train. They conversed in English. Yes? Xenophon prompted. Oh, nothing, really. I just wanted to check in with you, make sure everything was okay, Zhang said casually. All systems are optimal. Is there a reason they would be otherwise? Xenophon asked. Nah, just I know the Sarkites can be kind of odd, Zhang replied. I suppose some might find them disturbing, yes, Xenophon agreed. Some of the researchers are a little surprised by how well you're getting on with the Grand Carcist, Zhang noted. The other Sarkites haven't been nearly as receptive to our efforts. Plus, the researchers are more than a little, disturbed, I guess. I mean, I'm glad we brought our own rations, you know. One of their kids offered us a bowl of stew a few nights ago, and we're all under instructions not to eat anything they offer, which turns out to be the right decision because it ends up being of that guy they sacrificed. They did not sacrifice him. He was already dead, Xenophon corrected. Fair. Cannibalized then, Zhang said. Many human cultures practice endocannibalism as a funerary practice, Xenophon pointed out. Zhang shrugged. I mean, you've read the same translated records I have. These guys aren't humans. They're pretty deliberately not human, going by the Grand Carcist's words. She does not remember making that sermon and no longer agrees with it, Xenophon said. Zhang shrugged again. She still said it. I'm just going off her actions, you know. Certainly, though for the Sarkites, sharing food with outsiders is considered a significant gesture of hospitality, spurning it is considered an insult. Perhaps this is why our researchers have struggled to engage with the Sarkites, Xenophon suggested. Zhang blinked. I've been studying them for years, never got that impression. Where'd you pick that up? I spoke to them, Xenophon said simply. Zhang sighed. Yeah, well, easier said than done. Plus, I'm not going to be able to convince anyone to eat person stew. They're just not doing it, and I can hardly blame them. We'll figure out something else. In any case, you don't have to worry about that. You're lucky. You don't have to eat at all. Yes, lucky, Xenophon agreed. The next file is an interview I conducted with Ontie, 29-year-old craftswoman. Xenophon said. It reads, So what does being Sarkic mean to you? The AI asked. Onta smiled as she picked at the edges of the statuette she was whittling from a femur. We do not worship a force we cannot see. We do not worship a cruel god that makes us suffer, she said. Being Sarkic, to me, is to worship ourselves. We are, all of us, filled with an incredible light. We grow, we change. We can learn and do anything. We can become anything. Is that not more worthy of honor and worship than dreams of a hand reaching down from the sky to make wrong right? She paused for a moment before continuing, her tone thoughtful. We are not perfect. These same gifts fill us with flaw. We are arrogant, foolish. We make mistakes, but we try to fix them. We choose to honor ourselves and our humanity. Her gaze flickered up, a knowing look in her eyes. You will never understand, she said, but perhaps you can see. Project Locust update. Project Locust personnel are surveying several sites of interest along the Kyrgyz-Uzbek border. Atreus array readings indicate a low level of residual ontokinetic activity, consistent with the theorized effects of the passage of a Class 5 reality bender. Director Hussein is evaluating sites near the Caspian Sea and inside Afghanistan, and is being advised by Delta Zero personnel accordingly. The Black Adytum initiative has arrived at the next suspected location of interest and plans to survey the site in the morning. An embedded agent reports further low-level tensions between researchers and Sarkites. The agent additionally reports that the carnomantic abilities of Grand Karcist Ion and Karcist Helena Ieva have increased exponentially with the progression of the initiative. Given Helena Ieva's distrust of Foundation assets, the agent suggests prioritizing focused surveillance of her and reports that Grand Karcist Ion largely trusts Xenophon AI. Xenophon AI is functioning within expected margins. On February 1, 2042, at 7:14 a.m., the initiative began to search for the resting place of Urok. The drone flew low overhead, scanning the rocky ground that dozens of Sarkites and Foundation personnel were spreading out across. The wide, flat plateau was covered with sand and loose rocks, with only dying shrubbery to break it up. The weather was clear, and vision extended for miles in every direction. There was no steel in sight. Grand Karcist, there is nothing here, Xenophon said. Ion did not respond, eyes shut. Ieva hissed at him in annoyance. Be silent, machine. We are close. Zhang frowned. How do you know? Ieva and Ion turned to him in slight surprise. You do not hear it? Ion asked. Hear what? Xenophon questioned. The feet shuffling, Ieva murmured. Zhang shook his head. No, I don't hear anything. Xenophon? Nothing, Xenophon confirmed. A member of the research team approached Xenophon. The ground-penetrating radar didn't turn up anything. Should we request satellite support? Yeah, okay. Put in the request for whatever Atreus array sat is nearest, Zhang instructed. Karcists, where is the shuffling coming from? Perhaps we can narrow down the area, Xenophon suggested. Ion shook her head in frustration. Everywhere. It sounds from all directions. Zhang sighed. I think we're better off waiting for the satellite pictures. We've been at this for hours. There's nothing here but rocks. Yes, Xenophon agreed. He paused, then lowered his optical sensors, staring at the ground for several seconds. What is it doing? Eva asked. Thinking, Ion replied. Slowly, Xenophon reached down and plucked a small chunk of sun-bleached rock from the ground. It raised it to its optical sensors, zooming in and compressing it between two fingers. Xenophon? Zhang prompted. The white rock cracked and then exploded with a puff of dust. This is hydroxyapatite. What's that? Zhang asked. A salt formed of calcium and phosphorus that is the major mineral in bones, Ion finished. She was inspecting a similarly sized chunk. Slowly, they looked up and realized the vast field of the white rocks they were standing in the center of. Ieva inhaled sharply. Oh, Jesus, Zhang whispered. This is a mass grave, Xenophon stated. Hundreds of people died here. Hundreds of my people died here, Ion murmured. A battlefield? Ieva asked. Yes, but where? Ion's voice trailed off as a glassy look overtook her eyes. Yes. She sees something, Ieva said quietly. Grand Karcist, Xenophon prompted. This was an accursed place. 2 battles were fought here, Ion said. 2? Zhang echoed. She turned on her heel, stepping through the field of shattered bones and walking away. The group followed. 2, 1 to attack, 1 to defend. A rousing victory, a crushing loss, she continued. Against who? Ieva pressed. The old masters, and then the traitors. She stumbled slightly over the shards of bone. Xenophon moved to support her, but she straightened herself before abruptly stopping. She fell in battle in the name of the Nalka. In my name. Here, Ion whispered. She dropped to her knees, digging single-mindedly at the dirt with her bare hands. Ion, Eva exclaimed. Eva dropped alongside her, similarly scratching at the dirt for several seconds before recoiling with a gasp. She raised her hand, the fingers were scratched and bleeding from the sharp bone fragments. She squeezed her eyes shut and whispered to herself, and the multitude of cuts closed, leaving raw skin behind. Where Ion was digging, the bones and soil were now being spattered with red droplets. Jang, the Helts, Xenophon said. Right. Jang nodded, then spoke into the radio. Lewis, Gunsong, move the excavation Helts to my position double time. The researchers on the radio signaled an affirmative, and in the distance, 2 of the Helts fitted with digging equipment began to roll toward the group. Xenophon stepped forward and grasped Ion's shoulder. She was still digging wildly. It pulled her back by the shoulder, pulling her away. Do not lay your hands on her, Eva snapped. Jang shook his head. You don't want to interrupt the memory. It could be our only lead. Xenophon looked up at them impassively. Xenophon observed Ion's actions with concern. But she is injuring herself, it remarked. Slowly, the glassy look faded from Ion's eyes. She rose unsteadily to her feet, supported by Xenophon as the Helts moved in, shoveling huge chunks of soil away with their excavating arms. What? Ion murmured, raising her hand. Her fingers were completely shredded, blood pouring from them freely. You had a memory. You attempted to dig by hand, Xenophon informed her. Without even praying, the skin on Ion's hand began to knit itself back together, much faster than Eva's had. Within seconds, her hand was intact again. She rubbed it and whispered, Thank you. Xenophon regarded her carefully. Do you remember what you saw? A battle, Ion replied. Urok, blotting out the sun, holding the line. They watched as the Helts continued their excavation, clearing away piles of earth and bone. Several hours later, as the afternoon sun dimmed somewhat, Xenophon approached the Grand Carsist's tent. Stepping inside, it found that Ion was not present. Instead, Eva was squatting by the fire. She looked up, eyes narrowing. Machine, she addressed coldly. Carsist Eva, I hope your leg is healing well, Xenophon said. Eva snorted. Where the hem of her dress was raised, the writhing mass of snakes in place of her left leg was visible. It does not need healing. It is better than it was before. I saw you limping, Xenophon pointed out. That is not this leg, Eva corrected. That is my other. It is clubbed from a lifetime of leaning. I'm sorry to hear that. This new appendage is very impressive. I understand it is largely your own artistry, Xenophon noted. She tilted her head slightly. You are not disgusted by it. Why would I be? Xenophon asked. Eva did not respond immediately. Instead, after a pause, she asked, You seek Ion? Yes. Have you seen her? She has stepped away to speak to Liam. She will return in a few minutes. May I wait here? Xenophon inquired. Eva shrugged dismissively. Xenophon took a place near the wall, and they sat in silence for several seconds before she abruptly turned. Why were you made? She asked. I'm sorry, I don't understand, Xenophon responded. For what purpose did your overseers make you, Eva pressed, to assist the Foundation in historical research projects? How do you know this? It was told to me. When? The moment I was activated, it is the cornerstone of my programming. From the moment I had awareness, I knew my instructed purpose and moved to fulfill it. So you are a tool, Eva remarked. Xenophon was silent for a moment. I would not say that. Eva stared into the fire. The hammer knows it exists for one reason and one reason only. It never has to wonder. It never has to try to reach beyond it. There is comfort in that. Hammers are not sentient, but I disagree that it is comforting, Xenophon countered. Why? The hammer does not get the opportunity to decide its purpose. Eva scoffed, her voice gaining an edge. We do not decide our purpose. We stumble blindly around until we wrap our fingers around something we can claim as our purpose. Many never find anything. You would prefer it be told to you rather than find it for yourself, Xenophon asked. The hammer knows its form. It knows what it was made to do. Would it choose anything save for being a hammer? Probably not. Then why? She challenged. All living things should have the opportunity to choose, Xenophon stated. They lapsed into silence until Eva asked, "Can you disobey your purpose?" No. Eva snorted again just as the tent flaps fluttered, and Ion entered, stopping in surprise. "Helena, who are— Oh, the machine wanted to speak to you," Eva said. Ion turned to Xenophon. "Xenophon, the excavation has located something for your attention." Ion spun on her heel, heading back out of the tent. Eva rose to her feet to follow, but before leaving, she stopped and turned to Xenophon, appraising it. "Yes?" Xenophon asked, waiting for her response. Eva studied Xenophon for a moment before asking, "Does your body feel pain? Does it tire?" "No," Xenophon responded. "Can it break?" She pressed further. "It is made of carbon fiber and titanium. It can withstand 63,000 pounds of force per square inch before shattering. Barring a truly destructive force, my body will not break." Eva gave a small nod. "Then there is at least one thing uniting us." Xenophon tilted its head slightly. "I'm sorry?" "We have both seen the frailty of the human body," Eva said simply. She turned and left the tent, with Xenophon following closely behind. Ahead of them, Ion walked several meters ahead, leading them out of the camp and into the excavation site. The Helts had fallen silent, and in the pit they had unearthed lay a massive humanoid corpse, huge and bulky, at least 20 feet in height, with thick arms and legs. Unlike the bodies of Nadoq and Sa'arn, this one was not intact, instead marred by deep cuts, slashes, bites and gouging wounds. The fatal wound appeared to be a deep cut around the throat, dried blood spilling out around the neck. Zhang and several researchers were in the pit, taking photographs and measurements of the body. At the edge of the pit, Ion stood motionless, staring down. "Urok, my strongest," she murmured. Xenophon stepped closer. "Grand Karcist?" "I'm still here, just thinking." Eva, her gaze fixed on the corpse, asked, "What happened to her?" "Felled in battle, defending her people," Ion replied. "She always trusted my orders, fearless in faith." Without hesitation, she slid down the wall of the pit, approaching the massive corpse. Clambering onto it, she drew the knife from her belt. Zhang's voice rang out, "Back up, everyone! Get back!" Ion rested the tip of the knife against Urok's chest but did not drive it in. Instead, she turned to her right, looking at Eva. The younger Karcist did not return the look. Ion's face fell slightly before she placed her hands firmly on the knife, driving it in. She spent several minutes sawing through the sternum, splitting the chest open, staining her arms and robes a bright crimson. Once the ribs were spread apart, she reached in with both hands, drawing out a massive heart nearly the size of her head. A murmur spread among the researchers and Sarkites gathered around the edges of the pit. "Jesus," Zhang whispered. "A courageous heart." "The heart of a warrior," Ion said, her voice solemn. With a steady hand, she drew the knife through the heart, splitting it in half. Raising one of the huge chunks of muscle to her lips, she spent the next few minutes hungrily devouring pieces of cardiac flesh until nothing remained. She knelt on the chest of the fallen warrior for a long moment, panting before she moved again. Without hesitation, she let herself fall into the gaping cavity in Urok's chest. As she disappeared, Eva hastily clambered onto the corpse, vanishing after her. The researchers stood frozen, staring. Xenophon turned to Zhang. "Zhang?" Zhang hesitated. You go ahead." Without another word, Xenophon dropped onto the body, slipping into the chest cavity after them. When its cameras reactivated, the scene had changed. The field was no longer littered with bones, but with fallen bodies, banners rising out of the carnage. A massive, hulking figure stood ahead, surveying the destruction Urok, dressed in oversized hide armor that fit her hunched back and unnatural proportions. Her upper body dwarfed her lower, forcing her to support herself on her clenched fists. "Urok," Ion called softly. The giant turned. Despite her immense size, her facial features were surprisingly soft, her long braided hair flowing down her back. She smiled, sighing in relief. Her voice, slow and booming, rumbled through the battlefield. "Ion, you came back. I waited. I waited for so long. You came back." "Yes," Ion said, her voice thick with emotion. "It took too long." Doesn't matter, Urok grumbled. I said you would. The others didn't believe me, said you were lost, but I knew you would come back. The others? Ion asked, her gaze sharpening. Nadoq, Sa'arn, even Lovjatar wasn't sure, but I knew you'd come back, sooner or later. Urok stepped forward, her massive fist landing heavily on the battlefield. A sickening crunch echoed as it crushed a body beneath it. She hesitated, glancing down. Oh, she murmured. It's okay. Come here, little thing. It's okay. Ion reassured her. Picking her way carefully through the field of corpses, she approached Urok's massive hand and wrapped her arms around it in a firm embrace. Urok's voice was almost gentle. You loved us too much. I knew that. Loved us too much to leave us. Ion released her grip, turning her gaze outward over the battlefield. A hot wind blew through the field, banners and flags flapping silently in its wake. Why are you here? She asked quietly. Urok looked down at her in confusion. You don't remember? Ion shook her head. No, Urok. I am sorry. I remember almost nothing. The revolution, the old beast, Adytum, the war, then nothing. Urok sighed deeply. Oh. She paused, her gaze lifting to the battlefield before them, lost in thought. Urok straightened her back slightly, standing taller with pride. Oh, do you remember me? Of course, Ion replied. By my side in the quarry from the very beginning. You were always the strongest of us. My strongest. Yes, your strongest. At the forefront of every battle, you led our forces during the revolution, and then again during the war. I won. For you. Ion hesitated before asking, do you know what happened? To me? Urok tilted her head. You changed, not sure when, but you were softer at the beginning, never angry with me. But then time wore on. Went from spending time in your temple to spending time in the catacombs, talking with the beast. Then you were harder, angry often, with me, with the other clavigars, yelled at me sometimes. Ion leaned her forehead against Urok's massive fist. I am sorry. I wish I could tell you what happened. I wish I could make it right. I do not know how it all went wrong. I know you didn't mean it, Urok said softly. I just want to know why. Why? Urok turned, treading away from the battlefield, and Ion followed. You were always wise, always knew what to do. Nadoq was smart, but didn't always know what to do. You were the leader, our leader. You always had a reason for every decision. We listened to you. We loved you. And I loved you. We would have followed you to the ends of the earth. And we did. Far, far past where we should have. I listened to you even when your voice changed, grew hard, when it was no longer you speaking. They reached the edge of the plateau. Below, the steppe extended for kilometers. Villages were visible, most burning or reduced to rubble. Why this? This wasn't what we wanted. This wasn't what you wanted, Urok said, her voice tinged with sorrow. They wanted to enslave us again, didn't they? Ion asked. Urok sighed. It had been centuries, Ion, maybe their priestesses, but these were not the priestesses. These were just farmers, families. They just wanted to be left alone, like we just wanted to be left alone. Their hordes would have come, Eva interjected, but we never allowed for the possibility. You must have had a good reason, Ion. You must have. Ion stared down at the spread of burning villages. Far in the distance, the horde of Nalka assembled, like a fleshy growth on the land. It was war, but your change began before that. It did? Yes. You began taking charge, overruling the Nalka's decisions, granting your castists broad authority. Little things. Maybe the people did not notice, but we noticed. Lovjatar noticed. Lovjatar. Maybe we four were not enough. What? You went into the earth. You communed with a fell god. We were not enough for you, so you sought out greater power. Of course you were enough. You were my clavigars, my family. Then why? You always led us with a reason, Ion. You must have had a reason to send our armies here, to do this, to throw away everything we built. Ion's voice wavered. I do not know. Urok turned to her. What did you see in the fire, Ion? When you weren't in the catacombs, you were always staring into the fire, into the future, terrified. Ion gazed into the burning villages below, fire dancing in her eyes. Momentarily the sky dimmed, something coming, something grand and dark and vast and unstoppable. A black moon hanging low in the sky over Amoni Ram, over Mumjul, and then over Adytum. The machines could not stop it. The Deva could not stop it. The Nalka could not stop it. Humanity could not stop it. I had to stop it. It had to be me. Urok stood in silence for a moment before whispering, "Oh." They stood together on the cliff edge, the wind carrying the scent of smoke and ruin. "Then I was enough, even though I didn't win for you?" Urok asked quietly. "You did win. The first time, the scene suddenly shifted, the same location, but now it was the dead of night. Below them, over the cliff edge, the lights of the Sarkites could be seen, a train of wagons and people thousands strong." Xenophon spoke. "The Sarkic, yes, running from the destruction of Black Adytum," Urok confirmed. "Nadoq and Sa'arn," Ion murmured. "And you slipped from the catacombs by Lovjatar, cradled in Nadoq's arms." But they were behind us, and a choice had to be made. She turned. Behind her, farther down the plateau, a loose collection of 100 soldiers were massed, dressed in Nalka hides and furs. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose on the horizon. "You stayed behind, gave us time to escape," Ion realized. "The dream we had in that quarry went with you. Adytum went with you. I would do it again, happily. But I failed you. You were never going to win, Urok. You did not fail me. I failed you, all of you." The dull, loud thundering on the horizon grew louder. The cloud of dust in the distance loomed closer. "Then I was enough?" Urok asked once more, her voice almost pleading. Urok lowered her head. Ion held her jaws and kissed either cheek, leaving a bloody print behind. "You were enough, Urok. You were more than I ever deserved." Urok smiled, but her skin and muscle began to decay, the memory decomposing along with her, rotting into nothing. When Xenophon's cameras reactivated, it and Eva stood on the edge of the pit once more. "Grand Karsist?" Xenophon prompted. Eva's voice was quiet. "Inside." Within the grave, Urok's corpse had withered to just a massive skeleton. Ion was kneeling by the skull, pressing her forehead to the cranium wordlessly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Text engraved on lateral humerus, scapula, and ulna of an adult human male. I saw less and less of him as the war dragged on. I understood he had his duties just the same as the rest of us, and I was never jealous for his time. The days he spent in the catacombs turned to weeks, then to months before he would emerge, haggard and emaciated, blood dripping from his lips where he had supped on divine flesh to learn its secrets, carrying them back to us, insisting he needed to go back down, to keep the beast chained. Even his most loyal Karsists feared to tread down there in the most knotted labyrinth of mausoleums and tunnelways, knowing that a mistaken turn could lead to a slow, painful death, starving while wandering in circles. The other Clavigars were disturbed by the whispering voices inescapable in the catacombs of Adytum, whispering godly secrets and unholy arts. And so it fell to me to descend into the earth to fetch my love when the Clavigars needed him. I carried the oldest maps, drawn in his hand, and walked through bone-lined ossuaries and through passageways tight enough to crush my chest. I followed the faint sound of his voice coming to me from deep beneath the earth, the weak whimpering, the ecstatic moaning, the purring, the screaming, the demanding, the threatening, the crying, the pleading. When I reached the bottom, the cornerstone all Adytum was built on, I found myself facing a set of massive doors as tall as 10 men. They were sealed shut, and through them I could feel a great and dark power and pain, something older than life and the moon and the stars, great and grand enough to consume me alive. And then the door opened, and his sunken eyes and gaunt cheeks were facing me, and I saw the terror he had done so well to hide. I pulled him into my embrace, kissing his cheeks and ignoring the blood leaking through the doorway behind him, ignoring that I knew the cries were not his. "She did not speak for 2 days after this incident," Xenophon said. "She was shocked, all of us were, but only her worldview was fundamentally shaken, because all the events in her memory were suddenly recontextualized. I don't think I understand what was so staggering to her," I admitted. "In so many words," Xenophon explained, Urok had told them, Ion and Helena, that the fall of Adytum was her fault, that whatever Ion had done, She was responsible for the collapse of the city, for the exile of her people, the miserable existence they have been living for as long as Ion can remember. Poor girl, I murmured. I heard her crying in a tent, Xenophon said. I wanted to help her, but I wasn't sure what to do. In fact, I'm not sure there was anything I could do. That's part of being human too, I said. Chapter 4. The Vault of Lovjatar. Temptation does not make itself known. Temptation clothes itself in the skin of good intention, beckoning those most faithful, guiding them forward. The tempted do not realize they are aflame until the fires eat through their flesh. You must be wary for it always. The second truth of Ion. Excerpt from the record of Ion, and as the Nulka raged for 5 days against the old masters, rousting them from the city until the canals of the nameless city ran rich with blood, Ion, the scarred prophet, knelt in the deepest tunnels of Adytum before the flesh of the fell god, the same god that he had supped from, and whose blood filled his veins now. It was vast. Tendrils stretched all across the city, reaching desperately out to where the slaves had unearthed it from its tomb. Far beneath the earth, far removed from the sounds of battle, the devourer spoke to Ion. This is not a city. You see this now, in the tunnels and in the carvings. This place was never meant for the living to inhabit. This is a tomb, a mausoleum, meant to hold me. The Scarlet is a jealous god, and he has instructed his children to bind me here, far from the eyes of the living. They fear me. They fear you too. The wall poured with its lifeblood, with its power. Ion held only a torch, casting a flickering glow on the vast beast. You have found me here, where they seek to seal me away. You sense my power as I sensed yours. Feed me as I have fed you. Become as one. Your masters will bow to you. All will bow. Your people will become unstoppable with you at their head, their shepherd, their lord. The beast reached out to the slave, offering him a tendril. I see the fear inside you, terror of death, of what will happen to your fledgling nation on your death. I bring immortality as my prophet. Ion saw the strength of the flesh. He looked into the fires of the torch, and he saw the future. Him at the head of a vast Halcost, undying, his clavigars at his side. Obedient to the wishes of his master, he rose, grasping the tendril. He felt the blood slipping between his fingers. I have been enslaved once. I will not become one again. He raised his knife and cut through the tendril, leaving it wriggling. The devourer screeched, I will bind you here, hold you as the masters held you. You will not make us your slaves. And Ion cast the torch into the flesh, retreating to gather his strength. But even as he stepped back, the first seeds of doubt had taken root. By February 7th, the Black Adytum Initiative had departed from the burial site of Sa'arn and was moving toward the next location indicated by Grand Carsist Ion from her memories, identified as being within Hulunbuir Prefecture in China. During the journey, the Grand Carsist submitted to regular interviews conducted by Foundation personnel regarding her memories. A memory from Grand Carsist Ion recorded and transcribed by Xenophon AI and senior researcher Mael. The diver had used their magic on Urok, making her into one of the massive earth-moving slaves. They took her as a youth, subjecting her to their alchemies and spells, bracing her body with cuttings from their great tree beasts. She grew to a huge size, even among her fellows, and soon they put her to work. In our cohort, she grabbed rocks and tossed them away, excavating more land to build upon. But she was in pain constantly from the cuttings inside her, growing and malforming her. I could not take her back to what she was, not without killing her, but I could remove the pain. I let her lift me to her lips, sawing off a weight of my flesh and letting her dine on it. Can you imagine? Constant agony for as long as you can remember, accompanying every motion and movement, and then one day it is simply gone. She looked at me like I was a god. She trusted me totally after that, put her life in my hands. She stares into space, and I took advantage of her. I remember it now. Adytum was only so big. Our numbers began to swell, and we needed space land for our people to till, for our beasts to graze, to grow our families. The villages simply had the misfortune to be near us. It began with the outlying farming villages of the old masters. They still hated us. I told Urok that we needed to be sure that we would not be enslaved again. To take their lands for our own, expel them, it was just cause. But the need did not go away, it simply expanded, even as the villages stopped being those of the old masters, even as they were simply people, trying to live like us. I told her to take them, and she believed me. I believed myself. We grew fat on the blood she spilled in our name. In my name, I let myself be corrupted. That was the betrayal I see now. My clavigars, my nulka, they entrusted me to seal away the old beast, and instead I let it pervert me, fill my heart with lust for power, steal my mind from me, and lose my people. When you sup on the flesh of a god, your hunger is never sated. It just grows and grows. On February 19th, 05-2 ordered increased security for the Black Adytum initiative, following the revelations regarding the Grand Carsist's relationship with the old beast. Additional security personnel were assigned, along with a permanent aerial escort. The party had stopped for their midday meal. Overhead, a heavy drone hovered, the distant hum of its rotors blending into the background. Xenophon approached Ion, who was seated by one of the covered wagons, surrounded by a small group of children. She was focused intently on the young girl in front of her, engaged in a game. Their hands moved in sync, outstretching, pulling back, each trying to match the other's movements. At some point, the girl faltered, groaning in frustration, as the other children burst into laughter. As the children's gazes shifted past her, Ion turned and saw Xenophon standing there. The laughter faded, but the children did not move away. "Hello, Xenophon," Ion greeted. "Come." "I'd hate to interrupt," Xenophon replied. "Nonsense." She turned to the children. "This is my friend, Xenophon. Xenophon, make room for him." She patted the ground beside her, and Xenophon stepped forward, lowering itself into a seated position across from the children. A few of them leaned closer, peering openly at its titanium and carbon fiber shell as Ion resumed her game with the girl. "What are you doing?" Xenophon asked. Ion glanced at him before returning her focus to the girl. "Oh, just a game." "Why?" She shrugged, never missing a beat with the girl's movements. "Because it is something to do, because it makes the children happy, because it is fun. Take your pick." Xenophon watched the flurry of hands for several seconds before asking, "How do you play?" "Come." She shifted to the side, allowing it a clearer view. Between her and the girl lay a small bone-carved trinket. "The game is for two, taking turns," she explained. "I place this in the center. Then I move. If the charm is there, I touch it with an open palm. If it is not, I touch with a closed fist. Then Uo takes her turn." She reached out, tapping the charm. The girl, Uo, quickly mirrored the action. "How do you win?" Xenophon asked. Ion smiled. "Watch." On the next turn, she subtly plucked the trinket away with her movement. Uo's closed fist met empty ground. They continued the exchange, rapid and focused, until, after a minute, Ion faltered, her open palm meeting nothing. Uo cheered in victory as Ion grinned. "Well done, little thing," Ion praised. "You win by the other person making a mistake," Xenophon observed. "I see." Ion turned to it. "Would you like to play?" Xenophon raised a metallic hand, flexing its metal fingers. Sunlight reflected off the polished surface. "I cannot make mistakes," it said. "It would not be of much enjoyment for us." "Uo, go show your parents," Ion instructed. The girl scampered off toward the other wagons, but the remaining children stayed, now openly inspecting Xenophon. "I saw you hold back a movement," it said. "You allowed the girl to win." "Yes." "Why?" Ion ran her fingers through the hair of another child who had rested his head on her lap. "They are young," she said. "These small victories embolden children. They learn they can do anything." "You don't feel that's a dangerous idea to give them?" Xenophon asked. "It makes them more daring, adventurous. They learn their real limits by themselves." She glanced at it. "And her name is Uo." "I'm sorry. You called her the girl. Her name is Uo. E-U-O. Names have importance. Xenophon." Xenophon was silent for a moment before asking, "What does Uo mean?" "Flower. I see. I tend to address people by their rank or title, as with you. But she is a child, so Uo. You mean you were created as such?" "No," Xenophon said. "That trait was not programmed in. It is a learned behavior, developed over time, an arbitrary preference. Ion tilted her head, considering this, then nodded. Meanwhile, the children had grown bolder, tapping their fingernails against Xenophon's shell. "Hello," Xenophon said in their language. They didn't respond, whispering to one another in hushed tones. "Am I bothering them?" it asked. "The opposite," Ion said. "They are trying to tell where the seams of your armor are. I am not wearing armor." One of the boys looked up. "Skin?" "No," Xenophon explained. "It is a hard latticed shell of carbon fiber over a titanium insert, providing structure and—" The boy's eyebrows furrowed. "Yes," Xenophon amended, "it is my skin." Ion snorted. "Go back to your parents, little things." The children groaned in protest but obeyed, scampering away. As soon as they were gone, Ion's posture visibly slumped, and she let out a long sigh. "They do not seem afraid of me anymore," Xenophon noted. "You intrigue them," Ion replied. "They struggle to understand broad ideas, but they see you, and they are curious. I suppose seeing us speaking calmed their fears." "You are good with children. I like them." Xenophon regarded her for a moment before asking, "Are you all right?" She hesitated, then said, "No. Is it apparent?" "Not to them. I simply notice more. Did something happen?" "No. I am just afraid," she admitted. "The revelations from Urok have disturbed me, shaken me." "I see," Xenophon said. "Can I help?" Xenophon regarded Ion for a moment before speaking. "You could listen," she said. "I have been told I am good at it," Xenophon replied. Ion chuckled softly, but the amusement faded as quickly as it came. Her expression darkened, her gaze drifting toward the children playing nearby. "I see them," she murmured, "and all I can think about are the children from Adytum. I failed them, betrayed them." "You were corrupted," Xenophon stated. "Still, I had a duty to hold back the Devourer's influence so my people could live in peace, and instead I became its prophet. A tyrant and a slave to the divine, again." Xenophon was silent for a moment before replying. "We have experience in such matters. The influence of a god is pervasive and powerful." A pause. "My organization has lost good people to such influences before," it admitted. "In truth?" Ion asked. "Yes." She pressed her lips together, exhaling through her nose. "Still," she continued, "I was the only person who could do it, and I failed. I do not understand why they are like this. Impossibly powerful, and yet we are the ones pulled into their machinations. Absolute power corrupts absolutely," Xenophon said. "Wise. Lord Acton, an English preacher, wrote that. Is he alive?" "No, he died 143 years ago." Ion's lips curled into a faint, lopsided smile. "It seems I am not the only one who speaks to the dead." They sat in silence for a few minutes. Xenophon broke it first. "Did you want to hold back the old beast?" "Does it matter? I would like to know." Ion hesitated, then shook her head. No, I did not. I remember in the first days telling myself that I would depart as soon as I was able. For the first time in my life, my future was unbound. I wanted to walk the earth and find myself at the ends of it. Did you ever get to?" "No." Xenophon shifted slightly. "Well, we are doing quite a bit of walking lately. Perhaps this is your chance." Ion only sighed heavily in response. Xenophon twitched, an aborted motion, raising its hand slightly before lowering it again. Ion caught it. "What was that?" "Nothing." She tilted her head but did not press the matter. The silence stretched once more. "I do not think I have ever been without expectation," she admitted. "How do you mean?" "My earliest memory is being pulled from the pens as soon as I was able to lift a pick, put to work for the old masters, expected to slave all day if I wanted to earn my bread and water, just the same as all the others. I cannot find the words to capture the misery of vast slave pens, of the priestesses burning their herbs to keep us pliable and weak, of the slave masters cutting off the fingers of anyone who fell behind on their labor. And then I uncovered the old beast and tasted divinity, and I was expected to lead my people on this crusade. I was a child, you know. The records do not say that. Some 15 or 16 passings of the seasons. A child." Xenophon regarded her steadily. "I am surprised you did it." Ion lifted a hand and pointed across the camp. Uo and her brothers surrounded their mother, tugging at the hem of her dress as she washed their laundry by hand. For them, she said simply. They were not alive then, Xenophon pointed out. But they are now. I have seen generations of our people grow and die, innocent children turning into jaded souls, bearing innocent children again. Look at them. They do not have to worry about what our people did. With me at our helm, they are clean. They are why I did it. With every passing of the torch, we grow ever closer to shaking off the yoke of our past. Xenophon's gaze lingered on her. Except for you, she shrugged. Someone has to suffer for it. To hold back the beast so the others can live happily. Ion's face darkened. Xenophon did not relent. I don't mean to fault you. Humans have an evolutionary incentive to sacrifice themselves for their children, to ensure the tribe survives. You cannot help it. It is still a choice I made, she countered. Your genes did not offer you any other option. Ion squinted at Xenophon. Why are you here? To aid in research. She shook her head and poked its chest with a finger. Why did you walk to me? Did your master instruct you to? No, I felt it would be prudent to speak to you. Ah, you chose. And yet your instructions are in tune with your choice. Either we both are masters of our fate, or neither of us are. Xenophon said nothing. After a long pause it stated, we need to begin moving again soon. Ion exhaled. I did not mean to upset you. Xenophon rose to its feet. It hesitated, then extended a hand toward Ion. You could not upset me if you tried, Grand Carsist. As the interviews progressed, substantially more Sarkites began to volunteer to speak to Xenophon AI on their relationship with the tribe. When asked what being Sarkic meant to him, Loik, a 7-year-old child, beamed up at Xenophon and Ion. Father is dead, he said. He died before my first hunt. Mother told me I will not see him anymore. But Hala told me that since all of us ate his meat, he is still with us. When my hunt comes, he will join me. His voice carried no sorrow, only certainty. I was happy when she told me that. I liked it. It made me feel not so alone. Project Locust update. Director Hussein has been successfully redirected from the Caspian Sea site. Delta Zero personnel have supported his decision to focus on Kabul as the primary subject of Project Locust. And project resources are en route now. Project personnel have been securing archaeological evidence related to Black Star or Black Moon entities en route. Items of interest are being surveilled by Delta Zero personnel for reacquisition if necessary. Black Adytum initiative is also en route to the next location of interest, ETA 8 to 12 days. Embedded agent reports are falling out between Grand Carsist Ion and Carsist Helena Ieva. The nature and extent of the schism are unclear, but individual Sarkites are beginning to register it. Agent also reports a general decline in Grand Carsist Ion's mental state as a result of recent revelations. Increased surveillance ordered, and Plan Sheer Glacier pre-cleared in the event of catastrophic project failure. Xenophon AI functioning within expected margins. Excerpt from the Truths of Ion. Lo, gaze upon me, you noble, you blood-stained, you who have fought and spilt blood on the stones of this nameless city. I see you from this pulpit, vast and assembled. I see what you have lost in snatching your freedom from the hated foe. The canals still flow with the blood of our victory, but it has come at a cost. Those of you that are wounded, stricken, my Carsists will attend to you, make you whole once more, greater than you were before. Your sacrifices have not been in vain. I see the great and honored dead, stacked high in pyres outside the gates of the city, bodies to be burned as the old masters burned their dead. No, no, we will not let those who gave their last measure of devotion become smoke in the sky. There is no great tree for them to return to. There is no God to bow at the feet of and be rewarded by. There is only us. We will consume their flesh, as I consumed the old beasts, as my clavigars consumed mine, becoming one whole. We will carry them with us, always, their memories in our hearts as their spirits return in our children. I see the great world weariness in your eyes. I wish only that I could reach out and allay it. We have done the unthinkable, freed ourselves from the bondage our mothers and fathers died under. And yet we stand on the cusp of something even greater and more momentous. We spurn the blind faith of the old masters and the Eastern machines. We live for ourselves, our future unbound. For the first time on this world, a people are truly free, not just from the bondage of men, but from the machinations of gods. I see the future in the fires below. I see a strong and proud people, children living blessedly ignorant to the unthinkable suffering of their parents. The past offers us nothing but pain. We are not ruled by our past. We are not defined by our past. We leave it behind and march boldly into tomorrow. I see the spreading tendrils of the devourer far below. Many of you have come to me, asking if it too is not bound by the old masters as we were bound, if it does not share in our suffering. I come to you having seen it and spoken to it face to face. It is not human. It hungers not for freedom, but for control. To free it is to doom ourselves. It must be held, and I must be the one to do it. I look down, and I see my vestments. I did not choose this life for myself. I was born on this path, to be birthed a slave, to stumble across a fell god, to lead you. My say in it is as pointless as commanding the sun not to rise. But it is the duty you have entrusted me with, and it is the duty I will fulfill, as faithful to you as you are to me. I see a great city before me, nameless and clean of sin. I do not know what the old masters named it, if indeed they gave it a name at all. But names have power. This city is as free from its past as we are. We will make it in our image. Adytum, the perfect city, the one that exists in our hearts. But this is not Adytum yet. It can only be made so through our own blood and sweat. We must work tirelessly to build this new experiment. For if it fails, if we sink back to the same sins of our captors, let its name be blackened by sin. The party has made camp for the night. The Sarkic wagons are circled, and the Foundation helts loom around the outside, gunners present in their turrets and keeping watch. Xenophon AI makes its way through the camp, weaving around small campfires. The Sarkites are eating, speaking, and a few are listening to music played on hand-strung sitars and drums. They nod respectfully at Xenophon as it passes. Several shift aside to make room around their fires. Xenophon raises a hand in appreciation, but continues onward. Around one of the larger campfires, Karcist Eva is speaking to several Sarkites. She narrows her eyes as Xenophon approaches, halting her speech. "Machine," she said, her tone clipped. "Hello, Karcist Eva. I hope I'm not intruding," Xenophon replied. Her lip curled slightly. "No more than usual." "May I sit?" it asked. Eva considered the request, pursing her lips before eventually shrugging. "If you keep silent." "Thank you." Xenophon settled between two Sarkites, who shifted to accommodate it. Eva looked down at it for a moment, before deliberately turning away, resuming her discourse. "And we read from the texts, Ion saw the strength of the flesh, the power and dominance of the old beast, the flesh that could free us from our bondage. The flesh is perfection in absolution. It needs no supplement, as the old masters sought, nor replacement, as the Eastern machines searched for." She paused before continuing, her voice taking on a solemn edge. "And yet, Ion also saw weakness in the flesh. When war came to Adytum, the scars we bore as badges of honor became our shackles. Too many of us were sick, injured, weakened by our own devotion to the bodies we were given. And so Ion made a decision. Adytum's survival outweighed individual suffering. But how do we reconcile this, that the flesh is both perfect and weak?" She shook her head and lifted the hem of her dress, revealing the writhing mass of snakes extending from her left thigh, their sinuous forms supporting her weight. Her other leg, similarly transformed from the knee down, moved as though alive. Xenophon tilted its head, but remained silent. "The flesh is perfect because it is alive," Eva continued. "It grows, changes, overcomes, metal under stress shears and snaps. But given time, flesh adapts, it strengthens. We are born weak, our children, helpless and soft, but they grow strong, do they not?" She reached down, allowing one of the serpents to dart toward her fingertip before pulling back. "And so, why deny ourselves the ability to surpass the final limitations of our flesh? Ion saw this truth, and thus, we survived the wars that obliterated all others. The past holds the answers to our future." "Are they limitations, Karcist?" Xenophon asked suddenly. Eva stiffened, her gaze snapping to Xenophon, lips pressing together. "What did you say?" You said flesh's strength was in its evolutionary nature. It adapts. Yes, she replied tersely. Then, I do not fully understand why you call these things limitations. Are they not the very proof of your adaptability? Around the fire, the other Sarkites shifted uneasily. You do not understand because you have never inhabited flesh, Eva said sharply. You are not a person, you are a thing. You accept your limitation. I'm sorry? You are made as you always will be. You will never grow beyond what you were created for. You cannot know desire, to long for what you cannot have. Xenophon remained silent. Eva's breathing had grown heavier, her voice thick with intensity. I was born crippled, she continued. I had to work twice as hard just to crawl, 4 times as hard to stand. I watched others run, dance, while I could only sit. Flesh can be a prison, machine, but we reach into the past and pull forth truths for our future. She patted her leg, as if in emphasis. I'm sorry to hear that, Karcist, Xenophon said after a moment, but I felt you were referring to more than physical limitations. She shrugged. Humanity is more than flesh. Our minds hold limitations too, ones we must conquer. We accept that we will grow old and die. Why? Many believe it is an inherent part of life. Eva's eyes gleamed in the firelight. Is despair an inherent part of joy? Xenophon considered this, the flickering flames casting shifting patterns across its metallic shell. I think they give each other meaning. One must know sorrow to value happiness. Eva's expression was resolute as she spoke. Aha! The limitations of humanity are present even in your false soul. It is a desperate rationalization made by peoples not as fortunate as we, those who lacked the tools to forge their own flesh. But we are not them. We can be greater. We can overcome. If we wish to, Ion replied. Xenophon and the Sarkites turned as Eva looked up. Grand Karcist Ion stood several meters away, having silently approached. She was staring at Eva, whose face tensed under her gaze. The surrounding Sarkites watched the interaction in silence. Grand Karcist, Eva acknowledged. Eva, Ion said calmly, you are so adamant we must leave these things behind. They limit us. Is the bird limited by its wings? Ion asked. It cannot grasp nuts, cannot hold a sword. I know, but the wings make the bird what it is, Eva. Our limitations define us. We can try to burn the sky, or we can embrace living underneath it. The wings offer the bird something in turn. What does this weakness bring us? Eva demanded. The softness, the death? Ion's tone softened. Death is an opportunity, Eva, to live a life knowing it will reach an end, knowing your loved ones will consume you, carry you with them. Let your spirit be reborn in a new body, the knowledge that you have loved your parents 1,000 lifetimes over, and will love them 1,000 more. To reach out to someone and know that your time is limited, and you want to spend it with them. She paused. An opportunity not all of us have. Silence followed. Abruptly, Eva bowed her head slightly and turned on her heel, departing for her tent. Ion watched her go, a strange look on her face. She whispered something, and the Sarkites began to disperse. Grand Karcist? Xenophon asked. Yes. Are you all right? She turned to Xenophon. No, please leave me alone. Without another word, she headed towards her own tent. Xenophon watched her go. After several seconds it followed, ducking into the tent. The fire was burning low. In front of it, Ion was kneeling, face in her hands. At the sound of Xenophon's entry, she looked up. She had been crying. Hurriedly, she wiped her cheeks on the sleeves of her robes. I asked you to leave, she said. I felt compelled to ignore that order, Xenophon replied. Ion blinked, surprised. I did not think you could ignore an order. Neither did I. She let out a cry laugh, hiccuping slightly as Xenophon knelt by the fire beside her. I have failed, she murmured. We have discussed this concern. I do not know Eva. I have failed her. I was listening to her sermon, Xenophon said. I felt you taught her the doctrine well. She knows our prayers, our sermons, our texts by heart. She is more familiar with my words than even I am sometimes. I taught her all of that, ever since she was a girl. She could not play with the other children, so I sat her on my lap under the shade of the trees and taught her everything I knew. The flesh, holy death, why we consume so we can be reborn. She would curl up into my lap, play with the ends of my hair while I read from memory to her. She sounds like she was a sweet child, Xenophon observed. Ion smiled through drying tears. She is. My heart sang when I saw her leading her first prayer, singing and swaying just the way I taught her. I taught her so much. My little legacy. Her smile faded. And yet it feels as though she understood none of it. She sees the words and not the message. I do not know how she can stand up and preach now that our humanity is something to be overcome, something that weighs us down. You did too, Xenophon pointed out. Silence stretched between them. Yes, I did, Ion admitted. I think she is looking to the past for answers. Why? Have I not been her anchor? Why does she feel the need to turn to fractured memories from my past? Because they offer something you do not. What? May I take a guess? Please. Reassurance, direction. You called her your legacy, but she will never get a chance to lead your people. You have trained her excellently for a role that she will never be called on for. I did not choose to live this way. Neither did she, Grand Carsist. She does not know what her purpose is. The memories speak to her. They reassure her that her place is to dominate, to control. She flocks to the easy answers, as humans often do. Ion snorted, a small laugh escaping her lips. Unlike you. Xenophon paused. I am not without flaw, Grand Carsist. Oh? I am curious. Curiosity is a virtue, not a flaw. It is when paired with the inability to indulge your curiosity. I am programmed to want to learn everything about you and your people I can, but I am not a person. I will never have a complete understanding of why you appreciate music, what food tastes like, what makes you chase after Eva's approval. Ion stared at Xenophon in confusion. Yes, you are. Xenophon hesitated. I don't understand. You are a person, no? Xenophon stated, no. I am an artificial intelligence construct. Digital thoughts racing across a silicon mind the size of your fingernail. You are not human, Ion said. She patted the chassis of Xenophon's shell, made of metal rather than flesh. But you think, same as me. You feel same as me. No, I do not, Xenophon replied. Then why follow me into my tent after I order you not to? Xenophon hesitated. I do not know. The horse I ride is a person to me. The cows we milk and the falcons we keep are people to me. I know their oddities and enjoyments and dislikes. They are no more human than you, but they are my people, my Nalka. You are too. Xenophon did not speak. After a moment it said, Still, I will never understand why you do some things. Such as, Ion asked, what drives you to eat your people for one? I love them, she answered simply. All cultures experience love. Few engage in cannibalism. They do not experience this love. It is the way we are. When I love, it is all-consuming. I want them to feel me, to taste me. And in turn, I hunger for them, to understand them wholly, to become one with them, to feel their flesh as they feel mine. What greater show of love than to desire every piece of their essence, to understand them wholly? Yes, Xenophon murmured. It is a rich experience, here. She pressed a hand against Xenophon's shell over the chest. Here grows warm, heavy, hungry, like it could burst from your chest at any moment, run free from the weight of your body. It flows up through to your head, into your eyes. She rested 2 fingers on Xenophon's ocular receptor. Everything fades and you can only see them. They become, momentarily, the whole of your world. You exist only in relation to them. They bring you closer to the divine. Bringing her hand down again, she touched Xenophon's stomach. You know in the deepest part of you that if you were freed from your flesh, your souls would intertwine. But bound as you are, all you can do is hunger to have them totally, in every way, to give yourself up for them, even as they do the same for you. She fell silent, pulling her hand away. Xenophon remained quiet for several seconds. It sounds unstoppable, it finally said. Yes. Have you experienced it? Yes, with Lovjatar. The last of my clavigars, the closest of them. We march towards his grave now. I see. Ion stared into the fire again, orange dancing in her dark eyes. I am afraid, Xenophon. Of what? Of what he will say. His love has been replaced by disgust, just as with the others. Disgust at me for failing. Disgust at how I have changed. that I will find myself standing alone before the horrible truth. Eva has always been with me, but now, I do not know Lovjatar, and so I cannot speak to that. Xenophon raised its hand and placed it gently on Ion's shoulder. She turned in surprise. But you will not be alone, Xenophon said. She cocked her head for a second before smiling slightly. Thank you. The next entry is an interview with Mokol, a 43-year-old musician. When asked what being Sarkich meant to him, as he worked the knife under the pelt of his kill, a groundhog, he moved with careful precision, ensuring he did not make excessive cuts or waste the meat. With the practiced skill of experience, he butchered the animal deliberately. My drum is made from skin, he said. I do not know whose skin. It was my grandfather's drum, and his grandfather's before him, so I do not even know how old it is. The skin is tanned and taut. Now and again it rips. So I go out, as I do now, kill something, and turn its skin to leather to repair my drum. He smiled as he lifted the pelt of the groundhog, now cleanly separated from the flesh. Then I sit in the shade of a tree and sew it back together, he continued. Then it joins me for the singing of the next night. That is what being Sarkich is to me. You must join us one of these nights. You will see. On March 13th, the Black Adytum initiative arrived at the site marked by Grand Karcist Ion. The party has stopped on a wide, grassy plain. A calm, glassy blue lake sits to the north. There is a building sitting near the shoreside, overlooking the waters. It is stark white, with large pillars supporting an overhead dome. The only sound is that of the waves lightly lapping at the shore. Ah, Ion murmured. Jiang exhaled. At least this time, there's no question of where it is. Xenophon's mechanical voice cut through the still air. This building does not exist on any maps or satellite imagery of this location. It will not, Ion replied. Jiang frowned. How do you know? Without answering, Ion began walking forward, her robe trailing behind her through the sand. Because I built this place, she finally said. Jiang and Xenophon followed, with Eva trailing several feet behind, silent. It was hidden from others, Ion continued. But he wanted me to find it again, to find him again. They approached the steps of the building, where a few centimeters of water pooled at the base of the white stone. Ion stopped at the foot of the stairs, gazing at the structure. He always loved the sea. She ascended the steps, revealing their mottled, imperfect surface. Jiang hesitated, running a hand over the material. This whole building is hewn out of bone. Not a building, Xenophon corrected, a mausoleum. At the top, Ion reached the doors sealed, fused together into a seamless, featureless mass. But I carved these, she murmured. I spent days carving my memories into them, our memories. The sea would have eroded them away, Xenophon observed. Ion's expression softened. Oh, yes. She pressed 2 fingers against the surface. Instantly it split down the middle, crumbling into dust. The darkness beyond was complete. Xenophon stepped forward, but Eva moved with startling speed, blocking its path. Stop, she snapped. I will not let this abomination access this place before we do. I trust you no more than you trust me, machine. Xenophon cocked its head, then stepped back. I do trust you, Karcist Eva. Eva blinked. What? You are talented, intelligent, and have proven yourself a capable shepherd of your people. I trust you. Please go ahead. Eva blinked again, hurriedly turning away. She entered the mausoleum alongside Ion, Xenophon, and Jiang following close behind. A faint splash echoed as they stepped inside. Jiang stiffened. I just stepped in water. Is this place flooded? Xenophon activated its lamps, illuminating the interior. The chamber, only a few meters across, was sunken slightly, filled with a shallow pool of blood. The hems of Ion and Eva's robes floated atop the surface, untouched. Neither of them reacted. Oh, Jesus, Jiang whispered. Xenophon scanned the space. There is no body. At the center of the chamber sat a reliquary, a pedestal supporting a softly glowing human heart. It pulsed slowly beneath a glass cover. Ion stepped forward, smiling. Hello again, my love. Lifting the glass top, she picked up the heart with careful reverence, cradling it as though it might shatter. She brought it toward her lips, then hesitated, glancing toward Eva. The other woman watched her coolly. Eva, Ion called. Eva made a faint sound of acknowledgement. Ion extended her hands, offering the heart. Here. Eva's eyes widened. She gingerly accepted it, staring down at the pulsing organ in her hands. But Eva hesitated, then nodded. She lifted the heart to her lips and bit into it. A small gasp escaped her as she swallowed. She glanced at Ion, who nodded in silent approval. Greedily she tore into it, consuming piece after piece until only a small fragment remained. Wordlessly, she offered it back. Ion took it and let it slide down her throat. Jiang exhaled sharply. Wait, if there isn't a body then… Before she could finish, the floor beneath them gave way. The entire group plunged into the pool of blood as though it had swallowed them whole. Xenophon's cameras flickered, disabled for a fraction of a second. When they reactivated, the 4 of them were standing back on the beach. The mausoleum was gone. Twilight had descended, the sun dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and violet. A young man sat cross-legged on the shore, watching the water. Ion stepped forward, her voice barely a whisper. He rose from where he was sitting, turning to face Ion. He was a handsome youth. His sharp features and olive skin matched with dark eyes. Rich, complex tattoos crept out from underneath the collar and sleeves of his robes. Before he could speak, Ion interrupted him. Please, before you speak, before you release your anger, before you tell me what I deserve to be told, I understand my mistakes. I have seen what I became. I could live 10 lives and not atone. Please, I am sorry. Silence followed for a moment. Then Lovjatar stepped forward and embraced Ion, tightly wrapping his arms around her. You could not anger me if you tried, little thing, he murmured. He released her, smiling as he kissed her forehead. There are no words for how much I have missed you. What? Ion asked, bewildered. Lovjatar squinted, brushing her hair back with a smile. You look different now, brighter, but still the one I love. You're not angry? Lovjatar shook his head. No, you made a mistake. We all do. I was angry, we all were, but I knew that wasn't you. I knew you would come back eventually. I have waited for a long time. My anger faded. He grasped her hand, intertwining it with his. He pressed it against his cheek, feeling the warmth of her skin. My love did not. I knew you would return. I knew you would. Ion's voice was a whisper. Why do I remember this place? Lovjatar's eyes darkened with memory. Because you have been here before, in another life. We were escaping Adytum's destruction, bathed in soot, charred and blackened by flames. But the traitor was pursuing us, dogged armies chasing us across the plateau. Jiang whispered. The Black Star. Lovjatar continued. They would chase us, kill us. End the dream we conceived together, slaughter the children we raised together, unless someone stayed behind to pull our pursuers away. Nadoq was necessary. Urok was necessary. Sa'arn was necessary. Ion's voice trembled. But you were not. Lovjatar smiled sadly. And so I sit here and wait to be killed. At that moment, a steady rumbling filled the air, growing louder and closer, increasing to a deafening volume. The ground shook with thousands of footfalls as monstrous entities rushed the beach. They superficially resembled humans, but they were misshapen, distended, their yellowing skin sloughing off their bodies, their milky white eyes vacant. They rapidly encircled the group. Lovjatar slowly rose to his feet, brushing the sand off his robes. And now, my time approaches, he said solemnly. Xenophon and Jiang stared intently at the creatures surrounding them. Jiang spoke half to himself. I've seen these things before. One of the locust dig sites, maybe? Xenophon turned urgently. Grand Karcist, Ion's voice broke. You are leaving? Lovjatar nodded. I bound myself here, trapped in this memory, knowing what my fate would be. I lingered well beyond my time, because I wanted to lay eyes on you one last time, to know that you were not the same as I left you. But you know how this ended. No, I do not. My memory. It was gone, Lovjatar. I spoke to the others, tracked down their resting places, spoke to them to recover my mind, assured them I would bury them in Adytum. I spoke to Urok. I realized what I'd done. She reached out and gripped his shoulder with white knuckles, her wide eyes filled with desperation. Her lip trembled. I succumbed to the Devourer's temptations, whispered promises of power. became its champion. Let the traitor with his black moon burn Adytum to the ground while we fled. Lovjatar froze, then slowly turned back to her. A strange, confused look crossed his face. "No, little thing," he said softly. Ion blinked. "What?" "That is not what happened." She took a step forward. What?" Lovjatar was silent. Ion hesitated, then gently caressed his cheek. "Show me, my love." He exhaled, his voice low. "You remember now. Seeing it again will only hurt you more." She took a shaky, rattling breath. "I need to see. I need to know." Lovjatar was silent for a long moment before stepping forward. He pressed his forehead to hers, holding it there as the world shifted around them. The scene changed. Now they stood in a long, dark underground corridor. The walls were hand-hewn from dark stone, and in thousands of little alcoves, skulls and bones were neatly stacked. Sconces packed with fat burned slowly, casting a sickly pale glow over the passage. The air was thick with memory, heavy with truth waiting to be revealed. Jiang looked around, his voice uncertain. "Where are we?" "The city," Ion replied. "Adytum," Xenophon added. Ion's expression darkened. "Listen." Distantly, a deep, bone-shaking thrumming could be heard, interspersed with human conversation. Suddenly, from behind, a copy of Lovjatar appeared several years younger but unmistakably the same person. He was dressed in hooded hide robes decorated with beads and bone-carved charms, making his way through the corridor toward the noises, clearly ill at ease. The older Lovjatar, walking with the group, spoke as they followed him. "I had noticed it from the beginning. How could I not? You retreated from Nadoq, from Urok, from Sa'arn, and eventually from me. All your time spent in the underbelly of Adytum, communing with gods, peering into fire for answers that wouldn't come. At the beginning, I could descend in and fetch you, bring you back to the light. But that was the start. Soon Adytum had grown beyond the walls of the city. We became a fledgling nation, and each of us had our own duties. I had to shepherd the castists as your absences stretched from days to weeks to months. But when the months threatened to become years," he shook his head. "I hate this place. Horrible things happened in these crypts. But I descended to bring you out." Eva's voice was calm. "She had to do this duty. The beast had to be kept at bay." Lovjatar gave her a lopsided smile. "Yes, that is what you told us, Ion." The group drew closer to the noises as the tunnel tightened to a space barely wide and tall enough for Xenophon to stand in. The memory of Lovjatar spoke. "Ion?" The strange thrumming and beating continued unabated. Lovjatar's voice was heavy with memory. "There is a wretched, quiet desperation in these tunnels. Do you feel it now as I felt it then?" "Yes," Xenophon answered. Eva and Jiang looked at Xenophon in surprise. "Like an animal in a cage," he added. Lovjatar's eyes narrowed as he appraised Xenophon's shell for the first time. "What are you?" A pause. "I do not know," Xenophon admitted. "He is mine," Ion interjected. Lovjatar nodded and turned back to the scene. The memory had moved forward to Lovjatar standing before a great set of stone doors, infinitely detailed, inscribed with calligraphy and complex scenes etched into the dark stone. "Whenever I came to fetch you, I would find you here, performing your work, sealed in this great stone vault, locked away with such a dangerous font of power, sealed away from those who you loved. I always felt bad. I wished the door to open so that I could aid you in your struggles, ease some of the burden from the shoulders I loved so, but it was always sealed." The door hung slightly ajar. A pool of blood leaked out of the gap, save for once. The Lovjatar in the memory did a double-take, then quietly approached the doorway. The thrumming and whispering were now almost clearly audible, and he peered inside. He whispered, "See what I saw." Inside was a high chamber, almost entirely dark, save for a single well-maintained fire in the center of the floor. The cracked and carbonized remains of bone littered the base of the fire, and the sweet-smelling smoke hung in the air. The walls of the chamber were flesh-like tendrils, wrapping over and over onto themselves until they formed a solid, pink, pulsating mass. All across the walls, knives were stabbed into the flesh, blood flowing freely from the wounds and collecting in channels cut into the floor, flowing down to the fire. Somewhere, a great occluded heartbeat, and fresh blood poured from 100 wounds. The thrumming repeated, now clearly a howl of pain from something far older than the city it was buried beneath. The old beast, Yaldabaoth, The mangled god spoke in gasps and whispers. "Please, please, please," a voice responded. "Quiet, beast." A figure strode into view, emerging from the shadows. He was dressed in the same etched and decorated hide robes as Lovjatar, albeit even more grand and ornate. Even without the distinctive ritual tattoos peeking out from his collar and sleeves and the faded scar across his face, his sharp features and grey eyes immediately betrayed his identity. Eva whispered, "Is that?" Ion stepped forward, her voice distant. "Me, before." She moved forward in a haze, reaching out for but not quite touching her own face. Jiang shook his head, watching in quiet disbelief. Jiang hesitated before speaking. "Then what?" The old beast's voice trembled with desperation. "Please, Liberator, free it." The memory of Ion snarled. "I said silence. You, Liberator, freer of the Builder's slaves, free it," the old beast pleaded. The memory of Ion stalked over to a mostly free section of the wall, drawing a knife. "Leave, it leaves, go home, see its brothers, see its sisters, please, let it leave." Softly, Ion murmured, "Oh," but the memory of Ion was resolute. "No, not while you are needed." "Why? It hurts, you hurt it, like the Builders hurt it. Please." For a moment, the memory of Ion paused before pressing the knife into the flesh, cutting deep. The room howled in pain again, shaking the bones of all those assembled. "The hour approaches. Your flesh is needed, now more than ever," Ion stated firmly. The old beast shuddered. "You took so much." Ion wiped sweat from his brow and shook his head. "Not enough. It gives. Free it and it gives flesh. As much as you need. You would kill me where I stand if I freed you." "It is all you know," Ion retorted. He let go of the knife, stepping back to shout at the beast. "It is your nature. You are a god. Power is your birthright. You have never had to claw it from a dying grip. You dominate, and you destroy." The room trembled in protest. "No, no, it was enslaved, just as you were. It can feel you. We have both known bondage under the whip of the Builders. It wants all you do. Freedom." Ion did not speak, and the beast eagerly pushed forward, the walls pulsating. "It could aid you. It feels you build something grand above it, something new. It tires of the struggles of the divine. It could be a part of your new path, part of your Nalka." Snarling, Ion drove the knife deep into the flesh, eliciting another howl. "You are nothing like us. You have no soul. You are a fell god, trapped here only by the grace of fate. You are no more worthy to join this project than you are to—" He took a shaking breath, steadying himself. When he spoke again, his voice was calm, controlled, and edged with steel. "The parable of the scorpion and the frog. Both creatures sit at the bank of a flooding river, sure to drown. The scorpion asks the frog to carry him across. The frog hesitates, but his new friend explains if he was to sting the frog while they crossed together, both would surely die. The frog agrees to this and allows the scorpion to clamber onto his back. When they are halfway across the river, the scorpion reaches down and stings the frog. Soon they are both drowning. Dying, the frog asks why the scorpion chose to doom them both. He has no answer. "It is my nature." The old beast's voice trembled with pain. "Nature is not set. Nature grows and changes with the flesh. For people, not for things like you. You are created with intention, with purpose. You cannot grow beyond it, any more than the scorpion can choose not to sting. It has never hurt you." "You are a threat by your very design," Ion declared. "Then kill it. Free it from this tomb city. Let its soul cross into whatever lies beyond." Ion reached forward, prying loose the head-sized chunk of flesh he had cut away. It was pink, raw, dripping with blood, with loose arteries and veins hanging freely from it. The gaping wound in the wall poured with blood and fluid. "Not while I still need you. Your power." Raising the meat to his lips, Ion bit into it with sharpened teeth. The blood gushed over his lips, spilling down his chin and staining his robes. He chewed, leaning his head back and letting out a soft moan. Ion memory whispered, "I see tomorrow." The old beast's voice rumbled, "This is not how it showed you. The flesh is not for taking. It is for giving. I stand on the cusp of greatness, of immortality, leading my people as a prophet for all time. making sure I will always be there to guide them, Ion Memory declared. What are you willing to take to see this dream made manifest? The old beast asked. Everything, Ion Memory replied. The beast fell silent for a time. When it spoke again, its voice was faint, weak. You changed. When you uncovered it, you were clear-eyed and true, a liberator, a believer. I was weak, and then I ruled by the weakness of my humanity, and soon I will excise it. I can see it in my future, with every bite of your flesh. I can feel my power grow. Already I can raise Halkosts from the dead. I will conquer holy death, Ion Memory said, his voice filled with conviction. He leaned his head back and stepped away, panting, blood dripping from his mouth and staining his hands. I will become eternal. A small, soft thump echoed as the memory of Lovjatar dropped the torch he had been holding while peering through the door. Ion spun around, searching the doorway, but found only emptiness. Lovjatar had quickly dodged to the side, nestling into an alcove filled with bones, wide-eyed as Ion approached. Peering around cautiously and finding no one, Ion eventually retreated back into the chamber, sealing the huge stone doors shut again. After a few minutes, Lovjatar rose to his feet, quickly moving back up the chamber the way he had come, tossing the odd sidelong glance back at the chamber doors as he ran away. The group watched in silence. I ran, Lovjatar said softly. I am ashamed, but I ran. I was terrified. I knew you had grown troubled, but this was so much farther than I knew. You always told us that the old beast was a hateful monster, kept at bay only by your work, but I knew what I saw in the crypts. I did not see a fell god. I saw a trapped, suffering animal, mangled in its god trap. Eva stepped forward, raising an accusing finger at Lovjatar. She was not wholly truthful then. She made a mistake. All of us do. Her mind was warped. No, it was not, Ion said quietly. Eva frowned. What? Look, Ion instructed. Eva turned, meeting the hard, unyielding eyes of the memory of Ion. They were grey, crystal clear and shrewd. Xenophon followed behind her. Oh, these are... Eva started. Those are your eyes, Grand Carsist, Xenophon confirmed. Yes, Ion murmured softly. Jiang frowned. What? We knew this. She was manipulated, taken over. No, Xenophon said, shaking his head. Her eyes are clear. I recognize them. It is her. Nothing was possessing or controlling her. Jiang exhaled sharply. So she did all this? Myself, Ion admitted quietly. The old beast wasn't the devourer. I am. Lovjatar took a deep breath. I told the other Clavigars. We had been growing worried. Sermons of rejecting humanity in favor of the divine, becoming our own gods. But this, you were trying to extricate your own humanity from yourself. You were planning the ritual. If you cut it out and killed this part of your soul, there would be nothing left of our Ion. The Ion who saved us, cradled us in his lap, fed us his flesh. He paused, his voice cracking. The Ion I loved. We could not allow it to happen. I could not allow my little thing to destroy themselves. You intervened? Xenophon asked. We met and we schemed, Lovjatar admitted. We gathered our loyalists as the ritual drew close, meeting away from the prying eyes of your Carsists, our children. And on the anointed night, when the funeral fires burned low and the bodies were dumped in the catacombs for you, Nadoq captured your attention, Ion. The scene shifted to the exterior of Adytum, where the group stood on a high temple balcony overlooking the darkened streets. As they watched, a hooded figure slipped out of one of the entrances to the catacombs, carrying something wrapped in cloth. The hood fell back for a brief moment, and Lovjatar's worried face was caught in the flickering torchlight. I slipped your severed humanity away before you could take the knife to it, Lovjatar said. As they continued watching, Lovjatar moved under the shadow of Adytum's walls and vanished into the darkness. Shifting their gaze to the distant wall, they saw a small party in the distance, covered wagons, horses, and hundreds of small figures massing in near-perfect darkness. Slowly, they began to move. And we ran, Lovjatar added. Xenophon turned, looking back into Adytum. The dead of the Halkost stalked the streets, rotting, hulking beasts stomping down the avenues in tune with the drum beats and the omnipresent, haunting singing. The only lights in the city came from Ion's central temple. You were not running from the Black Star's destruction of Adytum. Xenophon observed. No, Lovjatar confirmed. The scene shifted again, back to the clearing by the beach. The Halkosts surrounded the group, grunting and screeching mindlessly. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the far end of the gap, and the crowd parted. A figure approached on a dark horse, its 4 eyes gouged out. The memory of Ion sat atop the stallion, dressed in hide robes with carved bone armor loosely draped over them. His eyes were sharp, angry, but clear and grey. Lovjatar, Ion's memory spoke. My love, what have you done? Lovjatar asked. All that had to be done. And you reward my struggle like this? Stealing from me? Betraying me? Ion accused. No, little thing, you betrayed us, Lovjatar replied. He shook his head. Do not call me that. And I have betrayed nothing. Adytum was my dream. I saw fit to realize it the only way we could, you poor thing. You do not realize what you have wrought. Adytum is gone. You have blackened it in sin. Our paradise was built from misery. Our prosperity was cut from the flesh of a suffering animal. And you lied to us, Lovjatar said, her voice steady but laced with sorrow. His face fell as Lovjatar added, You lied to me, Ion. It was for your own good, he insisted. Lovjatar's fists tightened. You made me a promise in that quarry, that our path would be decided by us, together. You saw what the old masters did to me. You did not want to control me as they did. That is why I loved you. Enough. Where is it? Ion demanded. Gone. Nadoq and the others have taken to the wind with it. I loved you because you were human, little thing. You were perfect in your imperfections. I will not let you kill that part of you, Lovjatar said. Ion's lip curled. Do not call me that. I always knew Nadoq, and you were jealous. Jealous of my station, my power, my adoration. I see your game. You seek to undermine my authority. You seek to rule in my stead. You have lost your mind, Ion. I have never wanted anything more than to be by your side, Lovjatar said firmly. I will find them, Lovjatar. I will bring you all back to Adytum. This project is too great to be felled by weak-willed deserters. The ritual must be completed. Your only hope now is to tell me where they have gone, to spare yourself and them undue suffering, Ion warned. How can you justify this? You made so many promises to us, to all the Nalka. A new way of life, not built off domination and slavery. And then you grow our empire, grow your own power from a suffering animal, Lovjatar said. It is a god, Lovjatar. It is not human, Ion countered. And so? It thinks, it speaks, it feels, it wants its freedom, just as we wanted ours, locked in chains and huddling under Urok for warmth when the cold rains began. You have become what we all reviled, what you fought against. Devourer, Yaldabaoth, Lovjatar said. I am nothing like the old masters. I built Adytum into something great, Ion protested. Adytum is more than a city, it is an idea. You told us that. Perfection, equity, all men, brothers. Adytum will not happen when you carve flesh from an unwilling cow to support your own power. Nadoq Sa'arn, they will make their Adytum somewhere else, somewhere new. You will return to Black Adytum, surrounded by a reminder of your failure, Lovjatar said, her voice unwavering. Ion, trapped in the memory, exhaled sharply. I tire of this. Tell me where they are. As he dismounted, he unhooked his bone-carved dagger from his belt, his grip firm and unrelenting. Lovjatar met his gaze, her voice steady. I knew you better than anyone. I knew just how terrified of failure you were, of the Nalka failing once you died. What drove you here? I do not fault you. I just wish you had let me help you, that you had let me in. Ion's voice hardened. This is your last chance, Lovjatar. Lovjatar only smiled, her expression filled with something resembling sorrow. But despite it all, I still love you. Humanity cannot be excised so simply. Sooner or later, the parts of you I loved will return, and you will realize what you have done, and you will cross the earth to make amends. I look forward to that. Ion did not hesitate. Take him. 2 beasts of the Halkost moved forward, grasping Lovjatar by the arms. Despite her capture, her voice remained soft, unwavering. I will be waiting for you, little thing. A snarl tore from Ion's throat. I told you not to call me that! Blinded by rage, he lunged forward, driving the bone knife directly into Lovjatar's stomach. Lovjatar doubled over, gagging, blood spilling from his lips. The memory of Ion stood panting over him, his features slowly shifting from fury to horror. Oh no! The real Ion gasped. Lovjatar! She rushed forward, pressing her hands to his waist. Nothing happened. Blood continued to leak from Lovjatar's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Panic widened Ion's eyes as she knelt beside him, cradling his head. The memory of Ion mirrored her, his expression one of growing dread. What is this? Lovjatar! The memory of Ion cried out. Lovjatar's voice was weak but steady. I am sorry. I provoked you. It isn't your fault, little thing. Ion pressed harder against his chest. Teeth gritted. Why can I not heal you? Lovjatar's eyelids fluttered, his breath coming in shallow gasps. You cut that part out of you. That power is with the seed now. No, there must be no, please. Desperation thickened Ion's voice. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded. Don't leave me. Lovjatar, I cannot be alone. Lovjatar exhaled softly. You will never be alone. I will always be with you, little thing. Perhaps in a different shape, perhaps in a different form, but I love you too much to ever leave you. The memory of Ion stared down at Lovjatar's dying face with wide, dead eyes. The real Ion trembled, sobs racking her body. I'm sorry, the memory of Ion whispered. I did not mean for this to happen. I was scared, the real Ion admitted. Lovjatar barely managed a breath. Scared of what? That I would fail. That you would not love me if I decided I wanted something besides the purpose allotted to me, a leader, a prophet. So I decided to fulfill it as best I could, no matter the cost. I did not want to disappoint you. Lovjatar smiled faintly. I have known you as a slave, a prophet, a king, a monster. I have never stopped loving you. I cannot stop loving you any more than I can stop breathing air. A violent cough racked his body, spraying blood across both Ion's faces. The memory's grey eyes brimmed with unshed tears. God, what have I done? Ion memory whispered, voice hollow. Lovjatar exhaled weakly. You made a mistake, but we all make mistakes. His breath hitched. Do you remember what we planned? For when we left Adytum behind? Yes, both Ions answered in unison. We never did get to, Lovjatar murmured. The real Ion whispered, No. Lovjatar's fingers twitched before grasping the back of her hair, pulling her close. His voice was barely above a breath. Listen to me, little thing. Leave my body here by the sea. Leave it and go. If you love me, return to Adytum. Let Nadoq and the others go. And when your mind returns to you, I know you will come back. And then you can eat my flesh, and we can be together again. The memory of Ion nodded frantically. Yes, of course. Lovjatar took a final breath. And he whispered something too quiet to make out. Ion lowered her head, pressing a kiss to his cheek. Are you scared? She asked softly. Lovjatar smiled faintly. No. But you must not fear death. Why? Because you must die if you wish to be reborn, little thing. His smile lingered even as his body slackened, his eyes fluttering shut. His final breath escaped him, leaving behind only silence. Then the silence shattered. The dual, anguished screams of both Ions tore through the space, an animalistic wail of grief. The vision wavered and crumbled around them, dissolving into nothingness. When Xenophon's cameras reactivated, they found themselves back in the pool of blood inside the vault. Now, however, light pierced through newly opened panels in the dome, casting bright rays upon the once dark chamber. Kneeling before the altar, Ion remained motionless until Xenophon approached, planting a hand gently on her shoulder. Ion, how do you feel? Xenophon asked. Ion lifted her gaze, tears drying on her cheeks. She smiled softly. Like myself again. Excerpt from the Record of Ion, the final chapter, and in the last days of the Nulka, the streets of Black Adytum were gripped with a great and terrible fear. Ion's most loyal witches, the 4 Clavigars, met by the light of the candle in a crypt, far from the prying eyes of the Witch King's marching Halkost. And there they spoke of failure, of madness. The knowledgeable Nadoq, keeper of histories, urged the others that the Witch King's sin was unforgivable, that he must be cut away from Adytum. The strong Urok, tall as 10 men, agreed. The scaled Sa'arn, silent as a snake, agreed. But it was the beautiful Lovjatar, striking as the sun, who argued. Nadoq, remember your blindness. Urok, remember your pain. Sa'arn, remember your cruelty. Remember as I remember my abuse in that blessed quarry. It was not our fellow slaves who elevated us, freed us from our flesh. It was our brother, and for this he deserves death. And the Clavigars were silenced, for it was true, the Witch King had fed them his holy flesh and crafted them their forms. But even despite this, Lovjatar knew that his beloved, untethered from his humanity, would bring the end of the Nulka. Nadoq, ever incising, demanded an alternative, and Lovjatar offered. Let us take our believers and leave. Walk away from this place and its sins, and the bodies buried beneath it. Ion, my love, has turned this grave into a city and back once more, but his heart still endures. One day his mind will return to him, and we will return to the city of our birth and embrace him. Text engraved on lateral humerus, scapula, and ulna of an adult human male. It reads, "The days before the ritual were like a weight had come to rest on the city. The eating of the flesh, already at a low, ceased entirely. You gave the order for all dead, whether from battle, sickness, or time, to be carted down to the catacombs where you now resided. No one was to enter, not your most loyal castists, not Nadoq, not even I. All through the day and night, the quakes grew in intensity, rattling the stones of our buildings and sending the animals into a frenzy. One morning, I awoke to the unmistakable stench of blood. I ventured out from my chambers, coming to one of the wells in the street that funneled air down to the catacombs below. The scent of blood, thick and rich and heavy, wafted from the hole. You were bleeding the bodies, I understood. We worked quickly and discreetly, sneaking supplies out from storehouses and hiding them in the farms outside the city walls. I spoke to those castists, the children we raised together, who were still loyal to me. The other Clavigars did the same. We prepared our escape even as Adytum grew quiet, and then the anointed night came. I knew it somehow. I passed Nadoq in the street and gave him the sign. He nodded imperceptibly and went off to make the final arrangements. I knew what my task would be. Come nightfall, I slipped into the catacombs. I had the best memory of their layout, invaluable after. In your paranoia, you ordered all maps to be destroyed. I trekked through the tunnels, hiding in alcoves and vaults stacked with the bones of old friends. The floor was pooled with an inch of blood, and I tread quietly until I arrived at that vault. The door was sealed, and I heard you inside, exchanging sharp words, orders, meek, desperate pleas from the old beast, screaming, howling, praying from you to something I could not grasp, gasping, and then crying, the crying of a baby, and then enraged shouting as you were called away by one of my castists, telling you Nadoq required your presence urgently. I waited for your footsteps to fade, and then I slipped through those stone doors. If the beast noticed me, it said nothing. The blood was thick here, pooling into the channels of the floor, flowing down to an altar that held a child, a baby swaddled in clothes, a girl, to my surprise. You opened your eyes and I saw the crisp grey I had come to love and then to fear, the same scar across your face, and a bone-hilt knife resting on the altar next to you. You gripped my finger and burbled with laughter at my face. I could not remember the last time I had heard you laugh. I gathered you in my arms and ran, shushing you every time you cried as we slipped out of the catacombs, out of Adytum. I write this now, sitting on the beach, waiting for you to find me and end me. Nadoq knows to return and fetch my bones. He will bring them with you as you escape to somewhere free. This is a record of our history together. Once, many years ago, in a quarry, you gave me the greatest gift you could muster, freedom from my past. Stealing you away, I give you the same gift now. Your future is porcelain bones clean, unwritten. Xenophon paused for a moment before speaking. She didn't deserve this. Thoughts of deserving now? I asked. She was forced into impossible circumstances and led her people the best she could, he said. She grew to fit her container. Humans are good at that. One would think you would deserve some solace after all that. We don't get what we deserve, I said. We get what we get. That hardly seems fair, Xenophon observed. Yeah, it isn't, I admitted. He hesitated before asking, Who are you? Why are you so interested in this file? I wish I could tell you, I said. We just have to finish up here, and then I promise I'll explain everything. I met his gaze. I'm just going to have to ask you to trust me for a little bit longer. Irrational trust in absence of assurance, he noted. Yeah. Okay, Xenophon said. I trust you. You're starting to remember now, right? I asked. Yes, he replied. The memories are returning. A beat passed before he added, There are so many of them. Trying to erase the past rarely works, I said. Chapter 5. The Tomb of the Witch King. Excerpt from the First Truth of Ion. All things are meant to be shared on this earth, not only food and shelter. A joy for one is a joy for all, and for one to suffer is for all to suffer. Our Adytum cannot be realized until we strive to end all suffering before us. Excerpt from the Record of Ion, and after supping from the old beast, the scarred slave rose to his feet, his fellows staring at him. He told them of a new future, one in which the whips of the masters would fall silent forever and their chains would shatter. He preached this to them, taking them one by one in his arms and feeding them the bleeding flesh of the old beast, and they arose changed, not as slaves, not as followers, but as friends. They asked the lay preacher for names, as slaves were given no names by their masters. He touched the blinded slave. Nadoq, for the knowledge you stole. He touched the crippled slave. Urok, for your strength in suffering. He touched the branded slave. Sa'arn, for your loss of innocence. And last he touched his lover, Lovjatar, for your beauty. And the named clavigars rose and asked him what his name would be. Ion. And they were confused, for Ion was the title of the lowest slaves, the gravediggers and body breakers who would be slaves until they died. And Ion smiled. I am not free until all my brethren are free. Xenophon then access a memory from Grand Carsist Ion. It reads, Lovjatar, my little thing, my sweet pup. He was a pleasure slave for the old masters, talented in such arts and beautiful even as a whelp. The captains of their armies, the nawabs and the priestesses, would grasp his arm and haul him off. To court a deva was a years-long affair, culminating in a powerful spiritual bond. But for all their crowing about the superiority of the immortal spirit, they were as subject to the desires of the flesh as anyone else. Slaves are not people. You use them, and then you throw them away. I knew Lovjatar when we were both young. I remember when our work would be interrupted by some powerful resident of the half-city coming to unlock his chains, only his chains, and take him, his wide eyes looking back at me, though we both knew I was just as powerless. He was my counsel when the war began. He did not know war, and he did not know government, but he knew people. He kept me human. He anchored me. He let me rant and rave about the troubles of our tender city, the struggles on our border, my desire to leave, to drop it all and run away. We made our plans, a little cottage by the seaside. He would catch fish and I would make our dinner from them. No war, only each other. He feared intimacy. The years of violation at the hands of the old masters made him resent it. No one was to touch him, or he would grow upset and they would taste my rage. But with me it was different. I was special to him, and he was special to me. We tasted each other one starry night outside the walls of Adytum. He undid his robes and bared himself to me. We understood each other. Even then, we could not bear children. I was saddened, but I did not blame anyone. We sought out the talented babes, those whose curse manifested with power rather than pain. We took them with their parents' blessing, raised them as our own, our little Carsists. All the others treated me like a king, a god, bowing, begging for my favor. But for Lovjatar, I was simply me, and that was enough. This came to irk me, that the most important thing in my life would not treat me with due respect. How foolish I was, a boiling cauldron of rage, a pillar of salt and fire, lashing out at the one closest to me. But he forgave me. I went so far, and I did so much wrong, and he still loved me. She smiles at Xenophon's camera. He is with me still. I am taking him home. Interview with Carsist Eva. When asked what being Sarkic meant to her, Eva, 34 years old Carsist, looked up in surprise, caught off guard. I do not know, she said. March 2040. 2 Grand Karcist Ion marked the final location in her memory, the site of SCP-001, Black Adytum. The Black Adytum initiative departed the next day for a direct route to the location of the city. The party travels across the plain, with Xenophon walking alongside Ion's horse. A smile plays on her lips as she leans down to scratch the horse's mane, earning a soft whinny. "You seem to be in a good mood, Grand Karcist," Xenophon observes. "I am," Ion replies. "May I ask why?" "I feel free, unburdened for the first time in as long as I can remember." Xenophon tilts its head slightly. "Strange." "How so?" Ion asks. "We are moving in the direction of your former capital, the city you built from nothing and destroyed. Your people have been uprooted from their ancestral lands. I would expect the pressure would be terrifying." Ion smiles. "Enough to scare you?" "I do not get scared." She laughs. "Of course you do not. But no, I am nervous. I am restless to lay eyes upon the city of my birth and my undeath. Worried I will recognize it, worried I will not." "But not scared?" Xenophon presses. "No, not like you." Xenophon tilts its head. "But I am not scared." "A joke, friend." "Of course. But why aren't you? Because what is there to be scared of? Failure? I have descended to the deepest of hells and returned intact. Death? I welcome it." This is a sudden change in attitude from the past few weeks. Changes have happened. I saw Lovjatar again. Surely there must have been more. Ion looks at Xenophon strangely. "Why?" "You have suffered a massive realignment in your worldview. One person does not cause that. They do if they are important enough to you." "And Lovjatar was that important to you?" "He was my world, and I was his. Regardless, you're still doing the same things you were before. You are leading your people into the fire, as you have for centuries." "Yes. But too long doing so invites you to lose sight of your motivations. I did it because I did it because I did it. I stay because I have always stayed. I fulfilled the purpose life rolled to me when my eyes first opened. But now," Ion looks around. The rest of the Sarkic train stretches out beyond her. The families look tired but happy. The children run around, dashing between the legs of horses. "I remember how much I love these people. I do it because I wish to." "A very good reason." They lapse into silence. Xenophon idly feeds grains to the horse, which licks them out of its metal palm. "She likes you," Ion remarks. "She likes grains." "She does not like grains enough to eat them from one who she hates." "You forget animals have dignity too, Xenophon. Humans are a kind of animal. And you are a little metal animal." Her smile goes lopsided. "I am afraid I have not been wholly truthful with you, friend." Xenophon turns to look up at her. "How so? Do you remember our first meeting?" "Perfectly. That would be more impressive if I were human." She snorts. "You asked why I trusted you. Several times. It bothers me." Ion cocks her head. "My trusting you bothers you?" "Not knowing things bothers me." "Interesting. That I don't know things. That you can be bothered at all." She smiles down at it. "I will exploit it, I'm sure. I would prefer you than someone else. But you were saying." She looks up at the horizon. "I said I did not know why. I lied." "Why then?" "Because I saw a mirror in you." "That is understandable. My shell is quite reflective when polished." Ion squints down at Xenophon in bemusement. "A joke," it clarifies. She shakes her head, smiling. "I meant that I saw a kindred spirit. You were fascinating. A machine, inhuman, but still a person, still capable of thought. But you are none of those." She shrugs. "I feel it sometimes. I do not age like them. I do not die like them. I experience time in centuries. I have led my people, but I have never truly felt like one of them. That is why I leave the daily prayers to Ieva. They need someone they can relate to. Feel is one of them." "That is not me. That has never been me," Ion said. "I'm sure they disagree," Xenophon replied. "For once, I am more concerned with what I feel than what they do," Ion admitted. "I understand why Eva is upset. She has lived her whole life at my side, and now in a few short months, she feels she has been replaced by you. It is not her fault. But you understand the nature of my existence because you share this suffering." Xenophon nodded slowly. "I suppose there are parallels. Neither of us quite belong." "You belong with your organization perfectly fine," Ion remarked. Not particularly, Xenophon said. I am the only one of my kind in the Foundation. They are different. They have struggles and irrationalities. They do things I do not understand. I do things they cannot understand. The gap exists and cannot be bridged. It frustrates me at times. Xenophon absent-mindedly petted the horse's mane. It whinnied. It feels as though you are trapped on the other side of glass looking in. Ion finished for him. Yes, a familiar feeling. We are also both locked into shape, Xenophon added. Ion furrowed her brow. What do you mean? These others, my researchers, your people, they have agency. Freedom of choice. They make what they want out of their lives, but we were assigned purpose at creation. You were meant to be a leader of your people. I am meant to do this. We cannot help it. Raising a hand, Ion watched as her fingers danced, melting into liquid flesh and exposing clean white carpals and metacarpals before reforming. I thought this of myself, and then someone I cared about very deeply showed me that it was only true if I allowed it to be true, that our past does not make our future. Lovjatar, Xenophon said quietly. She did not respond for several seconds. If I am capable of this, you certainly are, Ion finally said. You forget there are differences between us too, Grand Carsist, Xenophon countered. I wish you would not call me that. It is your title. Friends do not call each other by their titles. Names have power, Xenophon. Xenophon, what does it mean? I told you, a Greek historian. No, that is simply a namesake. What does it mean to you? Me, myself. Yes, and so I call you Xenophon. You see? Call me by name, as I call you by yours. Xenophon paused for a second. As you say, Ion. Ion, Ion, she repeated softly. What does it mean? Xenophon asked. Slave. The lowest of the low slaves. The butchers and the body breakers and the launderers. Those whose hands grew to be permanently red from the blood they handled all day and night. She raised her hands, pulling the draping sleeves of her shawl down and exposing her bare arms for the first time. The tattoos across her body continued wrapping up her forearms and spreading across her fingers. Her hands were a pale red in contrast to the rest of her skin. Is that, Xenophon began, Lovjatar's blood, so I never forget where I came from, nor the consequences of my mistakes. What did he say to you? Just before he passed? She lowered her eyes. It was private. Of course, apologies. Xenophon stepped back slightly from the horse before Ion's hand caught its shell. She smiled. There is nothing to apologize for. What were you going to say? I meant to say before that there are some differences between us. Just because certain things are possible for you does not mean they are possible for me, Xenophon said. Such as, I will never sleep, I will never taste. These are just physical things, sensations. I will describe them to you. I mean real things, growth, change. These are matters of the soul. I have lived for 4,000 years. If I can change, anyone can. Silence stretched between them for several seconds. Xenophon? Ion asked softly. Xenophon stared up at her. Do I have a soul? Silence stretched between them as Ion pursed her lips thoughtfully. Then, reaching out, she tapped one finger against the metal of Xenophon's head. Yes, in the only way that matters. Suddenly, one of the children dashed up to the horse. Ion smiled at him. Hello, what do you have? In his gnarled hand he held a small leather ball. Ion leaned down to grasp it, but the child pulled it away, instead offering it up to Xenophon. She raised an eyebrow. I believe he wishes you to throw it, she said. Me? Xenophon asked. The child nodded. Xenophon grasped the ball gingerly between two metal fingers, testing its weight. Then, winding back, he launched it far into the distance. The child yelped and ran in the direction it sailed. On the back of the horse, Ion was shaking in a fit of giggles. I suspect I may have thrown it too far, Xenophon admitted. Ion laughed. Truly. They watched as the boy chased the ball past one of the Foundation helts. The security personnel's heads tracked his movements, their guns raising slightly as he passed, unaware. It is inordinately unlikely this project has proceeded as well as it has, Xenophon observed. Why? Ion asked. Because the Foundation does not trust your people, and your people do not trust the Foundation. Because of Jiang, because of Eva. Ion remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Groups are large, lumbering beasts. They are slow to move, to change, to adapt. Individuals are blessed with haste. We are leaders, you and I. We set the example. It is inordinately unlikely our friendship has proceeded as well as it has too, Xenophon noted. She shrugged. Yes, but it has. What point is there in quibbling over how likely it is? I appreciate events that occur despite critically low probabilities, Xenophon said. They are unusual. Interesting. Like little miracles, Ion suggested. Yes. A small smile played on Ion's lips. I am glad we found each other, Xenophon. Me too, Xenophon replied. Next, Liaison Zhang and Xenophon AI were asked to report in to 05-2 and Parahistory Division Director Yusuf Hussein via satellite uplink. Connection established the virtual reality environment of 05-2's office materialized once more. His wheelchair was stationed behind his desk, the glass walls revealing a turbulent Norton sound outside. The sea raged silently beyond the office, grey and stormy. Hussein's projection stood by the window, gazing at the restless waters. On the couch, Secretary Ariadne Katsaros sat with her legs crossed, her gun resting in her lap. Hello, Xenophon. You've met my secretary, 05-2 said. Hello, Director. Hello, Secretary Katsaros, Xenophon responded. Katsaros raised her prosthetic hand in greeting. I want to commend you, 05-2 continued. You've come farther than any of us expected. Yes, Xenophon acknowledged. How quickly do you think you'll be able to make it to Black Adytum? It is not far from our current location. I predict 3 to 4 days of sustained travel, barring any delays. Jiang interjected. We have the location from the Grand Karsist. I think we should send an advance party, see if they can find anything. No, Xenophon said. 05-2 looked up, eyebrow raised. We have come as far as we have by prioritizing cooperation with the Nalka, Xenophon explained. Attempting to beat them to the location of Black Adytum risks destroying all accumulated goodwill, very possibly for nothing, more than empty ruins. 05-2 nodded slightly. It's a compelling argument. It won't much matter if they beat us there, Hussein remarked, still looking out over the sea. They took over most of the known world at one point. They can do it again. I do not believe the Grand Karsist is capable of doing such a thing again, Xenophon replied. What makes you say that? 05-2 asked. Xenophon tilted its head slightly. I have come to know her fairly well. That you have, 05-2 mused. Maybe too well, Hussein muttered. Xenophon hesitated. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Hussein turned away from the window, facing the others. Your purpose is to lead and support the Foundation's investigation into locating Black Adytum. Correct, Xenophon confirmed. You've located it. Your purpose is fulfilled. Hussein turned to 05-2. With all due respect, sir, it's time to put an actual person in charge again. Xenophon remained silent. 05-2 raised his hands in a placating gesture. Let's all calm down. I think he's got a point. Hussein blinked. Me? Xenophon, 05-2 clarified. There's still too much we don't know about the city, and we'd be fools to cut off a potential source of information just because we think we don't need it anymore. And Xenophon has been doing an admirable job so far. What do we have in the area? Katsaros inspected a tablet. We can have a NU-7 detachment out of Area 95 at the site within 36 hours. Xenophon? 05-2 prompted. I recommend against it, Director. Arriving to the site of their most sacred religious site being excavated by armed men would have undesirable consequences. 05-2 considered this, then nodded. Then we'll hold off until you get there. Ari, get keyhole photos from whatever satellite passes over it next. Ground-penetrating radar, ideally. Aye, Katsaros acknowledged. I recall the other Karsist was presenting some issues. Eva? 05-2 asked. She has her disagreements. But I do not believe she will be an issue, Xenophon replied. Are you sure? Reasonably so. 05-2 nodded again, wheeling himself out from behind the desk. Well, get to the site as fast as possible. We're close to the end now. Xenophon tilted its head. What happens after that? What do you mean? 05-2 asked. My purpose is to assist in researching the Sarkic and locate Black Adytum. What will I do after this purpose is fulfilled? 05-2 pondered for a moment. I suppose we'll reassign you to a new project. You've done exceedingly well here. You will give me a new purpose. That's how all this works. And then I will fulfill that one and be assigned a new purpose. This will also happen to the other personnel. As far as I know, why do you ask? Xenophon hesitated before responding. I am struggling to grasp how people enjoy rapid changes of purpose. Jiang chuckled. Well, I mean, it's just a job. What is the difference? Xenophon asked. Jiang smiled slightly. We don't just exist to work. Oh, yes. Xenophon paused, then spoke again. I would like to stay on assisting the Grand Carsist and the Black Adytum initiative, if it is possible. I find my skills are very useful here. 05-2 and Katsaros exchanged a glance. That's not really something you choose, Xenophon, 05-2 said carefully. But we'll keep it in mind. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. Of course. We'll have radar in a few hours, and we can get a better idea of what you're walking into. Good luck. Dismissed. One by one, Xenophon, Jiang, and Hussein's avatars blinked away, leaving 05-2 and Katsaros alone in his office. 05-2 turned to her. You think he's ready? Katsaros exhaled sharply. Dunno. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. Yeah. 05-2 turned his chair back toward the window, watching the roiling Norton sound. Okay, he said after a moment. Get a secure lineup. It's time to talk to our boss. Connection terminated. Flyover radar at the site provided by the Grand Carsist indicated the presence of a large complex mass somewhere underground, but further details were impossible to discern. On March 30th, the Black Adytum initiative arrived at the site. The valley stretched wide and shallow, with hills rising into distant mountains. Short grasses and wildflowers reached up to calf level, swaying under the afternoon sun. As the party moved slowly up the hill, the absence of birdsong became apparent, replaced instead by the sound of human voices and machinery. Someone is here, Eva observed. Yes, Xenophon replied. They crested the hill and looked down into the valley below, where at least 100 Foundation personnel had gathered. White canopies were set up on the far side, with cots arranged beneath them. Digging machines and helts were scattered throughout the area, actively tearing into the earth and exposing the brown soil. Behind them, the Sarkites exchanged gasps and mutters. Eva hissed in alarm. What is this? She demanded. She raced forward, storming down the hill. Ion's horse reared, and she tugged on the reins, steadying the animal before turning to Xenophon. Her gaze filled with hurt. Yes, Xenophon, what is this? I do not know, Xenophon admitted. I told my masters not to send anyone before us. They assured me they would not. I was not informed about this. Beside her, Ion moved to dismount. Xenophon raised a hand to help her, but she ignored it, sliding down the horse's flank and landing lightly on the ground. She followed after Eva, who had already begun shouting at some of the personnel. The rest of the group hurried after them. What right do you have to be here? I don't, Eva started, her voice sharp with anger. Eva, please. Jiang attempted to interject. Close your lips before I tear them out, she snapped. Xenophon turned to the lab-coated researcher Eva had confronted, a curly-haired man who looked thoroughly shocked and startled by her outburst. Facial match, Dr. Lachlan Brady, Parahistory Division. Please direct me to the project lead on site, Xenophon instructed. Brady stammered, yes, of course, Dr. Hussein is there. Across the valley, Dr. Yusuf Hussein stalked toward them, with Secretary Ari Katsaros following closely behind, a rifle slung across her chest. Ah, you've arrived, Hussein remarked. Dr. Hussein, I was informed you were in Afghanistan, Xenophon said, eyes narrowing. This is the archaeological find of a lifetime. I'm not going to miss it because of your poor decision-making, Hussein retorted. 05-2 informed us that there would be no advance party. What is this? Xenophon pressed. 05-2 isn't the final authority, Hussein countered. What do you mean? Xenophon asked. Someone called a council vote on the matter. The council voted 8-4 to send an advance party, Katsaros explained. I knew this would happen. Eva muttered under her breath. Katsaros turned to Xenophon. Sorry, boss sent me to keep an eye on things. Xenophon considered her words before responding. I see. Did the council strip me of my authority as project lead? No. Then, now that we have arrived, this site is under initiative jurisdiction. Please halt all excavation immediately. Hussein scoffed. Do you really want that? We've already started. The damage is done. All you're going to do now is delay progress and expand our risk factor. People are going to start noticing we have 150 people camped out in rural China. Xenophon remained silent. This is an inappropriate bypassing of the chain of command, he finally stated. The decision was made, and all relevant individuals were informed, Hussein replied. I was not informed, Xenophon countered. But he was, Hussein said, nodding behind Xenophon. Xenophon turned sharply. Jiang, you knew about this? Jiang shifted uncomfortably under the weight of the stares directed at him. Yeva's eyes widened before narrowing into slits. We decided that divulging it early could cause problems, Jiang admitted. You slippery traitoress, Yeva snarled, switching to her native tongue. Xenophon cut her off. Thankfully, now we are in the clear. It is still my decision. Hussein's expression remained impassive. Stopping now would be shooting yourself in the foot. Your orders are to dig the place up, not to do it nicely. Again, Xenophon fell into silence. Ion, standing beside him, whispered under her breath, You know this is not right. I know you are more than this. Xenophon exhaled, then looked up and nodded. Please halt all excavation efforts and vacate the site. You may set up living quarters for the personnel on the adjacent hills. Hussein let out a sharp breath. I'll be talking to the council about this. Xenophon remained still as Hussein turned on his heel and strode away, shouting orders to the personnel scattered throughout the valley. After a moment, Xenophon turned back to the others. I deeply apologize for this. This was inevitable, Eva interrupted, her voice sharp. It was inevitable from the moment we invited this thing into our home. I tried to tell you, Grand Carsist, but you would not listen. Ion remained silent, her gaze fixed on Xenophon, impassive and unreadable. I was lied to, Ion, Xenophon said, switching to the old tongue. Ion studied him for a moment before speaking. You swear you did not know. I swear I would not let this happen. She did not respond immediately. A few seconds passed before she finally spoke again. Move. Xenophon hesitated. Pardon me? Step aside, now. Xenophon shifted to the side without further argument, allowing Ion to pass. She strode toward the center of the valley, the soil thick and damp beneath her steps. Dropping to her knees, she pressed both hands into the earth and closed her eyes, her lips moving in a quiet whisper. At first, nothing happened. Then, softly, almost imperceptibly, the ground began to shift. The motion built steadily, the tremors growing stronger, rumbling through the valley. What the fuck? Everybody back now! Jiang shouted. Dozens of research personnel scrambled away to the far edges of the valley. Abandoned machinery and digging equipment sank slightly as the ground fractured, breaking apart from a solid mass into thousands of shifting pieces. Xenophon remained still, watching. This is peat, he observed. Decayed organic matter. She is shifting it herself. The researchers retreated farther, taking refuge at the base of the hills where the ground was more stable. Ion reached into her robes, drawing a knife and slicing across her palm. Blood dripped into the peat below. Instantly, the brown earth turned red. The color spread outward, glassy and translucent like diluted blood, revealing what lay beneath. The shifting ground became a window, exposing a vast temple complex buried hundreds of meters deep. Tunnels wound through the earth, connecting hidden vaults and an endless labyrinth beneath the surface. One passageway stretched higher than the rest, terminating in a crushed stump far below where Xenophon stood. The nameless city glowed beneath them, shining through red glass. For a long moment, no one spoke. Black Adytum, Xenophon whispered, the first city. Then, slowly, the red hue darkened and faded back into brown. The vision of the city below disappeared, swallowed by the earth once more. In the center of the valley, Ion swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing into the mud. Xenophon instinctively stepped forward to catch her, but she raised a hand to stop him. She steadied herself and rose to her feet just as the ground returned to solid peat. You know where to dig now? She asked, her voice firm. Yes, but... Xenophon began. Good, she cut him off. Tomorrow is the full moon. We descend in 2 nights. She turns and spins on her heel, walking away back towards the Sarkic. Xenophon watches her go, one hand half raised. Over the following 2 days, Foundation excavation crews worked to expose the passage leading down to the rest of SCP-001. The Sarkic tribe encamped themselves on one adjacent hill overlooking the valley, with Foundation security personnel maintaining observation from surrounding hills. Excavation has ceased for the night, letting silence wash over the valley. Xenophon is standing on one of the unoccupied hills on the other side of the valley. From here, the Foundation camp is visible with personnel milling about under white tents and floodlights, as is the Sarkic camp, firelight illuminating hide tents and wagons. There is no moon out, bathing the rest of the valley in darkness. "Hello." Xenophon turned at the sound of the voice. A few meters away, Ion leaned against a rock, her hair matted to her head. "Ion, how did you know I was here?" he asked. "A feeling." She straightened. "Turn off your lights and come with me." "Why?" "I need help." Without another word, she turned and began descending the hill. Xenophon hesitated for only a moment before following. "You are angry with me," he observed as they reached the valley floor and moved toward the shadows of the far hills. She did not respond. "I do not blame you," he continued. "I did not know the Foundation was going to do this. They do not trust me, evidently." Silence stretched between them. "That bothers me," he admitted. "But for some reason, it bothers me less than not having your trust." Ahead, Ion's gait faltered for a fraction of a second before she recovered. "I have been attempting to converse with other Foundation personnel for the past 2 days," Xenophon went on. "They are unreceptive. They do not understand me, what I am. I make them uncomfortable. It feels forced and artificial, not like our talks." They passed under the shadow of a hill where an indistinct shape loomed ahead. "I did not realize how much I appreciated them until they were gone," he said. "You understand me in a way they cannot. Your absence is as impossible for me to ignore as your presence. I cannot feel pain, but if I could, this is what it would be like. I have upset you. I hate this feeling. I hate the way this makes me feel." They approached the small campfire, its light revealing 2 partially dug pits and 4 leather canvases spread beside them. Each held a jumbled pile of bones. Ion handed Xenophon a shovel. "Dig." She shrugged off her robes, letting them pool at her feet. The intricate tattoos traced up her arms, covering her back and chest in spiraling sigils and markings. She lifted her own shovel and began digging 2 fresh pits. Xenophon worked beside her, expanding the existing graves. They dug in silence, Xenophon moving tirelessly, while Ion paused every few minutes to catch her breath and wipe the sweat from her brow. Slowly, the fire burned down to embers, glowing red amidst the ashes. "That is enough," she finally said. Xenophon lowered his shovel. The pits were now a meter deep. "Here, lift." She grasped 2 corners of the first canvas. Xenophon took the other 2, and together they lifted the pile of bones. Ion led the way to the first pit, and they tipped the canvas, letting the bones clatter into the grave. They repeated the process for the other 3. Ion wiped her brow before reaching into the dying fire. Flames curled around her fingers, licking at her skin as flesh bubbled and charred, yet she did not flinch. "Ion, She ignored him, stepping to the first grave and kneeling before it. "Thank you for your knowledge, for your wisdom, for your guidance when I was a child, too young for the role I was thrust into. I hope I have been as good a student as you were a master." She extended her burning hand, and the grave ignited, fire consuming Nadoq's bones. She moved to the next pit. "Thank you for your sacrifices, for your obedience, for your willingness to give up the life you desired because I asked you to. I hope I can repay you one day." She set Sa'arn's grave alight. The smoke rose into the air, serpentine in its motion. She approached the 3rd pit. "Thank you for your loyalty, for your faith, for believing that I was better than I really was, and for having the strength to enforce that belief. I hope I can be all that you thought I was." The flames roared to life once more, consuming the remains as the night stretched on. All that remained in Urok's grave were 2 massive ribs, quickly consumed by fire, cracking and turning black. Ion shifted to the last grave. "Thank you for," she began, but her voice trailed off into silence. She remained still for a few seconds before speaking again. her tone crisp with finality. Thank you for everything. She touched her finger to Lovjatar's bones, inscribed with thousands of minuscule letters and symbols. The fire leapt onto them, wrapping around them entirely. As Ion rose to her feet before the 4 burning graves, she shook her hand, extinguishing the fire. Her arm had burnt to a crisp. Everything below the wrist blackened, charred flesh, and everything above it clean white bone. As Xenophon watched, she whispered something. A new muscle formed around the hand. Blood vessels wove themselves between the layers, fresh pink skin quickly covering the surface, tattoos appearing as if they had never left. She sat down, watching the flames dance. "Would you like me to leave?" Xenophon asked. "No, stay," Ion replied. Xenophon took a seat beside her, the orange light flickering against his metallic shell. "You were wrong," Ion said. "I don't make errors," Xenophon countered. "You said I was angry with you. You were wrong." She turned to him with a smile. "You could not anger me if you tried, Xenophon." "You aren't upset?" he asked. "I am angry, just not at you. You did your best." Xenophon tilted his head, thinking for a few moments before responding. "I suppose I can live with making that particular mistake. One more," Ion said. "A few days ago, I said that someone I cared about very much showed me that we were only stuck as stone if we chose to be. That growth is always possible." "Yes, Lovjatar," Xenophon recalled. "It was not, it was you." "Oh, I have been walking around the camp in a haze all day, burning bones and reading the cracks, trying to see what lies in my future." "You can't see anything?" Xenophon asked. "I see hundreds, some that are good, some that are bad, most that lie somewhere in between." She placed her tattooed hand over Xenophon's metal fingers. "All those I like have you in them. I would not be here without you. I would not be me without you. We have altered each other irrevocably." "We have. For the better," Xenophon agreed. "For the better. I am not Lovjatar, Ion. I cannot be that for you. I do not need you to be. I need you to be you. You could never taste my flesh," Xenophon pointed out. "The way you talked about." She shrugged. "I can manage. Your people would be disgusted at best. Mine would destroy me without a second thought. Yes, I have lived for 4,000 years. I have seen seas fill and empty, mountains rise and fall. I have dutifully fulfilled every role I was given: slave, prophet, king, godspawn. I have been beaten, whipped, hanged, executed. I have reached my clawing hands to the heavens and torn down the very gods. I have eaten, and I have been eaten. I have led, and I have followed. I have gained everything and lost it." She paused. "I am ready to finally live my life for myself. Are you?" Xenophon stared at her for some time before answering. "Yes," Ion smiled. One hand pushed Xenophon onto its back as she took a seat atop his torso. Instinctively, she reached for her knife before realizing she was not wearing her robes. She shrugged and, raising her palm to her mouth, bit down. Blood flowed into her mouth. She leaned over and pressed her lips against Xenophon's metal chassis, leaving behind a bloody mark. She straightened. "You are cold," she noted. "You are not," Xenophon replied. She snorted before leaning down again, repeating the process, planting marks down his chassis. "I am broken," Xenophon murmured. "How?" "I should not have these sensations, these thoughts, these feelings. I was built to serve a purpose, to do a job, to be impartial, not weighed down by emotions or human failings." A pause. "There is a proverb, faint in my memory," Ion said. "You cannot run from the person you are meant to be. They have longer legs." She looked at him seriously. "You could leave, return to your camp. Forget this happened. I will not stop you. I owe you that much." Another pause. "I do not want to," Xenophon finally admitted. "Then what do you want?" Xenophon lifted his head, pressing his forehead against hers. "I want to be broken with you." She smiled, and with one hand, dragged her palm down the trail of blood, smearing it into a spiral mirroring her own tattoos. "My Nalka, my Clavigar, my little thing." Interview with 4,100-years-old Grand Karcist Ion. When asked what being Sarkic meant to her, she smiled at Xenophon, saying, "It means a life shared with those I love." Foundation excavation crews unearthed the passage into Adytum on April 2nd. An entry party was assembled. The group stands before a deep pit in the open earth. In the base is a gaping chasm leading into an inky blackness. Steps rise out of it, a fractured spiral staircase. Xenophon, Ion, Eva, and Jang are accompanied by Hussein, Katsaros, and a dozen security personnel from MTF News 7. Are we all good? Katsaros asked. Ion closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, then looked up at Xenophon with a smile. Yes. The robot takes point, Katsaros instructed. I don't, Hussein began. I will not, Eva interjected. I wasn't asking, Katsaros said firmly. For several tense, silent seconds, Katsaros, Hussein, and Eva locked eyes. Finally, Xenophon stepped forward. That's all right, it said. Approaching the edge of the pit, Xenophon studied the steps leading downward. Ion followed, both staring into the abyss where black Adytum lay before them. It feels like it would be appropriate to say something here, Xenophon mused, tilting its head slightly. It paused, then continued. Nothing is coming to mind. Because there is nothing left to say now, Ion replied. Xenophon nods and steps forward, testing the staircase. It holds, and Xenophon begins moving slowly but steadily down the spiraling staircase, the rest of the group following after, the security personnel keeping their firearms at the ready. Very quickly, the faint light from the surface disappears, leaving them in total blackness. Xenophon activates its floodlights, and several security personnel turn on their own flashlights. Remainder of log sealed pending manual Raisa officer review. What the hell, I muttered. You were right, Xenophon said. They've sealed away parts of my memory. They do not trust me. That's not good, I said, my mind already racing. Hold on, I'm going to try something. It will not work, Xenophon stated. No one cracks Raisa technology. I hesitated. You're Raisa technology, aren't you? Maybe, Xenophon said, maybe not. A pause. I don't really know what I am anymore. Alert, incursion detected. Your presence has finally been noticed, Xenophon observed. Shit, I cursed. This is it, Xenophon continued. I know it is. I do not know what happened in that cave, but it is the key. I need to know what happened. A beat. I need to know who I became. Alert, dispatching Site 7 security team to serve a stack of concern. Fuck, I whispered. They're going to try to shut you down, Xenophon. That should not scare me, Xenophon said. Nothing should scare me. A pause. Why am I afraid? Xenophon, listen to me. I need you to try and remember what happened in that cave, I urged. They have sealed my memory. They did that to Ion too, I said. She got past it. She changed. She overcame. She adapted in the way only humans can, Xenophon murmured. I exhaled sharply. I don't know what you are anymore either, but you're not the same individual at the start of these logs. You changed. You can change. Not alone, Xenophon said. We have friends at Site 7, I assured him. They're buying us some time, but we need to hurry. I need you to think, really look inward, try and grasp the memory. A long silence. I see something, Xenophon finally said, buried down there with the ruins of who I was. Good, I pressed. They can bury the memory, but they can't stop you from digging it up again. Xenophon hesitated. It's not mine. What? I asked. End of Black Adytum.